Volume 8. The Miracle of Argelia, by Mosoki Toma. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 138. Hatred brings people to the battlefield. The battlefield is a place where you can kill detestable enemy soldiers. You go to the front lines, fight the enemy, lose comrades, and hate them all over again. Soldiers repeat this cycle endlessly. The concepts of good and evil do not exist in such a place. There is only a life or death struggle for survival on the battlefield. Everyone understands this rationally. Even the enemy has a family, and taking their lives is a grievous sin. The person you shot and killed had a life of their own. Ignoring such pretty notions, we take up arms driven by hatred with righteous indignation, believing that the propaganda put forward by our homeland is just. I loved FPS games in my previous life. I reveled in the thrill of outwitting and killing the enemy in an ambush. In the game, I was better at killing than anyone else. Then, on the night I killed Mr. Gorski, the self from my previous life appeared in my dreams and spoke to me in my mind. Couldn't you have found a better way to kill Gorski? If only the instructions to circumnavigate the area had been given a little earlier and the positioning had been more accurate. Couldn't you have taken down Gorski more reliably without relying on the luck of a sniper shot? He said these things and berated me in my sleeping bag. He was right, his points were valid. At that time, I had lost to Mr. Gorski in terms of strategy. Mr. Gorski had evaded my trap and successfully retreated with his surviving men. The final sniper shot hitting its mark was just a stroke of luck. Given such poor leadership, it's no wonder my previous self was angry. It's only natural that my past self would be angry at me for conducting myself in such a disgraceful manner. So, what should I have done at that time? Should I have closed in on Mr. Gorski's unit more during the retreat and cut deeper? Or should I have timed the flanking maneuver better and set up magical traps? Unable to sleep, deep in the night, I debated with my previous self in a half-dream state, thinking, I'm not reflecting on the fact that I killed Mr. Gorski, but on the inadequacy of my method. I finally realized that I was a monster. You know, your face seems to suit a rifle now. I have been desperately turning a blind eye to my vile nature. Burn Valou, the sadistic murderer who laughs heartily and invites me to play with him. Like he said, this is undoubtedly a part of me, and it's true that it has helped me until now. And what Austin desires is this evil part of myself. Section. Did you sleep well? Not really, Sergeant Gavel. Since the day I killed Mr. Gorski and decided to live with Leneley's death in my heart, I started having frequent nightmares. Every night, my past self would speak to me, and Leneley's final moments would flicker in my mind, making it hard to sleep. You look pale. Haven't been sleeping much, have you? To be honest, not really. I see. Before sleeping, during meals, and at random moments, her final expression would flash back to me. Behind Lena Lee was Mr. Gorski, looking at me with resentful eyes. It's the same symptom I had with Lakia. The casualty report for the unit is ready, so I'm going to report it to Grandpa. Understood. Since you're technically the second in command by rank, I thought you should come along, but Gavel Transport Company suffered about 30% losses in the recent ambush. We can't even handle transport missions in this state, let alone combat. There won't be any missions until we're reorganized. You look pale, why don't you take a rest? It won't make any difference whether you're here or not. No. Sergeant Gavel peered into my face with concern. But seeing the hallucinations of the dead is something I've experienced many times. I need to get used to it soon. I won't be able to survive if I have a mental breakdown every time I lose a comrade. I can handle this on my own. Then do as you like. I said this with a bit of bravado and followed Sergeant Gavel. The Austin army remained staring at the Allied forces from the base of the mountain, with no movement. Both sides are on the defensive and unable to make any moves, so the battle situation seems to be a stalemate. This stalemate is fortunate for Austin as it allows them to recover from the damage inflicted by Sylph. I don't know how the unit will be reorganized. I don't even know if Touri and I will be in the same unit. Right. But if you end up assigned to my unit again, I won't be handing over command next time. Sergeant Gavel muttered this to me on the way. I gave you command last time because it was an emergency, but that's something I should be doing. Yes. I'll listen carefully to your suggestions, so don't hesitate to offer your opinions. But next time, I'll be the one commanding. Sergeant Gavel must regret not being able to command during the ambush. I suppose it couldn't be helped, being in his first year of military service and lacking in experience. I am Gavel, grandson of the great Renville, and a future hero of Austin. I will achieve military success in this war and become someone my parents can be proud of. I can't rely on you forever. It seems he had some thoughts about it and is determined to do it properly next time. This level of ambition must come from his youth. I know you're talented, but I want to take command myself next time. I understand. I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'll do my best. Thanks. Sergeant Gavel has a straightforward nature, for better or worse. He sometimes doesn't read the mood well, but that's part of his charm. Speaking of which, Verdi also sort of struggles with reading the room. We'll have a tough time with Major Verdi injured. I want to grow as quickly as possible and become a valuable asset. Indeed. I admire his high aspirations. Having properly studied military tactics at a military academy, he is definitely more suitable to be a commander. I hope he will grow up to be a great commander. Good luck, Sergeant Gavel. I'll help in any way I can. Yeah, let's end this war quickly. I'm sure he'll grow into a great commander in a few years. By then, the war should be over. I'll prove that I'm a full-fledged soldier. It is these young individuals who will shape the future of Austin. Section. I, Lieutenant Colonel Renville, hereby deliver the following orders. Sergeant Touri is to be commissioned as a second lieutenant in recognition of her recent achievements. Concurrently, she is to form the Touri Guerilla Company. Yes, it's an honor. As the company commander, you will organize a guerrilla company of approximately 150 soldiers. Sergeant Gavel, you will assist Touri with the organization as her adjutant. When we reached Lieutenant Colonel Renville, I was shown a mysterious document titled Touri Company Formation Orders. And Sergeant Gavel became my subordinate. Grandpa. Address me as Lieutenant Colonel, you fool. As my cheeks twitched at the mysterious order, Sergeant Gavel nervously spoke up. Please, by all means, object. Lieutenant Colonel Renville. Why is a civilian recruit being commissioned a second lieutenant? Is that even possible? Because of her distinguished service. But Lieutenant Colonel Renville replied bluntly to Sergeant Gavel's discontented objection. Typically, soldiers who did not graduate from a military academy can only reach the rank of sergeant. Officer training was required to become a lieutenant or above. Or so it was supposed to be. The merits and demerits of a battle fall upon the commander. Since you handed command over to Touri in the last battle, this is the result. What? She achieved such remarkable success that it would be unseemly not to promote her. Lieutenant Colonel Renville's peculiar influence, bad habit, has led to my commission as a second lieutenant. Please spare me. Touri has previously served as the commander of a medical platoon. I judged that she had enough experience as a commander. Look, even she's grimacing. It shouldn't be that easy to get promoted to second lieutenant. Indeed. Promotions don't normally happen this easily. Still, I hear that adjusting ranks is quite difficult. Even Verdi struggled to lower my rank. How could my promotion to second lieutenant have been approved so quickly? To be blunt, even though Colonel Henri and I are comrades, we often have differing opinions. I see. In such cases, influence matters within the military. So, we both want to promote soldiers who are aligned with us. Why yes. Lieutenant Colonel Renville said this with a mischievous grin. I see, so that's why he wanted to promote me. I am part of his faction, after all. However, Touri's promotion was surprisingly easily approved. Ha! Henri is usually very stubborn, but he replied on the same day, saying that this was an excellent achievement and that she is suitable to be a second lieutenant. Even Lieutenant Colonel Renville's face showed confusion. He seemed unsure of the reason behind this. However, Henri wants to meet you in person because he doesn't know you personally. Go to his tent at 2 p.m. tomorrow for an interview. Your promotion to second lieutenant will be official if there are no issues. Yes, understood. Touri, have you done anything to impress Henri that much? He even said he doesn't know you. It's true that I have never met Colonel Henri. I don't even know what he looks like, and I've never dealt with him in any capacity. Lieutenant Colonel Renville, this might not be related, but what is it? For the past few days, Major Bernvalou has been persistently inviting me to join his unit. That might be why. What? Bernvalou is the right-hand man of Colonel Henri, the commander of the Southern Army. It's quite possible that he put the idea into Colonel Henri's head. Ah, so when Bern dragged you into his tent the other day, it was about this. What did Bern say to you? It was an invitation that made no sense, like offering me the rank of captain and battalion commander. How did you answer? I refused. If possible, I never want to see Major Bernvalou's face again. That scheming bastard, no wonder he agreed so easily. Lieutenant Colonel Renville stood up in anger after hearing the news. Well, I guess that's how it is. I thought it was unusual for him to want to meet and talk in person, but it turns out he was trying to recruit you. See, calm down, Grandpa. Not only has he taken my daughter Aria, but now he's trying to take my granddaughter as well. I can't forgive that. What? Granddaughter? Since Aria has passed away, I'm now Touri's guardian. You're like a granddaughter to me. I see. I only then realized that Lieutenant Colonel Renville had been my guardian since Aria's death. With Aria's death, I thought I had once again lost all my family. Actually, I'd like you to marry someone from our family. I was quite shocked when I was rejected the other day. I'm sorry. I have a husband whom I must be faithful to. I heard the circumstances from Verdi. Well, I'll wait. Let me know if you change your mind. If Renville is my guardian, it would provide peace of mind if I were injured or discharged. He's quite lenient with family, so he would likely take good care of me. Gavel, you should try to win Touri over as well. You're close in age, so you'll probably get along well. Try to win her over. Grandpa, this is a battlefield. That's why I assigned you to the same unit. It seems Sergeant Gavel was assigned to my unit with the intention of pursuing me. He looked quite shocked to hear that. Is it all right if I hear this? Given your nature, it's better not to keep it hidden. Facing hardships together in the same unit will naturally foster feelings. Well, it's better than having it done secretly. Renville's approach to matchmaking seems quite direct and blunt. However, absolutely no children until the war is over. I won't be having any. Well, he's an old-fashioned guy, so maybe that's just natural for Renville. In fact, the idea of maintaining chastity for life might be considered unconventional. It seems many widows of fallen soldiers often remarry after some years. Why don't you become my granddaughter in both name and reality? Well, I'm still trying to come to terms with things. That's good. A wife who cherishes her husband that much will create a good family. I never intended to get married in the first place. So, I'm sorry to Renville, but I plan to spend the rest of my life like this. Rodri is the only exception. Lieutenant Colonel Renville, no matter what kind of treatment I am offered, I have no intention of accepting any recruitment offers, so please don't worry. I appreciate that. I don't want to be anywhere near Bernvalou. Please understand. Thus, I managed to navigate the marriage proposal from Renville and smooth things over. For him, matchmaking seems to be one method of building his faction. Perhaps some of the people who approached Aria were also influenced by Renville. Is Gavel really that bad? He's not bad, but, I do think he has some cute qualities, you know? Cute. Afterward, I inadvertently said something that soured Sergeant Gavel's mood considerably. Chapter 139. Thank you for your hard work. Is this Colonel Henri's tent up ahead? Yes. Are you a medic? May I ask the purpose of your visit? The next day, I got myself ready, put on my medic uniform, and went to Colonel Henri's tent. I am Sergeant Touri Noel. I have come here at the request of Colonel Henri. I have been informed about Sergeant Touri Noel. Your identification? Yes, confirmed. Thank you. I will put you through then. Please wait a moment. The reason I wore my medic uniform was that they didn't have infantry uniforms in my size. Even though there are medics, there are no female soldiers on the front lines. While I was talking with the receptionist, a soldier with a gun kept his eyes on me without shifting away. It might just be his duty, but it was uncomfortable. Permission to enter has been confirmed. I will now guide you to the colonel. Thank you. Then Sergeant Touri, please excuse me. Before the meeting, may I conduct a body check? Yes, that's fine. Before entering the tent, I underwent a body check. Under the watch of the escorting soldiers, I was thoroughly examined by a female staff member. For some reason, she patted my head at the end. There are no issues. Please follow me. Yes. This staff member might be Colonel Unri's secretary. Given that he is the highest commander of the Austin Army, it wouldn't be surprising if he had a secretary. Please enter. Excuse me. Sergeant Touri Noel, entering the room. Following the female staff member's guidance, I took a deep breath. I bowed politely and ducked through the tent entrance. Welcome. It's an honor to meet you, Colonel Unri. Inside the tent, a man was waiting for me, surrounded by a pile of documents on an old, expensive-looking wooden desk. There were several soldiers waiting in the room, glaring at me with sharp looks. Well, don't be so tense. Please take a seat. Thank you. My first impression of Colonel Unri was that he was a very ordinary person. He's a slender man with good posture, an older gentleman with a face marked by wrinkles and a white beard, with kind eyes. If he were to blend into the city wearing normal clothes, I'm sure people wouldn't immediately recognize him as the colonel. Yes, you are indeed as young as I had heard. The tales of your bravery mentioned in the report are hard to imagine. Thank you for your kind words. Young and capable officers are the future of Austin. Truly commendable. But there's one thing that bothers me. It is impossible to read any emotion from what Colonel Unri is saying. I can usually sense lies or deceit, but I am really glad to have met you today. Conversations with young people with bright futures are few and far between. And no, Colonel, you are still young and active. That is how I see it. You don't have to be so considerate. My hair is already mixed with grey. I would like to retire soon and enjoy some tea. Since earlier, I have been unable to grasp the true meaning behind his words. Is he speaking seriously, or is he trying to deceive me by being playful? What is he hiding behind that seemingly kind face? Unfortunately, I can't gauge his true intentions. Well then, let's start the discussion. Yes, Colonel. This is a different type of remarkable person compared to Renville. Colonel Unri seems to be a type of military leader more specialized in political power rather than frontline command. His polite and gentle demeanor gave me an eerie impression. Sergeant Touri Noel. Yes. Colonel Unri, who had been scrutinizing me, suddenly asked, "Are you interested in marriage?" Excuse me. With an excited expression, he began arranging photos of young men on the desk. Section. Look, how about him? He's a very handsome young man, just like me when I was younger. I'm not really into that kind of thing. I honestly couldn't understand the true meaning of Colonel Unri's words. Is he scheming something, or is he not thinking about it at all? Colonel, what exactly is this about? If you don't have a partner, it could be inconvenient. Well, I feel like I had this same conversation with Renville just recently. Why do older people want to arrange marriages for young people so much? Is this a roundabout invitation to join his faction? High-ranking female officers are rare. If you don't have a specific partner, you'll be inundated with marriage proposals. Is that so? It's quite rare for a woman to become a second lieutenant. As of now, I think there's only Ray Talue. Now that I think about it, I'll be at the same rank as Ray Talue. Being at the same rank as that remarkable woman feels extremely inappropriate. While it's common for women to be head of the medical department, we haven't had a female commander on the front lines since Miss Aria. Is it really that rare? It's extremely rare for women to even be on the front lines. Among those who advance to become commanders, there aren't many. It's true that I've never seen any other women on the front lines besides Aria. If a woman is thrown into an all-male environment, It's probably inevitable that she'll be the center of attention. I often hear stories of female soldiers struggling with marriage proposals and flirtations. Both Miss Arya and Reincarnates managed to find partners. Well, Reincarnates' case is a bit unusual, but… Reincarnates, does the Colonel also think you're some kind of strange person? That's why you should at least have a specific partner, even if it's just for appearances. Then I'll get a suitable ring to indicate I'm married. I see. Well then, let's stop discussing marriage for now. Colonel Henri, sensing that I had no intention of accepting any marriage proposal, smoothly ended the topic. I really appreciate how he quickly picked up on the atmosphere. I'll consider the interview problem-free. I'll inform Renville of my agreement to your promotion to second lieutenant. Thank you. It's a rare case of that man having decent personnel decisions. He usually only promotes his favorites. Colonel Henri gave a troubled smile as he grumbled. Well, this still feels like it involves a considerable amount of connections. I've heard a lot about you from Byrne. He said that you are the most promising young talent, and asked me to agree to your promotion if it came up. I was eager to meet someone he spoke so highly of. Major Byrne Valou? Yes. He seems quite enthusiastic about you. He even asked me to recruit you if possible. Deep down, I thought that was probably the case. There's no way I'm in a position to have a one-on-one meeting with Colonel Henri otherwise. It was precisely because Byrne Valou asked him that Colonel Henri made time to talk to me. He even said he would marry you if it meant recruiting you. What do you think? If you're up for it, we could proceed with the engagement to Byrne. Please, not that. In front of Colonel Henri, who was laughing as if revealing a joke, I immediately knelt and bowed deeply. I was surprised at how loud my voice was. Oh my. Is it really that bad? I'm sorry, but Major Byrne and I are simply incompatible. Just looking into that man's eyes makes my whole body break out in goosebumps. He's the most unsettling person I've ever encountered. The very thought of being married off to him makes me want to throw up. Byrne is smart and competent, and he's the man who will shoulder the future of Austin. Do you really dislike him that much? It is a matter of personal preference and compatibility. If it means avoiding marriage to him, I'd be willing to marry just about anyone else. It's that bad. For example, even an ant crawling around there would be fine. I'd prepare food every day, change the soil, water it, and build a happy home. You're more interesting than I had expected. Even if I had to marry an ant, it would still be preferable to marrying Byrne Valou. I may have said something strange in my confusion, but that man is simply that repugnant to me. I understand. There's no need to force anything. Just recognize that we value you highly. I am very grateful for that. Well, sorry for saying something strange. Worse than an ant, huh? I think I might have found an interesting topic for teasing. Colonel Henri didn't seem offended by my reaction and even appeared somewhat entertained. I'm relieved that I was able to decline without any ill will. Now, let's move on to the main topic. The main topic? Yes. Well, the previous discussion was just a prelude. I thought the discussion was over, but Colonel Henri, still smiling, offered me tea. Certainly, he wouldn't call me out just for marriage proposals. As you know, our forces suffered significant damage from the recent surprise attack by the former Sebastian government forces. It was our first defeat in a long time. Yes. In response, the Alliance has been persistently sending diplomats demanding a ceasefire. But there's no way we can accept a ceasefire here. Colonel Henri waved a letter written in Flamel language with disdain. I don't read Flamer, but is it okay for me, a regular soldier, to see something like this? Yes. That's not a problem. We'll just reject it. Is a ceasefire really that difficult? Of course. Accepting the ceasefire would mean we could no longer advance our troops. A ceasefire under the current territorial situation is tantamount to defeat. Colonel Henri showed no intention of accepting a ceasefire. As Verdi said, strategically speaking, we cannot have a ceasefire until we crush Flamel beyond repair. However, the diplomat brought a peculiar letter along with it. A peculiar letter? Yes. He said, this is not an official document but a personal letter, and addressed it to a specific soldier. After saying that, Colonel Henri frowned in a troubled manner. He placed a crumpled envelope on the desk, offering it to me. Do you know her? On the front of the envelope was written, in elegant Sabatian, Dear Touri Noel, from Sylph Nova. Chapter 140. Sylph Nova. At that time, her name was already well known within the Austin military. She is the creator of the ingenious multiple-point simultaneous breakthrough tactic and the daughter of General Brustov Nova of the Sabatian military. She was an enemy resisting the Workers' Council and uniting the remnants of the former government forces. And she was the person whom Bern Valou had specifically identified as one of Austin's most dangerous enemies. Bern Valou was renowned as a hero who saved Austin. He was famous for his string of victories, having never been outpaced by the Sabatian forces. However, in reality, Bern had never achieved a decisive victory against Sylph. The Battle of the North and the Sabatian Revolution both ended with results that fell short due to her interference. This must have been an unbearable stress for Bern. This woman prevents me from enjoying my massacres. An unpleasant pest crawling on the battlefield. That might have been how Bern viewed Sylph Nova. After the Sabatian Revolution, Bern spread negative rumors about Sylph within Sabbath. He portrayed most of the former government's atrocities as her doing and disparaged her as an incompetent coward who fled from Hosegrad. The aim was to ensure that Sylph could never regain power in the Sabbath. The fact that Bern went out of his way to do this shows just how wary he was of Sylph. Moreover, although no one never spoke of it openly, there was a sense that the Austin military believed we would lose to Sylph if Bern were not here. Particularly among the Renville faction. It seemed they questioned the abilities of Verdi. Indeed, Verdi is an extremely capable person, able to handle the duties of a major at such a young age. However, it would be difficult to say he is on par with the genius Sylph who changed history. Bern was troubled by the possibility of Austin losing on its own. Even the recent gas offensive was carried out by members of the Renville faction. The operation was prepared based on a proposal by Mr. Kumar of Renville's faction. Although Bern was not enthusiastic about the gas weapon operation due to its many weaknesses, he was pressured by Renville's insistence that the enemy's technological level makes countermeasures difficult and accepted it. Indeed, Flamel had not yet developed the wind gun, so it was a reasonable decision. However, the reality was that the former Sabatian government forces intervened, and Austin suffered a severe defeat. With its homeland burned, Austin's military is finding it difficult to replenish its personnel. Even a few thousand casualties can be a significant setback that disrupts plans. Renville's reckless behavior was always a source of trouble for Bern Valou. Section. Based on this letter, it appears that you are an acquaintance of Sylph Nova, the commander of the Sabatian army. Getting back on topic. Sylph Nova is a big shot who even Bern is wary of. Colonel Henri must have had a hard time responding when he received a letter personally addressed to me from such a woman. Are you acquainted with Sylph Nova? Yes, I fought under her command when I drifted to the Sabbath before. I see. I still don't understand the true meaning of this letter. At first glance, it seems like a strategy to cast suspicion of collusion on me. However, I am not a person of such importance to warrant such a scheme, and I don't think it would be worth the effort. May I have permission to examine the letter? Do you want to see it? I was curious about what was written in the letter. However, in a situation where suspicion of collusion might arise, I didn't expect to be allowed to see it. I would like to, but I don't think I will be shown it under these circumstances. No, it's fine. Go ahead and take a look. Is that okay? Yes. To be honest, we would also like to know the meaning of that letter. Although I thought that permission to view the letter from Sylph was granted easily. Colonel Henri made a subtle expression and handed me the envelope. Inside it was a single, small piece of paper. An illustration of a pierced apple. That was all that was depicted. The illustration, likely painted with paint, had no accompanying text. The apple was still green and hard, not fully ripe. It was squashed and dripping with juice from an arrow that had pierced it. Is this all that's in the letter? Yes. It's a rather tasteless letter. Why did Sylph send me such a letter? First of all, what's with this creepy picture? Do you understand the meaning of this? No. I have no idea what this means. That was my honest feeling. I'd like to hear your interpretation. Is it some kind of metaphor or a code for you? Well, I can't imagine that Sylph would do something that has no meaning. There must be some meaning behind the time and effort she took to draw the picture and have it delivered to me. It's a painting of an unripe apple being shot. If we take it at face value, maybe it's a declaration of war. What do you mean by declaration of war? Given that I am a young girl, I thought maybe it was a message that she was going to shoot me to death, likening me to this green apple. I see. I shared my on-the-spot interpretation, and Colonel Henri murmured thoughtfully, staring at the illustration of the apple. Section. As it turns out, my speculation was not far off the mark. I didn't know this at the time, but apparently there is a famous Sabbath folktale about a man who unknowingly shoots and kills his dear friend who has been turned into an apple. In this context, Sylph likely drew the apple as a metaphor for killing me. However, what remains unclear is why Sylph sent me such a letter. If my interpretation is correct, this is merely a declaration of hostility, a simple death threat. Strategically, it holds no significance. Moreover, if this is the case, it would fail as a strategy to cast suspicion of collusion. I spent some time trying to figure out the meaning behind Sylph's letter, but in the end, I couldn't decipher it. It was just a whim. That's the conclusion I came to. Perhaps this was a letter intended to resolve herself. Sylph was 18 years old at the time, still an age that could be considered immature. And while I was in the Sabatian army, if it wasn't just arrogance, I felt that Sylph had taken a liking to me. If she felt even a hint of friendship towards me, I think Sylph sent that letter in order to make up her mind to kill me. This is speculation mixed with my own wishful thinking. After all, we were enemies. There shouldn't have been any room for friendship. Well, let's leave it at that. I'll take care of this letter. Unfortunately, I cannot give it to you. Understood. She would often invite me to play chess. Surrounded by older subordinates, Sylph probably had little interaction with people her own age. It's not as if those subordinates were particularly friendly towards Sylph either. She must have been lonely, having lost her family and having no friends. I understand the feeling, as my opportunities to interact with people my own age decreased after joining the military. All right, Touri, you can leave now. Thank you. I have high expectations for your work. I look forward to continuing to work with you. Yes. But I cannot become friends with Sylph. More than anyone else in this world, Sylph is my enemy. At the same time, for her. In return, I will defeat Sylph and show you. That's very reliable. I, who killed Mr. Gorski, have become the kind of enemy whom she can only kill. Section. Hello, Touri. Major Bern Valou. As I left Colonel Unri's tent, a man with a snake-like smile was waiting for me. Bern Valou. He is an unparalleled genius, the cornerstone of Austin's current military. I've been waiting. How about we have tea together? I'm sorry, but I'd rather not bother. Such a shame. Unfortunately, it's a formal order. Since you received a letter from the enemy's commander, Sylph Nova, I need to question you about it. Bern, grinning widely, handed me a document with a summons. The contents were an inquiry into suspected collusion with the enemy's commander. Understood. I will comply. Well, I don't really suspect you of collusion, so don't worry. I never imagined you'd be on such friendly terms with Sylph Nova. About that. Given that she sent you such a drawing, you must have had some sort of relationship with her, right? Your report only mentioned that after being interrogated by Sylph, you were made to follow the government forces. From what I've gathered, I thought you had a strained relationship. Bern had his own interpretation of the drawing. Taking my hand, Bern Valou laughed with great amusement. I won't tolerate lies about that woman. Tell me everything you know. In a voice so cold it felt dizzying, he grabbed my arm. What followed was hellish. I was taken into an interrogation tent and found myself alone with Bern Valou in a small room. He bombarded with questions until late into the night. Describe Sylph's appearance. Her facial features, build, hair length, voice, bust size, height, eye color. Teeth that. Bern's questions were endless. I felt an obsessive intensity aimed at stripping away all details about Sylph Nova. I was forced to confess everything, from her every gesture to every move in the chess games we played. Why don't you remember such details? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not angry. Just try to recall as much as you can. I should have been the most knowledgeable about Sylph Nova in the military. Information about the enemy's commander isn't something you can easily obtain, no matter how much you pay. Thus, my information was likely as valuable to burn as gold. I think she made this move and said, I just made a very careless move. Think about it. Really? Sylph said something like that. It was approaching midnight when I was finally freed from him. In contrast to me, who was exhausted both physically and mentally after several hours of conversation. I see, so you think like that. I'm starting to get a clear picture of that which Sylph Nova. I can see her outline. Bern Valu's eyes sparkled brightly, his cheeks flushed with excitement. It was very unsettling. Section. Dear Sylph Nova. Incidentally, I didn't know at the time, but I have read your letter. It brings back so many memories. Apparently, Bern Valu had sent a reply to Sylph's letter without my permission. He had even imitated my handwriting, in Austinian. The time spent with you was very enjoyable. I would like to play chess with you again. I wish he had at least asked for my permission or reported it to me. But Bern was mysteriously eager, so he took it upon himself. Next time too, please make sure you follow our plan and produce many casualties. It was fun pretending to be friends with you, who was so excited without knowing anything. After hearing the contents of Bern's reply to Sylph, I decided I would never forgive him. Chapter 141. The official orders have arrived. Rejoice, Touri, as of today you are a second lieutenant. It is an honor, Lieutenant Colonel Renville. I hereby grant you permission to form a company. Using the Gavel Transport Company as a base, organize a unit of 150 soldiers. A few days had passed since my meeting with Colonel Henri. Finally, an official order to command an infantry company had arrived. Gavel knows the procedure to form the unit, so ask him. Understood. However, even though I've been told to form a unit, I have no knowledge of the specific administrative procedures. Renville must have known this, which is why he assigned Sergeant Gavel to be my subordinate. The place to learn about unit organization is the military academy. Therefore, without graduating from officer school, one cannot originally become a commander. The Austin military is planning to carry out a major operation soon. Please prepare immediately. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Oh, and don't mention this to anyone. It's information only communicated to lieutenants and above. Understood. Renville glared at me intently, reinforcing his point. This is something you should only tell a lieutenant. In other words, this is something I shouldn't tell Sergeant Gavel. Then I will now begin the task of organizing the unit. Very well. As one rises in rank, the information disclosed to them increases. In exchange for receiving this information, I must make appropriate and accurate decisions. Now, if you'll excuse me, as a commander, it's essential to be aware that I bear the lives of all my subordinates. It is unacceptable for people to die due to my mistakes. To ensure that people like Lakia never emerge again. Section. The upper limit for the unit is 150 personnel. Since the current Gavel Transport Company has 51 members, we need to recruit approximately 100 more. Sergeant Gavel first advised that I should submit a request for soldier reinforcements. We need to consider which military specialties to request and how many, and then prepare the necessary documents. We have enough quartermasters. No need for more reinforcements there. Yes. We also have enough scouts. We don't need any more. Let's focus on requesting assault troops and armored troops. I see. Although this company is to be made up of 150 people, not all of them are combat personnel. Apparently 30% of the unit are non-combatants such as quartermasters and nurses, with the remaining 70% being infantrymen who actually fight. It is common for these infantrymen to be divided into platoons and used. Scouts and armored troops are the core of the infantry. I see. Each platoon is required to have scouts and armored troops. Scouts are soldiers skilled in situational awareness, equipped with telescopic gear to maintain a broad view. They must pass difficult aptitude tests, including vision tests and reflex tests to qualify. Armored troops are a specialty that handles shields and requires magical talent. They defend in trenches if in a defensive unit or charge at the front lines in an assault unit. For example, platoon leader Garbak was apparently an assault armored soldier. What about the non-combat personnel other than the quartermasters? Well, we need medics, nurses, communication officers, and sappers. Quartermasters do not participate directly in combat. They transport supplies such as water, food, and ammunition. We can't transport supplies without them, so they are always assigned to guerrilla forces. Other roles include medics for treatment, sappers for setting traps and repairing weapons and ammunition, and communication officers for communication tasks. However, since there are only a few medics, nurses are often deployed to company-sized units. Nurses can perform first aid even if they cannot use healing magic. There is also a branch of the military called artillery maids, but they are very rare and are only deployed in specialized units. It's unlikely we'll get everything we request. In the worst case, I'll handle communications myself. Really? Yes, this time I'll handle the distribution of the reinforcements. You don't know much about unit formation, do you? Sorry, please handle it. I'll teach you how to fill out the forms, so help me with that. With Sergeant Gavel's guidance, I completed each task one by one. He seemed to be quite caring, providing blunt but thorough explanations. Let's also form a 20-person reinforced platoon. This will be the core unit of this company, as in our company's elite unit. It's my unit. A reinforced platoon is a slightly special platoon with nearly twice the usual number of soldiers. Exceptional soldiers are allowed to command a reinforced platoon. The leader of a reinforced platoon is considered the pinnacle of advancement for enlisted soldiers. I see, Sergeant Gavel's unit. I believe I'm entitled to that level of privilege. Of course. I have no objections. Sergeant Gavel called it privilege, but in reality, he should be in command of the entire company. I have no intention of objecting to him commanding a reinforced platoon. When it comes to the infantry, Lieutenant Touri is the highest-ranking commander, and I'm the second-in-command. You have no complaints about that either, right? Yes, no problem. Good. Next, we need to appoint a commander for the quartermasters as well. Right. I think we should leave that to Maeve. He was originally a leader among the quartermasters. Maeve. Maeve is that muscular grenade-throwing guy. He had previously punched a rookie soldier so hard that he nearly died, so I'm a bit worried. Yes, it would be best to leave it to a veteran. You're right. Having someone capable of such intense instruction is necessary. If I use violence myself, I'll just get retaliated against. And to increase the survival rate of new recruits, a certain degree of fear is beneficial. His violence can be seen as a necessary evil. What should we do about the preferred assignment section? At the very least, we need nurses and sappers. They're essential for a guerrilla company. Nurses and sappers. Sappers are useful. They can set magical traps, demolish obstacles, and some can even repair broken guns. I see. Now that I think about it, platoon leader Garbak also successfully used sappers to defend in Marshdale. I've forgotten his name, but I wonder if he's doing well. But do we really need nurses? I have learned first aid myself. You idiot. What would you do if you got shot? The primary role of nurses is to treat injured commanders. Certainly, it is necessary to think about what would happen if I were shot. Also, having a nurse on hand would greatly improve treatment efficiency. Then let's request nurses as well. Got it. I'll leave that to you then. After Sergeant Gavel said that, he turned gruffly to the medical department. Nurses are requested directly from the head of the medical department, not the headquarters. Really? Should I apply to Reincarnates? Yes. You're acquainted with her, right? I'll leave that to you. Okay, then I'll go. I don't want to meet her much, it's bad luck. Sergeant Gavel muttered in a small voice. Is he the superstitious type? Then, I'll head to the medical department. I'll leave it to you. I'll take care of the other paperwork. As I stood up, Sergeant Gavel unfolded his papers with a look of annoyance. I quietly left the room so as not to disturb him, and headed to the medical department for the first time in a while. Section. Why is Touri a company commander? It had been a week since I last visited the medical director's office. I was nearly suffocated by Reincarnates' voluptuous breasts. This is absurd. It's crazy, right? Touri isn't supposed to be a lieutenant. Reincarnates. Please calm down. How can I calm down? I was worried sick about you going missing, and then I find out you've been transferred to an infantry unit. After hugging me tightly for a while, Reincarnates let go and screamed with her hands on her head. Come to think of it, I hadn't informed the medical department. They hadn't been notified of my transfer. Kale was really depressed. He kept blaming himself for letting you go alone. I'm sorry. I tried to cheer him up, but you should really go see him. Cheered him up, huh? No, let's not think about that too much. So, I haven't received any detailed information. Why yes. You'll properly report everything that happened since then, won't you, Touri? Oh of course, Reincarnates. Reincarnates approached me with a frightening look on her face, wiggling her fingers menacingly. I didn't want to recall that incident if I can help it, but I should give a brief explanation. After the Sebastian army's surprise attack, I was taken in by the Gavel Transport Company, and then. Section. You idiot. I'm sorry. I took command from Sergeant Gavel, achieved great success in battle, and became a second lieutenant. Reincarnates became very angry upon hearing this. Commanding a unit isn't something Touri should be doing. That's for people who have received specialized training. You're absolutely right. Even if Sergeant Gavel was inexperienced, taking command just because of your rank is wrong. Don't ever do it again. Yes. Reincarnates' scolding was entirely justified. All I could do was hang my head and apologize in shame. Even so, the higher-ups are something else. Just because you achieved some success, they made you a company commander all of a sudden? To be honest, I'm confused too. Well, I think that the higher-ups have come to this conclusion after much deliberation. If rumors spread that military achievements aren't rewarded, and that you won't be rewarded even if you achieve great things, it would affect the morale of the soldiers. I see. That's why they had no choice but to promote you. I'll try to persuade them to return you to the medical department. You're probably worried about being suddenly relegated to the infantry, aren't you? Reincarnates said this with a determined scoff. Touri, you're better suited to helping in the medical department than holding a gun. I want you to continue lending your strength to the medical department as you have done until now. She is right. It would be much easier for me to stay in the medical department. I have many acquaintances there, and it is safer. However, no, Reincarnates. I intend to serve the country as an infantryman from now on. Ed. What's going on, Touri? It's shameful, but I have come to hate the enemy. I was consumed with intense hatred when I saw Mr. Gorski on the battlefield. And the moment I shot him in the back of the head, I felt a chilling satisfaction spread throughout my body. Despite knowing how kind and righteous he was. I hate the Sebastian soldiers who killed Lena Lee, my sister-in-law. Touri. I can't forgive the enemies who burned my hometown, killed Rodri, and took away everything precious from me. This hideous, filthy hatred won't go away. I am trapped by this hatred. The only way to alleviate it is by killing the enemy and trampling on their corpses. If I were to return to the medical department in this state, I think I'd be plagued by hallucinations of all kinds of people. Why are you, Touri, in a safe place? Why won't you go and kill the enemy? I want to become an infantryman and unleash this ugly desire for revenge on the enemy. Even if it means dying in battle, I would find peace. Reincarnates. Even with all this, do you think I'm still suited to being a medic? Maybe I just wasn't cut out to be a medic after all. It's absurd for someone who takes pleasure in killing others to work in a job that heals people. Yes, you're suited for it. Ha! That's why I choose to take up a gun filled with hatred for the Sabbath. To kill as many enemies as possible as an infantryman. Well, as I was going to continue the conversation. Touri, Did you think I didn't hate the Sabbath? Her eyes were like ice. Reitalu's voice was lower than I had ever heard. I probably hate them far more than you do. That's why I need to save as many allies as possible so they can kill in my stead. When I think about it, there's no way she wouldn't hate them. She had lost numerous loved ones to Sabatian soldiers. Having had so many loved ones killed, it's impossible that she wouldn't have any feelings towards Sabatian soldiers. Touri, if you really hate the Sabbath, then help me. In Reitalu's emotionless, doll-like eyes, I saw a darkness much deeper than my own. I'm sorry, but I have been given orders to organize an infantry company. Medics are valuable. What are the higher-ups thinking? Reitalu bore even more hatred than I do. Yet she concealed it all, acting cheerfully and strong-willed. If that's the case, I'm amazed. These are orders from Lieutenant Colonel Renville. I request that Director Reitalu dispatch medics to our company. I understand. It's an order, after all. But I'll also push to get you back to the medical department. Understood. I'll leave my position to the higher-ups' judgment. Good. I'll get you back soon. Just wait, Touri. With that, Reitalu smiled warmly and hugged me again. For just a moment, Reitalu's doll-like, expressionless face was visible. Maybe that was her real face. Chapter 142. This way, Touri. Yes. Reitalu led me to a deserted warehouse area. I thought she was going to introduce me to a nurse, but why was I brought to such a place? Puku. With such questions in mind, I followed Reitalu. There was a woman with disheveled hair sitting on the ground inside the tent. This is Arji. She has 3 years of experience as a nurse and survived the Southern Front. I see. The woman is probably in her mid-20s. She was incredibly beautiful. Her appearance was so refined that she could easily aim to be an idol if she were properly dressed. However, she wore a dirty nurse's uniform and lay on medical supplies as if they were a pillow, muttering puku. Arji, wake up. I'm introducing you to the new superior, Touri. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Lieutenant Touri Low. Puku. I introduced myself to Arji, but she didn't respond. She only took one quick glance my way and then quickly looked away. Arji, aren't you going to greet her? Puku. Even when Reitalu reprimanded her, Arji remained indifferent. Whether she was deeply engrossed in her own world or deliberately ignoring us is unclear. Well, Arji is just as you see. To put it simply, she's the type who struggles with group activities. That's not the kind of person who should be a soldier. She wouldn't have been made a soldier if it weren't for the current situation. Reitalu sighed as she said this. Well, we can't exactly afford to be picky with choosing soldiers given the current war situation. People who struggle with group activities are actually better sent to the front lines. They tend to work alone more. I see. In fact, when we deployed Arji to an infantry company last year, it went well. Reitalu's expression grew troubled as she spoke, her brows furrowing. But since Arji is so beautiful, the soldiers went wild and she had a traumatic experience. What? Since then, Arji has become fearful of male soldiers. That's why she's waiting here alone. Reitalu explained this to me. She mentioned it indirectly, but does this mean that she was a victim of sexual assault by a male soldier? It's clear she closed herself off so much that she can't communicate with others. Even though she has a fear of men, it should be fine if her superior is Touri. I'll recommend Arji to your company. That is. Arji, how about trying again as a nurse in the infantry company? Puku. At Reitalu's suggestion, Arji made disgruntled puku noises. How is she even making those noises? Reitalu, if Arji has such a past, wouldn't it be difficult to deploy her to the infantry company? Her trauma might resurface. Of course, I sympathize with Arji's past, you know? Concerned about this nurse Arji, I suggested this to Reitalu, with an ulterior motive in mind of, I'd like to be introduced to a normal nurse. Reitalu, still smiling, replied, we can't afford to support nurses who do nothing with public funds. To put it bluntly, this girl has a terrible habit of slacking off. Reincarnates grabbed Argy by the scruff of her neck with veins bulging on her forehead. Slacking off. Argy is afraid of being attacked, so she won't help with the bedside work. Well, I understand that, so that's fine. Yes. So, I asked her to handle administrative tasks behind the scenes, but she hasn't touched them at all. Even when assigned to organize supplies in the warehouse, she spends the entire day slacking off and napping. Wow. Even though I was patient, saying, she's been through a lot, it can't be helped, I eventually had to apologize to the higher-ups when she snuck into the commissary and stole wine. What? Sneaking in and stealing alcohol? That's just plain theft. It's not just a military regulation violation, but a crime. Well, given her circumstances, I initially gave her a lenient punishment, thinking she must be hurting from her terrible experiences. I even begged the higher-ups. In the end, I paid for the damage and it was overlooked. Yet, this girl repeatedly stole despite my warnings. Puku. You say that alcohol heals a wounded heart. Yes, I agree. I put up with it for a year. I tried to be as kind as possible to you. A whole year. As she continued speaking, Reincarnates' voice became increasingly colder. Seeing such a frightening side of Reincarnates for the first time, I could sense her anger toward Argy, despite keeping an eye on her until she recovered. But, 2 months ago, Argy, you snuck out at night. What were you doing? Puku. Reincarnates, still with a smiling face, pressed Argy with a stern look. Argy flinched and looked away, clearly nervous. Don't you frequent a male brothel? Puku. It's for rehabilitation of your fear of men. Well then, that's good. You were drinking so happily surrounded by men. I feel like a fool for following you out of concern. I was worried you might be involved in some strange incident. Was it enjoyable to have men serve you with the salary you earned without working? I've been patient with such things. Certainly, you've had a tragic experience. But isn't it too much to use that as an excuse to do whatever you want, Argy? Puku. Stop making that face like you have no recollection of it. I'm your superior officer after all. Argy maintained her disdainful attitude even after being scolded so much by the gentle Rayleigh. As she pretends not to notice with sweat pouring down her forehead, I sense a sense of hopelessness in her. I had decided that the next time there was a deployment request from the infantry unit, I would send Argy. Her superior officer is a woman, Touri, so it's perfect. Reincarnates. Since she's going to be responsible for the health of the unit, could you please find someone a bit more normal? Personnel decisions for medics are within my jurisdiction, Lieutenant Touri. Please refrain from interfering. Besides, you should be able to handle her. You're a capable medical officer. I suppose so. I tried to get her to send someone else, but Reincarnates' cold insistence prevailed. Could it be that Reincarnates is also angry with me for being transferred to the infantry unit without any notice? The sooner the better, right? I'll have Argy join you today. There's no work for this girl to take over anyway. Puku. No, it's final. Also, please communicate with Touri using words. That puku sound might be unpleasant for some people. It looks like it's been decided that Argy will be the nurse joining my unit. If only I could have gotten the old Touri platoon members, everything would have been perfect. I get it though. We don't have the luxury of pulling talented personnel out to the front line. Don't worry. Despite her habit of slacking off, Argy's skills are reliable. Really? She's very skilled with her hands. No one can surpass her when it comes to treatment. That's why I wish she wouldn't slack off. Pway. From behind me, Riley noticed my troubled expression and reassured me. Looking at Argy, lying on the ground with a tired look on her face, I let out a small sigh. Section. I feel so sluggish. I need a drink. Puku. What's up with her? She's our company's nurse, Sergeant Gavel. That evening, Argy was carried by several people, changed into clean medical clothes, and then thrown into our company. Having been kicked out of her room after becoming a shut-in, she lay on the ground without moving an inch. That was quick. Didn't we just apply for one today? She was introduced right after the application was submitted. As expected of Director Reincarnates. She must have anticipated the application after hearing about your promotion. Yes, it seems so. She wasn't informed about my promotion, but there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Things could get complicated if it were discovered that they had offloaded a troublesome nurse onto us. Ah, by the way, I should mention that she's supposedly afraid of men. Is it okay to take her to the front line then? It'll probably be okay. That's what the story is supposed to be, but Argy doesn't seem to be afraid of her surroundings. Even though there are many male soldiers nearby, she lies on the ground boldly scratching her butt. Is she really afraid of men? Still, I'd appreciate it if you could treat her with some care. Understood. Even so, Argy is a valuable nurse on the front lines. She might have a difficult personality, but for now, let's treat her with care. Let's try to avoid any trouble as much as possible. Hey, there's already trouble with the medic making those annoying noises. I'll go warn her. I wonder if I can handle her properly. Section. Late at night, in an old, shabby camp tent. Lieutenant Touri. I've finished the unit replenishment application documents. Next is checking the inventory of supplies. Understood. Thank you, Sergeant Gavel. I was working on paperwork alongside Sergeant Gavel. By the way, this tent is my personal tent and has a sign saying it is for Touri Noel's use only. We need to check if the reported ammunition usage matches the actual remaining ammunition. Yes. If even one of the platoon leaders is sloppy, the numbers won't match. If that happens, we'll have to recheck everything, so make sure you choose serious people to be platoon leaders. Company commanders and above are provided with personal tents and desks. Since paperwork increases significantly from the company commander level, not having a tent reduces work efficiency. If you achieve results like Sergeant Garbach, you can get a tent even as a platoon leader. Alright, it doesn't look like there are any mistakes with the remaining ammunition. That's good. Yes. Next is the training program. I continued working while being carefully instructed by Sergeant Gavel. Preparing training programs for newly assigned subordinates is also the company commander's job. I see. First, set the training objectives. This will be determined based on the level of proficiency of the assigned soldiers, but for now let's say they need to be able to defend trenches. To achieve this, create short-term goals and long-term plans and assign appropriate training. As expected from someone who graduated from a military academy, Sergeant Gavel was well versed in paperwork. On the other hand, since I am not used to desk work, I had a lot of trouble with this task. Will the instructors be myself and Sergeant Gavel? Maybe we should ask Maeve. That old man seems more accustomed to this kind of thing. Hospital work involves dealing with life and death, so I could stay focused, but paperwork is monotonous and just tiring. The work of filling out piles of documents with Sergeant Gavel was an unfamiliar kind of fatigue for me. Well, that's enough for today. Let's get some sleep and prepare for tomorrow, Lieutenant Touri. Right. We finished at a reasonable point and went to bed just as the moon was starting to get full. Getting promoted means more paperwork. I'd rather stay a regular soldier forever, but the work won't get done without officers. I remember Reincarnates complaining about something like that. I apologize for burdening you, Sergeant Gavel. What? It's fine. The old man ordered me to help. In truth, I should be handling this work alone. But Sergeant Gavel helped me without a single complaint, even late into the night. You helped me before, so this is nothing. Sergeant Gavel said this without a hint of condescension or dissatisfaction. Without even looking back at me, he laid down his sleeping bag inside the tent. We have an early day tomorrow. Get some sleep, Lieutenant Touri. Yes. He crawled into his sleeping bag without giving me a chance to respond. In less than 5 minutes, he was snoring loudly, fast asleep. Inside my personal tent. Is this his way of telling me to sleep outside the tent? This tent did originally belong to Sergeant Gavel. I guess it can't be helped. Well, I'm used to sleeping outdoors, so I don't mind. No, looking closely, I can see Sergeant Gavel left half the space in the tent free. Maybe this is a message for me to sleep next to him. Well, Sergeant Gavel is younger than me. Maybe there's nothing to be worried about. At least he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives, so I might as well sleep here. Good night, Sergeant Gavel. I whispered, laid my sleeping bag next to his, and quickly fell asleep. ZZZZZ. By the way, Sergeant Gavel's snoring was quite loud. It was less disruptive than gunfire or explosions, so I managed to sleep reasonably well. Section. Good morning, Lieutenant Touri. Hey, wake up. Well, if there was one mistake I made. Why are you hugging me? Oh. It was forgetting that I have a bit of a habit of hugging things in my sleep. Sorry for the trouble. I seem to have a habit of hugging whatever's nearby when I sleep. Ah, I'm sorry too. I completely forgot this was your tent now. When I woke up in the morning, I found my arms wrapped tightly around Sergeant Gavel's back. I was probably half asleep, dreaming about hugging Seddle. But still. Would you normally sleep next to a man? Don't worry. I don't have any sort of intentions towards you. Well, okay. I tried to handle the situation smoothly without making things awkward. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing, but I tried to keep the conversation light so as not to create any weird atmosphere. I'd like to change my underwear. Could you please step outside, Sergeant Gavel? Oh, sure. I've made this mistake several times before. I even hugged Rodri's belongings once. Well then, see you later. Puku puku puku. As Sergeant Gavel awkwardly stepped out of the tent, I noticed a nurse peeking in, making a puku puku noise. Puku puku. Why is this nurse spying on her superior's tent? Chapter 143. The chirping of insects had subsided and the scent of early autumn filled the air. In a corner of the Austin position, the formation of the Touri Guerilla Company was quietly underway. The request for reinforcements has been approved. The soldiers should be arriving soon. Yes. During this time, the mining front was relatively quiet. Only occasional skirmishes broke out, and the front lines were mostly stalemated. We don't know how long the training period will be. We might be given a mission immediately as soon as the numbers are gathered. Understood. In the meantime, make sure to communicate well with your subordinates. Sergeant Gavel advised me. As he said, communication with comrades is crucial. Communication. So that means a drinking party, then? You have a surprisingly simple thought process. Is there another method? Normally, you'd start with interviews. But, well, a party isn't a bad idea either. Certainly, the interview should come before the drinking party. Before I realized it, I too had been poisoned by the Sabbath. Besides, we're not old enough to drink yet. Right. In Austin, drinking is not allowed until the age of 18. It is known that children who drink alcohol can suffer from acute alcohol poisoning. Then we will start with the interviews. That will do. I'm 17 this year, and Sergeant Gavel is 15. We are still too young to enjoy alcohol. The ones you should talk to first are Corporal Maeve and the Puku Puku woman. The rest are the sappers and platoon leaders who are due to be assigned to their posts. The Puku Puku woman. Her name is Arji. She just makes puku puku noises and ignores me when I talk to her. Since I haven't heard her name, she's the nameless Puku Puku woman. Sergeant Gavel said this with a straight face. Well, it's understandable given Arji's attitude. Make sure you have a good talk with that woman, Lieutenant Touri. Why yes. It is the role of the superior officer to effectively educate troublesome individuals. Although she's a woman even Director Reincarnates struggles with. She won't be easy to deal with. If someone like Reincarnates has given up on her, can someone like me handle her properly? Section. I've heard about it. They say you'll be the commander from now on. Yes, please take care of me. That evening, the first person I went to greet was Corporal Maeve, also known as the grenade thrower. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. No need to be so formal. You're my superior officer now. I'll feel embarrassed if you don't act more authoritative. I'm just an upstart who volunteered for the military. I'll be relying on your extensive experience, Corporal Maeve. You're a different kind of troublesome superior compared to Sergeant Gavel. Maeve is a muscular man in his 40s or 50s with a shaved head and a slightly scary face. His chest hair was thick and poked out from his uniform, giving him a somewhat rough appearance. A superior needs to have a sense of dignity. You need to exude an aura that assures everyone that things will be fine under your command. I see. If a superior goes around bowing to their subordinates, it'll make everyone anxious. You need to interact with them with the same confident attitude you showed on the battlefield the other day. Confident. Maeve grinned and advised me as such. By the other day, does he mean when I killed Mr. Gorski? Even if he says to be confident. Remember that chilling smile you had? With a face like that, no one would dare to oppose you. Like this. No, that just looks like your cheeks are cramping. I tried the practiced business smile, but Maeve looked troubled. I wish I could naturally smile like Raytalu. Sorry, I was a bit excited at that time. I had lost someone important and lost control. I see. So, this is the real you. Yes. This is tricky. When I apologized, Maeve scratched his head. When a commander is young, we tend to worry if everything will be alright. Yes, I understand that feeling. But you had the presence to make your subordinates obey you. Unlike the sergeant, you had an intimidating aura, I guess. Maeve gave me a roundabout, carefully chosen suggestion. I didn't intend to come across as intimidating. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you could try to be like that. I understand. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. Well, there's no need to push yourself too hard. It'll be ridiculous if you end up spinning your wheels. On the battlefield, it's often better for soldiers to be consumed by hatred. In a sense, that's a given. It's only natural that those who are driven to kill the enemy perform better. Hey, at worst I'll just beat them into submission. I'll leave the healing to you. Please keep the corporal punishment to a minimum. With a bitter smile, I responded to Maeve's broad grin. Section. So, my wife finally had enough of me. Did your wife leave you then? Yeah. That was over 20 years ago. I was foolish back then, thinking I understood women. I guess it was the consequence of that arrogance. After chatting with him, I began to get a sense of who Maeve was. He had been quick-tempered in his youth and had a bad habit of getting into fights. Because of this, his wife left him and he was in a very rough state for a while. However, he was admonished by a traveling monk, reformed his ways, and began praying to God for forgiveness. Having turned over a new leaf, Maeve tried to find stable employment but was shunned in his hometown. So, he decided to enlist as a soldier in order to put his impressive physique to good use. I wanted to at least ensure the safety of my wife and children. I see. Well, I was also short on money. Afterward, Maeve continued to fight as a grenadier until he lost the fingers on his left hand. In terms of military service alone, it appears he has served longer than platoon leader Garbak. Even after his injury, he continued to contribute as a quartermaster in Austin. His achievements were so highly evaluated that he was dispatched to Sergeant Gavel's transport company as his advisor. It takes a great deal of trust for a veteran soldier to be chosen to be an assistant to a young commander. Maeve earned his position through a long history of contributions to the military. I wonder if my wife will ever forgive me. I'm sure she will if you apologize sincerely. I'd love to drink with my grown-up children if she does. Maeve said this wistfully as he wrapped up his story. Section. After finishing the interview with Maeve, I was about to return to the tent when... It's quite noisy outside. Is something happening? The camp suddenly became chaotic, with unsettling shouts echoing. It seemed something unusual had occurred. I'll go check it out. I'll come too. There might be a need for strength. Thank you. We must respond immediately if it's the enemy. I steeled myself and ran with Maeve toward the source of the commotion. I have a bad feeling about this. Section. Hey you damn bitch. Why are you opening the liquor box without permission? Puku. At the scene, RG was being restrained by soldiers in front of the food supplies. Puku. This damn woman. My bad feeling was right. I guess the stories about her having a penchant for stealing were true, as RG had attempted to steal some wine from the Touri company's warehouse. I felt a headache coming on. Hello. Oh, Maeve. And Lieutenant Touri too. I couldn't help but sigh. Is it normal for a grown adult to steal right after being assigned to a new position? Please tell me what happened. As you can see, this woman was secretly opening the liquor box. Puku puku puku. Thank you for the report. I will take it from here. Please. The soldier who restrained Argy stood up and saluted Maeve and I. After returning the salute, I turned back to Argy with an exasperated expression. Nurse Argy, you are suspected of embezzling military supplies. Do you have any explanation? Puku puku puku. Puku puku puku. Hey, are you mocking us? She had been caught in the act of theft and had sweat pouring down her forehead. Despite that, she didn't make any excuses and was just staring away, making puku puku sounds. I'll punch you if you keep this up. Eek. Argy, I would like you to explain the situation. Please speak in Austinian. Eep. Even when I tried to urge her to explain, she just shook her head with a frightened look on her face and whined. Occasionally, she would glance upward as if seeking protection. I'm at a loss for words. Grit your teeth. Puku. Such shallow appeal is probably unlikely to work on the battle-hardened Maeve. Are you going to hit me? Hit a nurse. Lieutenant Touri, may I do it? Puku puku. As expected of Maeve, he's someone you can rely on in situations like this. He understands that there are situations where you must not give in. Please wait a moment, Maeve. I'll talk to Argy. Understood. I stopped Maeve and turned to face Argy again. When someone does something wrong, they should be punished. This is true everywhere, not just in the military. However, I need to make her understand why she is being punished right now. We need to have a serious talk to get her to change her way of thinking. Argy, theft is a serious crime. If the supply inventory doesn't match, it will affect the unit's operations. Our allies might be killed if the march is delayed because of this. Eek. But it was just one bottle. Theft is a crime for which you can't complain even if you are beaten half to death. Please think about the meaning of soldiers being given priority in the distribution of food while the general public is suffering from food shortages. First, she needs to understand why it's wrong. Rather than immediately resorting to violence, we need to have a dialogue and get her to reflect on her actions. Puku puku. In order for you to understand the seriousness of the situation, you will be punished. Do you understand? P.S. I'll report it to the head of the medical department. Assaulting a nurse is unacceptable. I will request my dispatch be cancelled. Eek. I thought I'd explained it in my own way, but Argy only argued back. She showed no sign of remorse and seemed intent on pushing through her demands. Lieutenant, it might be faster to hit her first and then talk. Phew, phe. Don't spit all over me. What's up with this nurse? Is this the result of her personality being twisted due to the violence she endured? Or did she end up like this because of her inherent nature? Which one is it? Eek. Don't struggle, you damn bastard. If she has been distorted as a result of being assaulted, there is room for sympathy. But, in a situation like this, what would platoon leader Garbak do? Maeve, could you please handle this? Got it. If you committed theft of food in Garbak platoon, you'd likely be beaten half to death. Or maybe 9/10. I personally don't like corporal punishment, but it's also true that it can be useful for training newcomers. Get a grip, you little shit. Pooah. The problem is, will she hold a grudge against me and do something strange to me? It would be a disaster if poison were mixed into our food. Don't get cocky, you thief. Gia. Maeve grabbed Argy's shoulder and mercilessly slammed his fist into her body. The dull sound of flesh being hit echoed through the camp. Ooh. What are you sleeping for? Get up. The dull thuds continued to echo through the camp. Seeing someone being beaten isn't exactly pleasant. It was heartbreaking to see Argy bleeding, vomiting, and begging for help. This is the first time I had ever administered corporal punishment. I judged it was necessary for her training, but did I have no responsibility in this? Ouch, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I swear. Shut up. I knew about her tendency to steal, but I failed to take preventive measures. At the very least, I should have at least given her a stern warning. I should also reflect on my own failure to do so. Sniff, sniff. I guess this is about right. A few minutes later, Argy lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Her entire body was swollen red, looking as pitiful as a salted fish. She resembled how I was when I was a rookie. Help, please. Treat me, fix me up. No. As punishment, you will stand as you are for 3 hours. Until then, you will not be allowed to receive any medical treatment. Argy stared at me with a look of disbelief. We had to stand for half a day in Garbak platoon, so I was being a bit lenient here. Hey, nurse, don't ever do something like this again. Stand there and reflect on your actions. This is so cruel. This is too much. Argy continued to cry, glaring at both Maeve and me. Despite being ordered to stand, she showed no sign of trying to get up. My leg is broken. How am I supposed to stand up? You can stand on one leg. Tough it out for 3 hours. I won't treat you until due. Impossible, it's impossible. She will probably hold a grudge. After being thoroughly beaten, I also used to harbor complaints about platoon leader Garbak in my mind. Though, this might also be an important task for superiors. Then stay there, stuck to the ground and die. Maeve. I have one more request. Oh, what is it, Lieutenant Touri? I still don't know how to behave as a superior officer. If anything, I prefer speaking on the same level as my peers. Also, since I didn't give Argy a prior warning, I too should receive a punishment. That's why. The fault of a subordinate is also the fault of their superior. Yes? I'd like to request that I receive the same corporal punishment as Argy. What? I'll allow myself to be beaten up for a change. Come to think of it, there was a time before when Lakia locked herself in the bathroom and missed the meeting on time, and I got beaten up in front of my subordinates. After that incident, the members of the Touri medical platoon started to listen to what I said. Lieutenant Touri, it's collective responsibility. If Argy does something wrong in the future, I will also receive the same punishment. Puku. So please, make sure to control yourself, Argy. Argy is looking at me as if to say, is this girl out of her mind? But this is not unusual. The practice of collective responsibility, where not just the guilty but even uninvolved others are held accountable, is common in the military. It can be quite mentally taxing to be held responsible not only for yourself but also for unrelated people. Moreover, by accepting corporal punishment myself, I can lessen any resentment Argy might feel towards me. Well then, Maeve. I'll teach Argy how to take corporal punishment. Also, I'm used to corporal punishment, so I have a high tolerance for pain. I can't even remember how many times I was beaten in Garbak platoon. Don't hold back, Maeve. It's necessary. Understood. Please don't hold a grudge. Yes. Please make sure to administer the punishment equally, as you did with Argy. Maeve nodded and clenched his fists tightly with a determined look. Section. The punishment was quite effective. How is it? You can stand surprisingly well even with broken bones. You're staggering. Despite looking confused, Maeve mercilessly smacked me across the face. Both of us, who were similarly beaten up, huddled together and looked up at the sky. Hasn't it been 3 hours already? There's still an hour left. Are you an idiot? Oh, you're insulting your superior. I'll give you additional punishment. Standing like this reminds me of my time with the Garbak platoon. Back then, platoon leader Garbak would watch from the tent, and Senior Alan and Rodri would come by to tease me. Now, those memories are just nostalgic. Commander, why do you seem a little happy about being beaten up? Is this your hobby? Of course not. I was just reminiscing a little about the past. That's how I was trained as a rookie, making mistakes repeatedly, being educated, and accumulating important lessons with each beating. If platoon leader Garbak were still alive, would I still be getting beaten today? More importantly, Argy, have you reflected on your actions? Puku, you will be disciplined in the same manner if you do it again. Be prepared. The same thing will happen to you. If Argy can stop stealing, this kind of injury is a small price to pay. Argy looked at my swollen face with a disgusted expression. She seemed unable to understand. So when can I drink wine? Wine is a luxury item, and you can't drink it every day on the front lines. It's provided for special occasions, so enjoy it on those days. At night, before bed, when I'm scared. I can't sleep without alcohol. If that happens, I can listen to you if you're comfortable with it. Relying on alcohol won't lead to good results. For starters, there probably aren't many people in Austin today who are wealthy enough to drink wine every day. Military supplies are prioritized, so some entertainment industries have ceased. Even a single bottle of wine Argy tried to steal is a valuable item. Pua. Oh, right. Argy, let's have a little chat. A chat? I turned to Argy and said, "Can you tell me a bit about yourself?" And so, we had a slow and thoughtful discussion under the night sky. Chapter 144. Good morning, Lieutenant Touri. Oh. The next morning, Sergeant Gavel entered my tent with an exasperated expression. Good morning, Sergeant Gavel. Yeah. Maeve told me about what happened yesterday. Are you an idiot? He started scolding me right away. Are you talking about the matter with Argy? Yes. What's with you getting beaten up? Well, I thought it was one way to handle the situation. Collective responsibility is not an uncommon punishment in the military. It helps foster a mutual understanding among comrades to avoid wrongdoing and to look out for each other. Since Argy is a nurse under my direct command, I thought it was not wrong for me to share in the punishment. It's a bad look for a company commander to be beaten to a pulp and forced to stand. I decided it would be best to punish Argy while keeping her from becoming disgruntled. You feel pain too, right? Well, a little. Then, hearing my explanation, Sergeant Gavel mumbled as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he just sighed with a resigned look on his face. Since Argy is my direct subordinate, I want to have a relationship where we can share our pain. If we go by that logic, then if one of my subordinates messes up, I'll get beaten up too. Oh. Well, I guess that's how it is. You've created a nasty precedent. It's a real nuisance. After muttering that, Sergeant Gavel sat down brusquely and started working. Feeling a bit awkward, I also took a seat. Seeing you getting beaten up really bothers me. Bothers you? It makes me feel really guilty. If possible, please don't do it again. Sergeant Gavel, sitting across from me, muttered softly. Section. In the end, he was probably worried about me. I've gotten used to corporal punishment, but normally being beaten up would be painful. Oh, there's some commotion at camp. The morning continued as it was, with Sergeant Gavel and I doing some paperwork. Thanks to our efforts over the past few days, we had managed to get through more than half of it, leaving only a few days' worth of work remaining. Do you hear the sound of music? Yes, I do. During lunch, I stretched to take a short break. I noticed that I could hear the sound of a stringed instrument being played coming from the soldiers' camp. Let's go check it out. Lieutenant Touri should come too. Do I have to? Yes, it's a patrol. We've just had a case of some idiot sneaking out alcohol, haven't we? Sergeant Gavel stood up and cracked his shoulders, possibly using the patrol as a break from work. All right then, let's go. It's probably just some soldiers having fun. He chuckled and headed out of the tent. It is not prohibited to play musical instruments on the battlefield during breaks. In fact, music is recognized as an effective way to boost morale. There's even a dedicated unit known as the military band for this purpose. Oh, there are soldiers gathered around that tree. Perhaps someone is holding a performance. As we stepped outside, the beautiful sound of the string instrument became clearer. It was a calm and uplifting melody. It's a guitar. Someone is playing the guitar. Drawn by the music, we walked towards the source. The performance was quite skillful. Let's take a moment to enjoy it. Section. Humans are creatures that feel pain. That's why everyone struggles to escape pain and suffering. I see. But, I once met a boy who seemed completely unable to feel pain. In the center of the group was a man wearing a hat pulled down low, playing and singing with a leaf in his mouth. It's called congenital analgesia. When exposed to overwhelming stress, A person's senses become dulled. Oh. Strictly speaking, he does feel pain, but he loses the reversion to pain, so to speak. Looking at the man up close, he was a middle-aged man with a mustache, grey hair, and a distinctive, deep voice. He chatted with the surrounding soldiers while smiling enigmatically. Well, it's about time for me to start singing. It's a story from over 10 years ago. In a remote village before the East-West War began, he began strumming his guitar. His good. In the back alleys of a poor neighborhood, the old man met a boy with congenital analgesia. He had scars from burns and punctures all over his body, and with a large screw stuck in his cheek, he was prostrating himself on the side of the road, begging for money. The middle-aged man had his eyes closed while playing the guitar and singing. Many soldiers surrounded him with curious looks on their faces. Who is he? I don't know. Oh no. It's a suspicious person. Someone I didn't recognize had broken into my unit's camp and is holding a concert. I remember the faces of all my subordinates, but I have never seen this man before. One day the boy was arrested. He was accused of theft. All he had been doing was begging on the street. He was punished without question because they assumed, since he's a beggar, he must steal things too. Even though his body didn't feel pain, his heart was hurt. What happened to the boy's pride and true nature? He wasn't really doing anything wrong, but it's problematic to have an unknown person in our camp. Whether he is military personnel or a civilian worker, I need to verify his identity. He might even be a spy. Excuse me, I am Lieutenant Touri Noel, in charge of this camp. May I ask who you are? Oh, you're the one. I'm sorry for the disturbance. I'm not a suspicious person. When I called out to him timidly, the middle-aged man smiled brightly. He then stood up and saluted. It's nice to meet you, Lieutenant Touri. I'm Corporal Noel, a sapper. I've been assigned here as of today. Oh. He introduced himself. Corporal Noel? I've heard that name before. Yes, that's me. I arrived early, so I was just mingling with future comrades. I knew the name. Noel was scheduled for an interview later this afternoon. He arrived early and was waiting at the camp. Lieutenant, what do you think? Would you like to stay and listen? Well, all right then. Yes, please enjoy. Noel is apparently a very experienced soldier in his field. He is said to handle any given task well and is quite capable. Since I had some free time, I joined Noel's performance and found it quite enjoyable. He seemed very practiced and his singing was clear and easy to understand. My blood as an entertainer was boiling, but the atmosphere wasn't right for me to jump in, so I just quietly watched. He's quite skilled. Corporal Noel has experience as a member of a military band. Really? He's a highly experienced veteran with more military experience than Corporal Maeve. I was so excited when my application was approved. During the performance, Sergeant Gavel whispered to me, Noel is a rare, highly experienced veteran in Austin, right? Of all the personnel we were able to get this time, he's the best pick. Take good care of him. I understand. At first glance, he looks like just a skinny old man with graying hair. But according to Sergeant Gavel, he's a remarkable person, perhaps too good to be my subordinate. So that's it for the story today. Thank you for listening. That was interesting. Thank you. From the way Noel was bowing and smiling around, it was hard to imagine his excellence. To me, he just seems like a nice and humble old man. That was truly wonderful. Let's have a meal together, old man. I appreciate the offer, but I need to go and introduce myself to the lieutenant now. The lieutenant is right there. Isn't the song enough of an introduction? Well, I really should have a proper interview. Noel smiled wryly and gave me a small wink. According to Sergeant Gavel, the man he considers to be the best pick is Corporal Noel. Thank you for your consideration, Corporal Noel. Please come to my tent. Yes, understood, Lieutenant. At the very least, I think he's a friendly person. It should be easy to work with him. Since I tend to be rather unsociable, it feels like he'll balance that out. See you later, old man. Yes, see you later. It's Noel's first day at the unit and he's already beginning to blend in with the rest of the team. So, what kind of person is he? Section. Ha ha ha, it's troubling that you overestimate me like that. I'm just a weak and cowardly old man. I have heard many stories about your wonderful achievements, Lieutenant Touri. I am truly lucky to have had the opportunity to fight under you. It is something I will be proud of for the rest of my life. Even when speaking with him directly, Nauman is a rather elusive character. He answered politely and respectfully, cracking some light jokes without being rude. Corporal Nauman will lead the sapper platoon. Yes, understood. I'll do my best with my limited ability. Sergeant Gavel had also applied for several other sappers in addition to Nauman. This was because he felt that a certain number of sappers was necessary to allow for a greater range of operations to be carried out. Unfortunately, most of them are newcomers, and Nauman will likely be the main force. Yes, that's right, Sergeant Gavel. Yes, Corporal Nauman. If you're free tonight, would you like to join us at the commissary? I'm planning to invite some other soldiers too. Let's get to know each other better. As he was leaving, Nauman cheerfully asked Sergeant Gavel. Sergeant Gavel's eyebrows twitched slightly. All right, I'll keep that in mind. But aren't you forgetting to invite our company commander? Well, the lieutenant is, you know. See, the lieutenant looks a bit sulky now. I'm not sulking. The commissary is essentially a place for selling goods and socializing. If I, as a superior officer, were to attend such an event, the alcohol was sure to taste bad. So, there's absolutely no reason to be unhappy about not being invited. Ahaha, I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention to leave Lieutenant Touri out, so please don't misunderstand. It's fine. Sergeant Gavel, please enjoy yourself to your heart's content. Please don't be sulky. But the commissary right now is a bit, you know? Nauman began to explain with an apologetic look, as if reluctant to talk. If there's an issue with the commissary, what could it be? Is there something wrong with the commissary? Ah, well, you can probably guess. With the decrease in luxury items, you can imagine what the main products are. Oh, women. There are soldiers who buy women there. The atmosphere would freeze if we brought Lieutenant Touri along. I see. The commissary was originally a place mainly for selling goods, but now there are almost no products for sale. So, it was expected what kind of activities might be going on. I'm not into that sort of thing. I'm already married, so I intend to enjoy my meal as usual. Eating delicious food with comrades is an important ritual. Right. Let those who want to buy women do as they please. Let's just have a good time together. Nauman extended his hand to Sergeant Gavel with a sardonic smile. Although hesitant for a moment, Sergeant Gavel shook his hand. Have a good time, Sergeant Gavel. I'm not interested in women. I'm just going to tag along. Sure. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Sergeant Gavel looked away and began making excuses. I had forgotten because he was so reliable, but now that I think about it, Sergeant Gavel is younger than me. Have you never had such experiences? What are you asking? I just thought your reaction was unusually innocent. Shut up, stop poking me. When I teased him playfully, he blushed deeply and turned away. He's still quite innocent in this regard for his age. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't be so careless as to rush in naked. What? Sometimes, there are people who trick new recruits into charging into a male brothel completely naked. What's with that? That's so scary. There's no guarantee that there aren't people like Senior Grey out there, so I warned Sergeant Gavel. This kind of atmosphere feels nostalgic. It really makes me feel like I'm back on the front line. Charging into such a room with dreams and ulterior motives while naked is quite a terrible prank. You've been busy with work for the past few days. Try to unwind tonight, Sergeant Gavel. Yeah. Well, I'm just going along for the company. Even if it's just for company, you'll benefit from enjoying yourself. He must be quite tired, so it would be good for Sergeant Gavel to take a break. The remaining paperwork should be something I can handle alone. Well then, I'll head out. Take care. I hope it helps him unwind, even just a little. Section. Oh, welcome back, Sergeant Gavel. I thought that, but you're back quite early. Shut up. Sergeant Gavel returned to the tent with a flushed face in less than an hour. Something must have went wrong. Did you really end up in a male brothel or something? It wasn't like that. With his face still red, he unceremoniously spread out his sleeping bag. Without even looking at me, he lay down and began to fall asleep. I heard later that it was Sergeant Gavel's first sexual encounter. He was taken to a place more risque than he had imagined by Naumann and, unable to endure it, had fled. Having just graduated from the military academy, he must still be in his innocent phase. Chapter 145. A week had passed since I applied for reinforcements. Finally, 100 new recruits were assigned to the Touri Guerilla Company. Yes, you're healthy. There's no problem. Puku puku. From early in the morning, men in shiny military uniforms lined up in front of my tent. This was the line for health checkups. It is the commander's responsibility to conduct health checkups for the new recruits. Normally, this would be a job that could be given to Arji, our dispatched nurse, but she is unable to perform the duties due to her fear of men. So, as the medic, I reluctantly had to do it. Your physical condition is fine, but your old wounds are quite noticeable. Puku pew. When did you get this gunshot wound? Pukusu. Incidentally, Arji was assigned to be in charge of the medical records behind me. Even if she couldn't conduct the health checkups, she could at least handle the records. No issues here. Puku. Fortunately, there were no soldiers who seemed to have any health problems. The only problem is the suspicious nurse Arji, who keeps saying puku puku next to me. Could you please speak normally, Arji? Puku, it's too much effort to talk. Recently, I've somehow begun to understand what Arji is saying. As long as the conversation is short, we can communicate without any problems. This must be the result of the interview. It's a step forward as a company commander. Section. After the health checkups, the enlistment ceremony was scheduled to take place in the evening. The plan was for me to give a speech, read the orders aloud, sing the national anthem, and have the platoon leaders give their greetings. It's tedious, but it's an important ceremony that cannot be skipped. I remember having to listen to long speeches at my enlistment ceremony, but I never thought I'd be the one giving the speech. There will be a welcome party in the evening. I've prepared some snacks and drinks. Puku. You managed to get supplies. When a unit is formed, they are usually allowed to indulge some luxury items. After the enlistment ceremony, there will be a fun party, a celebration for the formation of the Touri Guerilla Company. Each member will receive a bottle of wine, biscuits, and dried meat. We decided to let each platoon hold their own party. It will be more enjoyable for the soldiers to drink with their comrades who will share their hardships and joys. You prepared the wine for this occasion? Yeah. If some idiot had stolen the wine, we would have had to postpone it. Puku puku. I heard it's common to serve alcohol when a new unit is formed. The idea is to strengthen the unit's cohesion and boost morale with alcohol. Leave the preparations to me. Why don't you go around the camp and show your face, Lieutenant Touri? Show my face. People will be surprised if a tiny girl suddenly starts giving the speech. Go let them know you're the company commander. Pukusu kusu. Sergeant Gavel frowned as he said this. Soldiers don't like following someone younger than themselves. There was a lot of dissatisfaction in my case. Is that so? You're not bad looking, so go and earn some goodwill. With that, he chased me out of the tent. Section. Following Sergeant Gavel's advice, I decided to go and show my face at the soldiers' camp. In all things, it is safest to follow the example of your predecessors. Hello, everyone. Oh, you're the medic from the health checkup. In the camp, soldiers were digging into the ground with shovels or hammering wooden planks into the earth. Soldiers often sleep sitting up, and those who find it more comfortable make backrests out of dirt and wood. I've also often seen quartermasters leaning against the carts while sleeping. What's the matter? Are you staying here too? I've heard medics usually stay in tents. Want me to help you set them up? No, I already have a tent. I'm just here to see how things are going. Got it. Infantrymen have their own way of life. Soldiers are not merely pawns who follow orders. Each one has their own personality, way of life, and beliefs. Because the life of an infantryman is harsh, it's essential to communicate with them. You all are the new members of the company, right? That's right. We'll be counting on you. Our lives are in your hands, medic. Yes. I will do my best to serve you. When I spoke to a soldier who looked like a platoon leader, he responded with a smile. His face had deep-set features, but he gave off a friendly vibe. You're quite young. Were you conscripted in Win? No, I've been serving since the Western Front. Oh, you survived that hell too? Yes. You're pretty lucky. He laughed heartily and patted me on the shoulder. It was a bit rough, but I could tell he meant it in a friendly way. The truth is, I'm also a survivor from the Western Front. Really? I was holed up in the trenches on the southern side, facing Win. I thought I was dead when the front lines were breached. That must have been tough. Yeah, everyone in my unit died. I was the only one who survived. That must have been hard for you. Nowadays, soldiers who survived the Western Front are far and few between. He's overly friendly with his superior officer, but maybe he's just excited to meet a comrade who went through that hell with him. So, I listened to his story without minding it. Actually, our platoon leader was a complete idiot. Everyone else died because of him. An idiot? Yeah. Even though we were surrounded, he obediently waited for orders from the higher-ups without moving. I see. At that time, information was so chaotic that the higher-ups weren't in a position to give any orders. I sensed that and escaped on my own. And then that idiot platoon leader shot at me. Can you believe it? He shot his own comrade. The soldier looked smug and began bragging about disobeying orders. Deserting in the face of the enemy is a serious crime. Hearing such a story, I should reprimand him. That's a violation of orders. Of course it was a violation of orders. But the ones who followed orders and didn't flee were wiped out. The platoon leader seems to have been killed as well, and never returned to Win. I wouldn't be here today if I had strictly followed orders. I think you should prioritize your own life over the orders of your superiors in times of crisis. And does that align with being a soldier? That's naive. You won't survive with that attitude, girl. After saying this, he looked around for a moment before whispering in my ear. The superior officer isn't always right. From what I've heard, the company commander here is still a brat. Apparently he's a 15-year-old rich kid straight out of the military academy. Oh, is that so? Or maybe he's 17. Either way, he's a young commander promoted through connections. I suppose that's true. This soldier must not have realized I'm that very company commander. He probably hasn't noticed the rank insignia on my shoulder. Maybe he was overlooked because I'm wearing a medical uniform. It's unbearable to be given such stupid orders by a brat who doesn't even know the basics of the battlefield. Stupid orders. Without a doubt, I can make better decisions than that kid. I'm sure the young company commander who was promoted through connections he's talking about is me. It looks like there is some conflicting information. Perhaps it's due to rumors about Sergeant Gavel getting mixed up. It's best to just run away when you think you're going to die. After all, you only have one life. That's how I survived. I don't particularly mind being called a rich kid or being called someone with connections. But his statement about not intending to follow orders from superiors is rather concerning. It would be a problem if people didn't listen to what I had to say when the time came. While I was racking my brains trying to think of what to do. Enough already, you idiot. Ouch. Suddenly, a man intervened and punched the boasting soldier. One of the soldier's teeth flew out, and blood splattered on the ground. What the hell? How cowardly can you be? Who are you to hit me? If you value your life, then get lost right now, you're in the way. The man who intervened was a scary-looking soldier in his 30s. He somewhat reminded me of platoon leader Garbak. Punching someone out of nowhere, what's wrong with you? Those who serve in the military and carry the expectations of the people on their shoulders shouldn't put themselves first. You damn coward. What did you say? The soldier who had been hit got up with his face flushed red in anger. However, the scary soldier shows no signs of backing down. I don't have to take this from you. Having a man like you around will lower morale. The two men became enraged and started exchanging blows. The situation was so sudden that I lost the opportunity to intervene. Someone who follows orders knowing they're going to die may be brave, but at the same time, they're stupid, brainless idiot. Our country is in dire straits, yet you still prioritize your life. How cowardly. It's pathetic. I'll teach you a lesson. I don't care if you're an idiot, but don't drag me into this. Now, what should I do? The other soldiers around me either appeared uninterested or were just watching as bystanders. It looks like I'm the only one who can stop the fight. Hey, they're really fighting. Someone go get the company commander. That's right. Could you please report back to the company commander, medic? He should be in the tent up ahead. Ha! I was ordered by a bystander to call the company commander. In other words, it's an issue that needs to be resolved by the company commander. Please calm down, both of you. Stay out of this, girl. Ouch. I cautiously tried to get in between them, but I got caught up in it and got hit with an elbow. Trying to break up a fight with my build was reckless. Are you okay, medic? You carelessly got too close. Sorry. But there's no use lamenting what I lack. If I can't settle this physically, I should leave it to my subordinates. Can someone please call Corporal Maeve? I think he can stop the fight. No, that's why we should call the company commander. It's a fight between platoon leaders, so it needs to be settled by someone higher up. That won't be necessary. I'm the company commander. I showed my rank insignia to one of the bystanders to show that I was a superior officer. The soldier's face stiffened in surprise. Later, I learned that the lieutenant's rank insignia was obscured by the Red Cross armband, making it hard to see. Hey you two, it was the company commander you pushed away just now. What? Hearing the soldiers shout, the two stopped fighting. With a blank expression, I pulled on my rank insignia to show it clearly. I see. I should have asserted my authority from the beginning. Look at the company commander. She's tearing up from the hit. She looks like she's in a lot of pain. I'm not really crying, though. Since I got hit near my tear ducts, it was a physiological reaction causing the tears. It definitely wasn't because I was crying. What? Isn't that girl the dispatched medic for this company? Is this some kind of joke? I heard the company commander is quite young. But a girl? Isn't she too young? Is really this okay? There was a murmur of unease among the surrounding soldiers. Even after showing my rank insignia, they looked skeptical about me being the company commander. Are you really the company commander? Yes. How did a young girl become a company commander? Well, it's a long story. The two stopped fighting and stared at me. Their reactions don't seem very favorable. I sensed confusion and distrust. Without a doubt, I am the company commander. Okay. The matter regarding this quarrel will be dealt with later. Both of you report to my tent after the enlistment ceremony. Understood. As I said this, I put my hand on my right cheek to heal it. How should I deal with the soldier who confessed to disobeying orders? According to military regulations, desertion in the face of the enemy is punishable by death. However, I doubt Austin has the luxury to execute a survivor of the Western Front. For now, I'll give him a severe warning and await judgment from the higher-ups. Heal. Oh, you really are a medic? Yes, I used to work as a medic. Due to certain circumstances, I was assigned to a position where I will be in charge of commanding you all. A medic becoming an infantry commander? That's unusual. The stern-looking platoon leader saluted and continued to scrutinize me suspiciously. It's understandable. It really is an unusual personnel move if you think about it normally. Recently, I happened to achieve some military success. In line with the principle of reward and punishment, I was promoted. Oh, what kind of military achievements have you achieved, Lieutenant? If you don't mind, could you tell us? Yes. I was behind the enemy who launched the surprise attack, so I threatened them. It was just luck. Luck. I was simply lucky to achieve results in battle. That's how I explained the process of how I became a company commander. Wait, are you the medic who was once in Major Verdi's unit? Ha! Well, It's true that I was previously a member of Verdi Company, even during that Verdi magic incident. Yes. One of the onlookers got excited and rushed towards me. When I was wondering what was happening and looked around in confusion, I knew it. Are you perhaps the lucky Carrie? It's true, she's the lucky Carrie. She really exists. Just like the stories said, a doll-like medic. The surroundings suddenly became lively. The name Lucky Carrie was chanted, and a deafening cheer erupted. Section. So, Lieutenant Touri, what are you doing? A handshake event. This was unexpected. I never imagined that the rumor of Lucky Carrie had spread this far. Lieutenant. Over here, please. All right. As soon as it was revealed that I was the Lucky Carrie, soldiers surged towards me, nearly crushing me. Was I really that popular, this Lucky Carrie? Thank you so much. Next person, please. Thank you very much, Commander. I'm sorry to bother you, but could I please pat your head? Ah, sure. Everyone was crowding around, trying to touch me or pull at my hair, creating a chaotic scene. Feeling like I might get crushed, I ordered everyone to line up in an orderly fashion. A long line quickly formed. Commander Touri, I would like to put it in an amulet. Could I have a strand of your hair as a good luck charm? I'm not really comfortable with that. Commander Touri, may I have permission to give you a hug? I'm sorry, but hugs are not allowed. It's like an idle handshake event. I don't think I have that much luck to offer. Is this what you think a commanding officer should look like? I don't think so. Sergeant Gavel watched me and the soldiers in line with disbelief. Well, I guess that's the reaction you'd get if a company commander who went around to say hello held a handshake event. It's just that. There's no other company as lucky as this one. It's hard not to be motivated when you're led by the goddess of luck. Hurrah for the adorable commander. The morale of the unit was high, even though it wasn't what I had expected. So, I thought I might as well go along with this direction. We are the lucky company. I feel safe with her in the lead. The soldiers' fanatical enthusiasm felt a bit like a religion, which made me a little uneasy. But it's definitely a better situation than being looked down on and not listened to because of my age. Why is she able to manage things better than I am? Sergeant Gavel was clearly disheartened as he looked at the soldiers. Chapter 146. Are you enjoying yourself, Nauman? Oh, Lieutenant. That evening, as a celebration for the formation of the unit, wine and sweets were distributed to each soldier. May I join you? Yes, of course. I'm glad you could make it. This platoon seems to be the most relaxed one. Sergeant Gavel is also seated with his reinforced platoon members. Everyone's eyes lit up as they enjoyed a drink for the first time in a while, and they all seemed to be having a good time. Welcome to the Nauman Sapper platoon. Thank you for having me. However, whenever I make an appearance, the excitement turns into frenzy. Perhaps because the alcohol had loosened their self-control, they almost started touching me all over. Just as I was starting to feel fed up with all that, I noticed Nauman platoon drinking in a chic, grown-up atmosphere, so I went in to join in. Lieutenant, do you have any alcohol? I'm not old enough to drink yet. Oh, is that so? The lieutenant has such a dignified presence that sometimes I forget you're so young. Laughing, Nauman seated me at the upper end of the table and toasted with his own canteen. The members of the platoon seemed to be drinking quietly, following Nauman's example. This seat is comfortable. I heard there was a fight during the day. How did it turn out? Ah, they were appropriately dealt with. Oh, how scary. The soldier who started the fight was only given a verbal warning. While being quick-tempered isn't good, it wasn't a major offense. The problem was the soldier who got punched, as there were suspicions of him fleeing in the face of the enemy. I heard one of them was called to headquarters. What will happen to him? Nothing at all. He was summoned to headquarters and interrogated. There, he stated that he had advised me, a young lieutenant, to run away if necessary out of concern for my safety. He claimed that his supposed desertion was just a story to make his point more convincing. Apparently, the higher-ups accepted his statement and he only received the usual disciplinary action. Austin can't afford to waste any soldiers right now. Indeed. They would have had to execute him if they didn't go with that story. The fact that such a flimsy excuse was accepted suggests that headquarters also wanted to avoid an execution. Section. It seems that Lieutenant Touri managed to repel a surprise attack by Sebastian soldiers using only a transport unit. Yes. The quartermasters fought well. Well, it's really impressive. I wish I could have seen their heroic deeds. At the party, Naumann lightly praised me. It wasn't in a flattering manner, but more like a father praising his daughter. So, how does it feel to achieve such a great success? It must be something to be proud of. No. I'm just full of regrets that I could have done better. What a driven person you are. Let's toast to our excellent commander. Thank you. But he wasn't just praising me. I felt that Naumann was subtly assessing my capability. If you're a veteran, you should be able to tell the quality of your commander to some extent. He is probably using this party to see if I'm trustworthy. We are truly fortunate to be able to fight under you. Actually, I'm the one who is fortunate to have a veteran like you assigned to my unit. Oh no, not at all. Naumann looked straight at me and smiled, as if he could see deep into my eyes. His probing manner was quite crafty, making him seem very reliable. Naumann, you're easy to talk to, and that helps a lot. Oh, what do you mean by that? As you can see, I'm not very expressive. Everyone else approaches me with caution. Another feature of Naumann is his pleasant demeanor. Adolescent girls, especially someone as unsociable as me, are naturally difficult to talk to. Naumann is good at grasping the sense of distance. Do you not find it difficult to talk to a girl my age? Not at all. My eldest daughter is about the same age as you, Lieutenant. Is that so? Thinking about it makes me want to see her. I hope we can end this war soon and return home. I'm counting on you, Lieutenant. Yes, I'll try my best. As he sipped his wine, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he began bragging about his daughter. It is considered bad luck to brag about your daughter on the battlefield, but Naumann doesn't seem to mind. He didn't come to touch me, so I guess he's not a superstitious person. Do you miss your daughter after all? I do. It's already been 5 years since my daughter came crying to me and said, "Don't go, Daddy." I see. She should be growing into a fine young lady by now. I really want to see her. He pulled out a photo of a young girl and gave it a nostalgic kiss. The photograph is old and faded, but it appears to have been well looked after and was in good condition. Oh, by the way, Lieutenant, I'm planning on buying a present for my daughter. Do you have any suggestions? A present? I hear there are captured items from Flamel at the supply depot. I was thinking of sending her some crafts or accessories. Naumann treasures his family and regularly exchanges letters and presents with them. I'm sure he's a good father at home. Well, how about a Flamel doll or something? A doll, huh? Do girls your age still play with dolls? At least, I do. I still sometimes play with dolls. You do? I still play with dolls occasionally as a way to practice my art. I intend to become a healer and entertainer once the war is over, so I will not slack off on my training. A girl who plays with dolls is the company commander. Yes, that's right. Wow. You have a cute side to you, Lieutenant Touri. Thank you. When I declared that I play with dolls, everyone from the Naumann platoon looked at me strangely. Is playing with dolls really that odd? Puppet shows are nothing to scoff at. Puppet show? If you don't mind, I could put on a little performance. While the sappers looked at me with puzzled expressions, I took out the doll I had prepared from my bag. Originally, I intended to make a living as a traveling entertainer. I captivated the children of the orphanage with ventriloquist puppet shows in the past. Even the professional Arunoma praised me, and I was feared as the clockwork doll princess. Oh, a puppet show? I'm confident I can exceed your expectations. Section. The fox said, there was a rabbit skinned, impaled, and exposed on the night of the full moon. Wow. As expected, my puppet show was a big hit. Party tricks are one of the few skills I can confidently say I'm good at. Surely no one in Austin can outdo me in puppet shows. This is tough. The guitar performance I was planning pales in comparison. Lieutenant Touri has a smile on her face. So the lieutenant does smile, doesn't she? Party tricks are amazing. After I performed the puppet show, the attitudes of the members of Nauman platoon softened. Section. The day after the enjoyable party. Apparently, we're part of a propaganda unit whose purpose is to boost morale. We started the day with training in the form of a mock battle. Firstly, I wanted to ascertain the current skill level of the soldiers. They call themselves a guerrilla company, but in reality, we're just a reserve force. Damn, all that tension was for nothing. We are a guerrilla company, essentially a jack-of-all-trades unit. I can't even imagine what kind of operations we will be forced to carry out from now on. A high level of training is required to handle the diverse tasks we might face. Got you. However, the reality is not so kind. Of the 101 soldiers, 74 were freshly conscripted and virtually amateurs. It seems they were recruited without any training, with an emphasis on replenishment speed. I can't do it anymore. I can't move my body. My legs hurt, and I have no strength in my arms. Training is impossible when most of the unit is composed of amateurs. The first day's practical training was disastrous, with most soldiers dropping out by noon. Let's switch to stamina training for the afternoon. Why yes. If things continue like this, it will be impossible to even carry out training, let alone execute missions. So I decided to put practical training on hold and focus on improving their stamina first. Puku. We are conducting joint training with the sapper platoon led by Nauman. Puku. No, you need to build up your stamina too, Arji. Arji and I joined the training of Nauman platoon. Arji, using her fear of men as an excuse, was making burbling sounds, but I forced her to participate. Training is a matter of life and death, so she couldn't skip it. However, yes, 1-2, 1-2. Hey you guys, don't look. During training, her chest kept bouncing. The young sappers were captivated by the sight of Arji's glamorous training appearance. Although she has some personality flaws, Arji is a stunningly beautiful woman. Gulp. Puku. The sight of her sweating and bouncing chest while training was quite a sight to behold. Now I understand why Arji doesn't want to train in front of everyone. Puku. Ah, sorry. Let's train together from now on. Perhaps due to the fear of being watched, Arji was in tears by the end of the training. I am filled with a feeling of regret. Puku. That's no good. Physical training is essential for your own sake, Arji. Puku. But as part of the unit, she needs to build her stamina. She will die if she doesn't have the physical strength to escape when the time comes. Puku. Yes, I will take that into consideration. Hey, Lieutenant Touri. After calming the angry Arji, I somehow convinced her to continue training. For her own sake, she has to persevere. What's the matter, Nauman? Can you understand what that girl is saying? Nauman looked at Arji and I with a puzzled expression. Now that I think about it, Arji's language is incomprehensible to those meeting her for the first time. Actually, I don't really understand it myself. Puku. I kind of just guess from her body language. I see. Although I can't grasp her words, I can infer her meaning from her expressions and gestures. Arji has a rather straightforward personality. Also, there's something I wanted to tell you. What is it, Nauman? Actually, Nauman took a quick look around. With a serious look on his face, he whispered some information to me. Section. This is a troubling, Sergeant Gavel. The soldiers aren't taking training seriously. Yeah, none of them are putting in any serious effort. According to what I heard from Nauman, there is a rumor going around that the Touri Guerilla Company is a propaganda unit that will not be used in actual combat. We don't have the luxury of keeping 150 people idle for propaganda purposes. Who the hell spread that nonsense? Could it be because of my reputation? The rumor about the lucky carry had spread more widely than expected. The rumor was that the military had established our guerrilla unit specifically for morale-boosting propaganda and entertainment events. That provided a highly convincing reason for why someone as young and inexperienced as myself was chosen to be the company commander. Because of that rumor, it seems like people are thinking, if I'm not going to go into combat, Then why bother training? Maybe I should have stayed as the company commander after all. I think so too. I have heard that the Touri Guerilla company will be deployed in combat as normal. It would be terrible if, at that time, people were to die due to lack of training. We need to find a way to punish those who slack off during training. But what kind of punishment? What should I do in this situation? I don't have the charisma to prevent others from slacking off during training. Who could offer advice in such times? I'll consult with someone I know. Who would that be? The first person that came to mind was Sergeant Dolman. He was an infantryman turned medic, with a military career spanning half his life. I was planning to find the right timing and visit him anyway. I have someone in mind, so don't worry. Got it. Since it's already late, I'll make an appointment for tomorrow. I should also meet Kale and explain to him that I'm safe. With these plans in mind, I was about to conclude my meeting with Sergeant Gavel when... Ah, Lieutenant Touri. There's a letter for you. A letter? Yes. I received a letter addressed to me from a guard in my company. When I looked at the sender of the letter... Hey, that letter. It's from Major Verdi. The letter handed to the guard was from Verdi. The envelope was stamped with Major Verdi's seal and written in solemn handwriting as a letter of communication. What does it say? He wants to talk tomorrow if I'm available. Verdi appears to have recovered from his injury and has resumed work. He wants to talk now that he's well. I'm sorry, but I will be reporting to Major Verdi tomorrow. May I leave the training to you? Do I need to come with you? He asks for me to come alone. Come to think of it, Sergeant Gavel is a big fan of Verdi. He idolized him as a hero. Please don't be jealous. It's likely about questions regarding our recent operation. As the commanding officer, it's only natural that I was called. I'm not jealous. Good to hear. Despite claiming not to be jealous, Sergeant Gavel gave me a lingering, resentful look. Is he suspicious of something? Just so you know, there's nothing going on between me and Major Verdi. What are you talking about? I thought you might be worried about that. I'm not. Sergeant Gavel's face turned bright red. Chapter 147. This is Lieutenant Touri Noel. I have come in response to your request. Ah. Thank you for coming, Lieutenant Touri. The next morning, I visited Verdi's tent. It seemed that the arrangements had been made, as I was allowed in without having to wait. Inside the tent, Verdi did not seem to be fully recovered. He had a bandage wrapped around his shoulder, his face was pale, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Good morning, Lieutenant Touri. Are you in good health? Yes. Fortunately, I am in good health. I see. For some reason, Verdi's tone was hesitant. He looked uneasy, shifting his gaze and avoiding eye contact. May I ask why you called me? Ah, yes, of course. The reason I called you today is nothing more than this. He then fell silent for a moment. After gathering his resolve, he looked up and said, I owe you an apology and my gratitude. An apology and gratitude? With that, he bowed his head to me. I made a serious mistake in my command the other day. As you know, it was regarding the gas attack. Gas attack? I was worried that the gas would cause collateral damage to our allies, so I reduced the number of personnel for the operation. I was overconfident that the enemy would not retaliate. Verdi said this while biting his lip. He continued to speak with an expression as if he were confessing his sins. It was the height of stupidity. As a result, the Sabatian army broke through our defense line and caused heavy damage. It was the worst possible outcome, diminishing Austin's advantage. Because of this, Private Lena Lee also lost her life. I had heard about your relationship with Lena Lee. She had reported happily that she had gained a new family member. At that time, Lena Lee was truly happy. Verdi then lowered his gaze and bit his lip. Lena Lee Lowe, the only sister of Rodri, who was supposed to become my younger sister. Lena Lee might have survived if only I had commanded properly. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Verdi apologized, saying that it was his mistake that caused her death. It seems that Verdi is treating me as the bereaved family of Lena Lee. On the contrary, your judgment was excellent. As soon as you understood the situation, You threatened the rear of the Sabatian army and defeated an enemy ace. Your judgment was truly flawless. In that situation, most commanders would have done the same. As for Mr. Gorski, the fact that I was able to kill the enemy ace and achieve such success was simply due to luck. No, I would have avoided combat if I were in your position. I would have watched idly as my allies were being shot. An officer should not start a battle without permission from above, and that is the proper decision to make. Verdi lifted his face and said this with a sad expression. I recall that Sergeant Gavel also made a similar judgment. Perhaps it's a matter of combat intuition, or as you say, luck. I think Lieutenant Touri possesses such qualities. Is that why Uncle promoted you to the position of company commander? I am truly sorry. Oh, please don't apologize. I feel very honored. I had made a promise to my cousin Arya when she was alive. You are a kind person. The more you carry, the more you end up hurting. I promised to make sure you could remain a private. I was taken aback by what Verdi said. Did Arya really care about me that much? Then, Major Verdi, you were trying to lower my rank as well? Yes. Thank you for your consideration. I later heard that Verdi had quite a fight with Renville when trying to lower my rank. He had to calm down Renville, who was furious about lowering the rank of a relative, and push through to demote me to a medical sergeant. By accepting the promotion, I ended up ruining all of Verdi's hard work. I have been approached by the head of the medical department, Ray Talu, and am currently negotiating to see if I can at least return you to the medical department. Thank you. However, I am fine with remaining an infantryman. I no longer have any hesitation about killing the enemy. I see. Verdi looked a little sad upon hearing this, but he quickly composed himself, cleared his throat lightly, and said, Then, Lieutenant Touri will be leading the Guerilla company for a while. There will be a training period, so please be fully prepared. Understood, Major. You will probably start off with transport missions, but don't underestimate them and do your best to complete them. When the decisive battle comes, you will likely participate as a guerrilla unit. Please train thoroughly. Understood. He gave me these orders. I returned the salute and looked up at Verdi. Since we were already discussing it, I should consult with Verdi as well. Major Verdi, regarding the training. What is it, Lieutenant Touri? Perhaps due to my youthful appearance, there is to be a rumor among the soldiers that we are a propaganda unit. Because of this, there are some soldiers who are not taking the training seriously. Ah, yeah, I see. Well, when I consulted about the issue of soldiers slacking off during training, Verdi's eyes wandered for a moment. I stared at him suspiciously, and sensed he was trying to hide something. Oh, no way. Of course, that's not the case, so please train them diligently. If necessary, I can arrange for specialized training instructors. Major Verdi. What is it? Is it really a propaganda unit? Wondering if that was the case, I looked at Verdi's face and could certainly see his agitation. I thought the propaganda unit thing was just a rumor. Well, I apologize. To be honest, when organizing your company, my uncle emphasized that promoting the Lucky Carry name to boost morale was one of our selling points. I see. It's true that there is a propaganda aspect. However, we expect the soldiers to go into actual combat, so please make sure they train properly. Verdi conveyed this with a vague smile. Well, that rumor certainly could be a good propaganda tool if used effectively. The military uses whatever is available. The soldiers' morale cannot be underestimated. Touri may have her own thoughts on this, but no, if that's the case, I have no complaints. That's good to hear. Verdi showed a relieved smile at my response. Somehow, I feel like he's still hiding something. Even if it's for propaganda purposes, is it correct to assume that we are actually going to fight in real combat? Of course. I certainly hope the soldiers will demonstrate their abilities in actual combat. I see. So he wants the soldiers to demonstrate their abilities? The way he phrased it slightly caught my attention. Well, then, what is it? I won't speak any further. I have a question, Major Verdi. Considering that we are expected to see real combat, there is a surprising amount of new recruits. Well, Recently we've been short on personnel. There are far too many new recruits in my unit for it to be intended for combat. Yesterday, there were so many amateurs gathered that it was impossible to conduct proper training. And the veterans are all rather elderly. It's almost as if they were assigned just to instruct the new recruits. Could it be that my unit is actually a training unit that doubles as a propaganda tool? Oh dear. Verdi was at a loss for words at my question. After a few seconds of awkward silence, he sighed. Why did you come to that conclusion, Touri? If this is intended for combat, there should be a more balanced mix of new recruits, mid-level soldiers, and veterans. The proportion of new recruits is just too high. There are hardly any mid-level soldiers who can be used in actual combat, and there are only new recruits and veterans whose physical abilities have declined. Even though Austin is short on personnel, I thought it was strange. Yes, it was strange when I thought about it. Inexperienced commanders are usually accompanied by veterans as aides. Yet, the company commander is me, in my 3rd year of service, and the vice commander is Sergeant Gavel, in his 1st year of service. When you think about it, it would be unthinkable to deploy such an inexperienced duo in actual combat. You have a quick mind, Lieutenant Touri. You would have become an ace staff officer if you had been born into our family. Are you not going to try to deny it? Yes, I give up. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of letting Lieutenant Touri, who didn't graduate from a military academy, take part in an actual battle. I had a fierce argument with my uncle about it, but I firmly rejected the idea. Verdi had no intention of letting me take command of an actual battle from the beginning. The purpose of my unit is to make use of the lucky carry propaganda while conducting frontline training for new recruits. That's why experienced veterans like Naumann were assigned as instructors, and the rest were new recruits or problematic mid-level soldiers. Apparently, he planned to gradually redeploy the soldiers who had trained under me to the front lines. Recently, the quality of new recruits in the Austin military has declined. Given that we're short on manpower, I suggested that it would be better to give them thorough training without rushing. I see. Austin's population has significantly decreased. To protect the new recruits, we shouldn't be conscripting them and immediately putting them into combat like we have been doing up until now. A lot of things made sense to me after I heard Verdi's explanation. He had raised concerns about deploying inexperienced new recruits in combat and argued for establishing a unit focused on training. This proposal was accepted by the operations headquarters, and plans were underway to experimentally organize a unit that would not be deployed in actual combat, but would be used for soldiers to gain experience. Because I had made such an achievement while this was being discussed, and I was recommended as a commander because I was somewhat accomplished, usable for propaganda, and capable of medical treatment as a medic. I see. I understand Major Verdi's intentions. I will ensure that my subordinates undergo training to be combat ready. Thank you. At that moment, I felt a bit disappointed. Even though I had resolved to kill the enemy, I learned that my unit would not be deployed in combat. But fulfilling the assigned role is a soldier's duty. With that thought, I returned the salute properly. You have a dissatisfied look on your face. Sorry, did it show on my face? Only someone who has known you for a long time would notice. But yes, you certainly looked dissatisfied. It was the same expression you had when Sergeant Rodri gave you the cold shoulder. I never made such a face. Major Verdi gave a wry smile after cracking a light joke. Suddenly, his face became serious and he continued speaking as if he had just remembered something. We will soon advance into mainland Flamel. We will target the civilians and whittle down the enemy's population. I don't want you to take part in that role. This is just my own selfish feeling. I see. He said this firmly in a tone that left no room for argument. Austin now sets out to plunder and massacre civilians, heading for the Flamer capital. We are also considering a gas attack on the city. Do you have the resolve to carry out such attacks? Gas attack on the city? Do you have the resolve to fire bullets into Flamer citizens as they suffer and writhe before your eyes? That's. I was completely shocked by the strategy that Verdi told me. But when you think about it, it makes sense that Austin would come up with such a strategy. For Austin, which has few troops, the most efficient means to eliminate the enemy is undoubtedly gas attacks. Can you do that, Touri? I have concerns about that from a humanitarian perspective. Yes, it's true that some of the staff officers loudly opposed the idea, saying it was inhumane. However, I proposed and intend to carry out this gas attack. It would certainly be effective. It is unlikely that civilians have any effective means of fighting back against gas attacks. However, that strategy is too much, and it will likely create great friction after the war. Are you opposed, Touri? Gas attacks come with various risks. For example, sudden changes in wind direction or enemy soldiers lying in wait with wind guns. Well, that's certainly true. Also, the post-war handling. It will have a negative impact on civilian sentiment. I don't think operations that deviate too much from humanitarian standards should be carried out. I see. I will take that as one opinion. Verdi looked a little saddened by my opinion. While it might be effective, I find it difficult to support such methods due to the post-war consequences. Don't worry, Touri. There is too much opposition to this plan. It will probably be rejected. Is that so? Yes. At the recent meeting, there was strong opposition saying, such inhumane operations are outrageous. Wow, there's still some staff officers in Austin who retain a sense of decency. Certainly, given the current situation, Austin doesn't have the luxury of being picky about its methods. However, attacking urban areas with gas is something that should be avoided at all costs. Haha, Touri is really kind. Didn't you hate the enemy so much that you wanted to kill them? I don't ask such things from you. Please focus on training the recruits so that they don't die. Verdi, seeing my inner conflict, showed a gentle expression. It's not that I'm kind, I'm just against gas attacks because I know how history in my previous world played out. Austin will continue to resort to unscrupulous tactics. I will bear the brunt of being called the devil. So please, don't change, Touri. Verdi said this with a gentle smile. Well, we don't know yet exactly what means we will use to invade. There's no such thing as a humanitarian invasion. That's certainly true. Most likely, Major Byrne will be responsible for proposing something. Major Byrne? After muttering this, Verdi's face became somewhat self-deprecating. Actually, Major Byrne strongly opposed my gas attack proposal on the grounds of humanitarian concerns. Really? Verdi informed me that the man who is the furthest thing from being humanitarian was the one making the loudest objections in the meeting. Chapter 148. In the end, I was a company commander in name only and was only in charge of training new recruits. Just a propaganda figurehead riding the wave of the lucky carry rumor. However, I understand the opinion that someone without officer training can't be put in command. There's no way someone like me, who relies on Sergeant Gavel even for paperwork, could handle actual combat command. Moreover, training rookies is a very important job. It's more efficient to train them to avoid getting injured in the first place than to set up a treatment system. In that sense, my role has always been to save lives. While keeping the soldiers motivated, I also need to ensure that they receive proper training. This is by no means an easy task. I found myself facing this difficult challenge for a while. Section. Face forward, march. Yes, sir. Under the dawn sky, beside the base camp. The 150 members of the Touri Guerilla Company stifled their yawns as they lined up. Who will shoot down the flamer scum? We will, sir. Who will bury the pigs from Aries in the ground? We will, sir. Good, let's see if you can do it. First, start with 2 minutes of squat training. Yes, sir. At the command, they raised their voices and began squatting on the spot. With deep voices, the muscles of the fierce men moved vigorously. Your movements are too slow. Are you even trying? Sorry, sir. What's with that lousy posture? Even a dog wouldn't bite that sorry ass. Yes, I'll be careful, sir. In the center stood a large, burly man with a bushy beard and a stern face, Corporal Maeve. Holding a black baton in one hand, he grinned menacingly and intimidated the new recruits. Next, 2 minutes of push-ups on the spot. Hey, you, lower yourself more. Sir, yes, sir. You've got your hips up too high. Are you trying to tempt me with your stinky ass, you bastard? I'm sorry, sir. Military-style training is certainly tough. But neither Sergeant Gavel nor I could conduct military training like this. Thinking that, I asked Maeve to be the training instructor. Maeve, you're really good at this. Puku. We definitely needed an instructor to improve the quality of training. Maeve has an impressive appearance and a wealth of experience, so he was the perfect choice for the role. You seem to be enjoying this, Maeve. Puku. When I asked him to be the instructor, Maeve eagerly accepted, saying he had always wanted to try it. It's probably fun for him. Come on, raise your voice. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Verdi said that there would be a training period for a while. So first, I intend to make sure the new recruits gain enough physical strength for training. Lieutenant Touri is watching too. Don't slack off, you idiots. Sir, yes, sir. Keep it up. By the way, I didn't participate in the training. I was instead assigned to watch and make sure no one was slacking off. I wanted to participate too, but I was told a supervisor was necessary and got roped into it. Puku. As part of the medical team, Arji waited on the side while the soldiers trained. She looked very happy when she learned she didn't have to participate in the training. I wanted to join in too. Puku. At least you and I can train together in the afternoon, Arji. Puku. Unlike the carefree Arji, I watched the new recruits training with dead eyes like fish. I envy them for being able to sweat to their heart's content in the pleasant cool breeze. Are you mocking me, bastard? Gwa. Ah, an injured person. In the morning, there was only one injured person. This soldier got caught slacking off in training by Maeve and was beaten up. It hurts. My tooth is broken. Arji, it's time to work. Puku. Hey, please work. I urged Arji to treat the injured soldier, but she turned away and lay down. This nurse really has no motivation to work. Well then, soldier, please come here. Oh, the wound is healing. As usual, Maeve was bad at holding back, and the injuries were quite serious. Healing magic isn't all powerful, so I'd appreciate it if he could control his strength better. Section. Thus, the Touri Guerilla Company spent its days immersed in training. After that, soldiers will be transferred from the base once they have reached a certain level of training while carrying out safe missions such as supply transport missions and occupying uninhabited areas. It seems that there are other training units besides us, and they are all under Verdi's command. Austin had finally started to focus on training rookies. I heard that Colonel Henri is going to issue a major operation soon. Are we going back into battle again? In the midst of this, the Southern Army, led by Colonel Henri, began to run hastily through the base. Seeing this, the soldiers speculated that another large-scale operation was about to begin. Are we going to be sent out too? No way. We're just a propaganda unit. Rumor has it that there's a good chance we'll be deployed too. Seriously? Even I hadn't been told what Colonel Henri was planning. I just vaguely thought, Byrne is up to something. And then, towards the end of autumn, finally, Austin's forces have resumed their inland invasion of Paris, Flamer's capital. Renville's faction, including us, is stationed at the mine to maintain the front lines. During this time, Colonel Henri and Byrne were expected to lead and occupy Flamel's interior. Renville had proposed a low-cost invasion strategy focused on gas attacks, but it was not accepted in the meeting, leaving him to stay behind. The reason we had been able to win against the Sabbath all this time was largely due to Austin's Southern Army led by Byrne. Unlike the Central Army, which had lost most of its aces, the Southern Army still had many ace-level soldiers. There was Mr. Zafqua, the shield craftsman, Sergeant Rydalt, the powerful assault soldier, and Lieutenant Raytalu, the Grim Reaper medic, making the Southern Army Austin's all-stars. On the other hand, the only person who could be called an ace of the Central Army is the young genius Major Verdi. In terms of simple numbers, the Southern Army had 30,000 soldiers compared to the Central Army's 20,000. In both manpower and talent, our main force was the Southern Army. Byrne Valou, who lead the Southern Army, is the greatest monster of the modern era. If we were to invade the interior of Flamer, we could not hope for a force stronger than that of the Southern Army. Renville was apparently quite frustrated when he was ordered to stay behind at the mining front. Austin believed that the Southern Army would easily occupy the capital, Paris, and he realized that the war would be over once Paris was taken. As a military officer, it must have been unsatisfactory for him not to participate in this final decisive battle. As winter set in, the Austin army began its invasion. There were several reasons for waiting until winter to start the operation. First, we were waiting for aid supplies to arrive from the Sabbath. Although the current Sabatian government refused to send reinforcements, they did provide material support. About a year had passed since the revolution, and the situation in the Sabbath gradually stabilized. While there was still a shortage of food, the reduction in fighting had led to a surplus of weapons and ammunition. They had brought these surplus military supplies and some luxuries as a token of goodwill. Secondly, Flamel was warm even in winter. While it was almost impossible to operate in the Sabbath during winter, Flamel had a temperature sufficient for marching. Most importantly, with the harvest season over, food was stocked in Flamel's villages. In Flamel, wheat is harvested in autumn. By targeting them right after the harvest, they could obtain food locally while marching towards the capital. On the other hand, if farmers' stockpiles are taken away, they will have no choice but to starve to death. Upon hearing about the Austin army's invasion, the villages in Flamel showed a determined will to resist. The Flamer government adopted the slogan "Everyone is a soldier" and called on villages to launch a desperate resistance. As the saying goes, a cornered rat will bite a cat. Even if the opponents were farmers, they couldn't be underestimated when they were fighting for their lives. Austin would need to continue capturing multiple villages to keep the war going. So what kind of invasion did Bernvalou, who opposed the gas attacks from a humanitarian perspective, carry out? He gave them food and drink and negotiated for their surrender. It was unbelievable, but Bern managed to achieve bloodless occupations through persuasion without resorting to looting. I wondered if he had accidentally eaten something bad or if he had awakened a sense of morals. In the first place, where did he find the food to advance without looting? The truth is, section. Go ahead, shoot them. Bern scouted villages to assess whether they would offer any resistance or not. Unlike you, the people in that village have refused the hand we extended. You guys can approach them pretending to be one of their own. Please lend us your strength for a peaceful resolution. The strategy Bern chose was quite simple. Villages that were unarmed were massacred, and their resources were taken. Villages that were armed were forced to pledge allegiance by using the looted resources as bait. Austin is your ally. Surely, you are also an ally of Austin, right? Those people in that village are enemies. They themselves sought this conflict with us. Now, it's up to you. You will kill the people in that village. He treated the farmers who had strong wills to resist with kindness to win them over. Even the farmers who were armed and prepared to die had no choice but to give in when the Austin side gently persuaded them. They picked up weapons because they didn't want to die and wanted to protect their families. If surrendering would mean they would not be robbed and their lives would be spared, they obediently handed over other villages. The Austin army kept their promises and did not harm the villagers. Those who could speak Flamer acted as interpreters, and they even shared drinks together. The farmers, feeling resentment towards the Flamer government that didn't protect them and gratitude for Austin's treatment, accepted this. What Austin demanded from them was only one thing. That was to have the young men of the village follow the army as civilian collaborators. Well done, it was an excellent job. Our enemies have been eliminated. Civilian collaborators are essentially militias. Bern incorporated the Flamer Farmer Corps into the Austin army. They had to provide their own weapons and food from their own stockpiles, so Austin didn't have to pay a dime. Furthermore, the civilian collaborators who served in the army were unable to oppose Austin. Their wives and children they had left behind in the villages were being held hostage. Congratulations. You did a great job killing the enemy. You are now our fellow Austin citizens. Welcome to Austin. Bern was very cunning in brainwashing the Flamer villagers. He actively ordered the civilian collaborators to attack nearby villages. By taking their families as hostages and forcing them to kill their Flamer compatriots, he ensured they wouldn't betray him. Those who plundered from other Flamer villages had no choice but to act as Austin's allies going forward. In this way, The civilian collaborators acted as the vanguard of the invasion, committing repeated raids in various places. During that time, the majority of casualties were Flamel civilian collaborators. The civilian collaborators increased in number with each advance. For Austin, which had a shortage of manpower, this militia was an invaluable asset. Bern had replenished military strength in enemy territory. The civilian collaborators also played a crucial role in persuading the next villages. The very fact that the militia were still alive was proof that, if you surrender, you will survive. The civilian collaborators all praised Austin in the Flamel language. Persuaded by them, the villages surrendered one after another. Thus, the Austin army suffered little damage and approached the capital, Paris. The Flamer government had no option to counter this strategy. They had no resources to protect the rural villages. The Allied forces planned to have a decisive battle in the capital and had built powerful defensive positions. They had abandoned the rural villages, thinking it would be fortunate if the enemy wasted ammunition on them. They never imagined that the rural villages would surrender and join the enemy. At this point, the outcome of the war was pretty much decided. Bern-Valou shrewdly checkmated Flamel. At this time, he likely believed that Austin's victory was assured. The creation of pro-Austin villages was clearly an action taken with an eye toward the post-war period. Moreover, there were traces of Bern trying to contact Flamel's anti-government organizations during the advance. He was probably envisioning a scenario similar to the Sabatian Revolution for Flamel as well. Section. But not everything always goes as planned. Just as Bern-Valou rose to prominence in response to Sylphnova. Just as Remy Ulyakov seized the opportunity to overthrow the Sabbath regime amidst the chaos. At turning points in history, there are always heroes who ride the waves of the times and appear like comets. At the end of this year, another such figure emerged on the stage. A child of destiny comparable to Bern and Sylph, and was the last of this era. However, he was not a person endowed with military talent. He was just a handsome man from a theatre troupe, skilled in singing and acting. And he was someone who had once been my comrade. People in later generations would hear of his life and say, he was truly the protagonist of Flamel. Since childhood, he was physically strong and had never lost a fight. He was also brilliant, graduating at the top of his class from a well-known local university. Moreover, he was handsome and talented in acting, rising to become a star in a theatre troupe. There was nothing he thought of doing that he couldn't achieve. With such a record of success, he came to believe that he was the protagonist of this world. His guiding principle was always simple. Is the action appropriate for the protagonist of the story or not? That was all that mattered. No matter how dangerous it was, if it was what the protagonist should do, he had the courage to do it without hesitation. He never acted out of personal gain, always moving as the protagonist on stage. So perhaps it was inevitable, rather than coincidence, that he came to be called a hero. The demons of Austin are coming. The man was about to be confronted by the Austin army when it approached the village where he lived. He ran around giving speeches, rallying the people. My fellow citizens. My comrades with the fiery soul of Flamel. The day has come for us to rise up. His voice was manly and beautiful, and resonated in the minds of the people with a narcotic sweetness. His beauty captivated everyone, inspiring the frightened villagers. I will lead the charge. Watch me slay the enemy without dying. Arunoma Diskins. He was originally a kind person and a star actor in a popular theatre troupe. A man with a fierce sense of justice who hated dishonesty. At that time, I had no way of knowing that Arunoma had risen up. Arunoma, the kind, considerate, and handsome man. A foreign comrade who helped heal soldiers in the Touri medical platoon. My poor subordinate who was imprisoned due to Flamel's participation in the war. That was all I knew about him. After being expelled from Austin's military, he became disillusioned in them for using a young girl, me, as a decoy. On the other hand, he was also appalled and angered by Flamel's opportunistic invasion. Because he had served on Austin's side, he knew how maliciously timed the Flameraries Alliance's declaration of war was. So Arunoma did not enlist in his own country's army but returned home to live a peaceful life. While working as a healer, He also became a celebrity who occasionally performed in plays. It was when he learned of the widespread massacres and looting of civilians by the Austin army that he decided to take action. Even though I sympathized with Austin and lent them my strength, isn't the Austin army just like the Sabbath? The protagonist Arunoma could not overlook the rampaging Austin army within Flamer territory. Furious, he used his charisma to form a volunteer army. The volunteer army, armed with hunting rifles and farm tools, confronted the invading Austin troops head-on. One key factor was that Arunoma had experience serving in the Austin military. He had some understanding of modern trench warfare. So, even as a volunteer army, they were able to construct a fairly strong defensive position. Furthermore, Arunoma possessed immense charisma with the ability to lead people. This made him an exceptionally suitable commander. His charisma is said to be on a level comparable to that of the legendary Remy Uliakov. The farmers were inspired by Arunoma's words, resolving to fight to the death. Arunoma's courageous actions greatly changed the fate of Flamel. Burn Valou, the monster created by Austin who knows nothing of the human heart. Sylph Nova, the genius born from the Sabbath who walks a blood-soaked path. And Arunoma Diskins, the protagonist tossed about by the capricious fate of this cruel world. The destinies of these three were about to intertwine. Chapter 149. Lieutenant Touri. May I have a moment of your time? Yes, what is it? Without being informed of what was happening on the front lines, we, the Touri Guerilla Company, were busy training every day. I have something confidential to discuss. Could we talk somewhere private? All right. Please come to my personal tent. Roger that. Our soldiers aligned with Renville continued to maintain the mining front as usual. Those aligned with Colonel Henri, led by Byrne, advanced deep into the Flamel. This was the situation reported to the soldiers. Here should be fine. So, what is it that you wanted to discuss? Actually, it's about a certain matter. The mining front was peaceful. There were small skirmishes, but no major battles, and a standoff continued. Even if the enemy manages to secure trenches halfway, it would simply be wiped out by gas. They won't make a move unless they can take measures against the gas. But we are likely to suffer heavy damage if we try to advance into the mines. With our allies now invading the mainland, we cannot afford to take any risky actions. We were both stuck in a situation resembling a stalemate. Lieutenant Touri. Yes. A protracted war is not desirable for Austin. Flamel would be at an advantage as it has abundant land and receives aid from Ares. If we clung to the mining front, the standoff would have continued indefinitely. Thus, Burn Valou decided to invade the mainland. We leave the fate of our country to Burn Valou and must defend the mining front. We are outsiders to the decisive battle. And perhaps it's because of this situation. I have feelings for you. Please, be my lover. What? It seemed that a rosy atmosphere had started to develop around me. Section. Aside from receiving that twisted confession from Rodri, this is the first time I've been confessed to. Oh, I don't recall us having spoken that much. Why are you bringing up this topic? You treated me after I was injured during training with Instructor Maeve. I fell in love at first sight, or rather, my heart was deeply moved. The soldier's face was a little stiff, but he was looking straight at me with sincerity. It didn't seem like the kind of confession someone would make as a punishment game. Then I'll answer. Yes. I have recently lost my husband. I've heard about it. So, I'm sorry. Though I was a bit shaken, I had to decline the soldier's confession. I intend to be faithful to Rodri for a while. And even though this is a training unit, as a company commander and as a lieutenant, I cannot have a relationship with my subordinate. I see. The soldier looked extremely dejected. I feel a little guilty, but I can't imagine myself dating anyone right now. There are many wonderful women out there far better than me. Please cheer up. Yes, thank you. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but I managed to put on a smile and sent the soldier off. I see. Now that I think of it, my seniors used to say that medics are very popular. Many soldiers apparently fall for female medics after receiving treatment. Is this what they call the suspension bridge effect? Well then, I will take my leave, Lieutenant Touri. If you ever feel like it, please let me know. Why yes. Ha. The soldier let out a small sigh and gave me a bow. Excuse me. With that, he walked away from the tent. Section. Lieutenant Touri, I will absolutely make you happy. Following that soldier, I was soon receiving confessions one after another. In fact, within a week, I was confessed to by 4 soldiers. It was about once every 2 days. I am sorry. I can't return those feelings. No way. There's a rumor that everyone experiences a period of being popular a few times in their life. Is this what they call a popular phase? Is it absolutely impossible? I understand. I'll step back for now. But I won't give up. Why yes. Still, why did I suddenly become so popular? It's true that I often hear that female medics are popular. But I've never been approached like this before. What is different now compared to before? Have I somehow started to look more mature without realizing it? Well then, I'll take my leave. Yes, all right. It's true that I'm already 17 years old, which is the age considered appropriate for marriage in this world. The difference between being 15 and 17 might be significant. Next year, I'll be old enough to drink alcohol. I'm still inexperienced and think of myself as a child, but before I knew it, I've somehow become a mature woman. Section. No, that happens to every woman in a company. Really? Having been troubled by the constant confessions, I decided to consult with Sergeant Gavel. I've been really popular lately and I can't help it. What should I do? I didn't get confessed to like this when I was in the medical department. Things are more urgent in a field hospital. The excruciating pain that continues for hours, the fear that you might die, that's all patients there can think about. I see. Plus, everyone in the medical department have bloodshot eyes and are scary. It's not the kind of atmosphere where you can invite them over for tea when you have some free time. That's true. Now that he mentioned it, I would be quite annoyed if I received an invitation like that when working in the medical department. Who has time to have tea when the next patient is waiting in line? When you join a company, you basically spend all your time together. Rather than having a partner you can only see on rare days off, you'd rather have a lover within the same unit. I see. So in this case, the only options for this company are you and that puku woman. Well, that's true. I oversee the training of the company, so I have many opportunities to talk with them. I see. So it's because there are fewer options for women in their vicinity. Let's say you're a man. Which would you choose? A woman you can communicate with or one you can't? Ah. If puku woman acted normally, the popularity would be divided. But right now, you're the only choice for who want a proper relationship. Indeed. No matter how beautiful she is, I wouldn't want to date someone like Arji. Could it be that Arji acts like that to avoid men? In that case, it makes a lot of sense. I think Grandpa recommended a marriage arrangement to you because he knew this would happen. I'm planning on buying a ring to show that I'm married. In your case, rumors of you being the lucky carry have spread. It's pretty well known that you lost your partner. I see. So, it's a well-known fact that my husband Rodri is deceased. That's why everyone knows I'm free. You look like you're in trouble. Yes, I really am. If I get confessed to like this every day, it's bound to be exhausting. To be honest, it's a bit of a worry. Well then, how about I ask Grandpa to bring back the previous marriage proposal? Are you not keen on that idea either? Yes. That being said, I'm not keen on getting engaged to someone I don't know very well. It's not that I dislike becoming a relative of Renville, but I want to remain faithful to him for a while longer. I see. And I don't want to advance a marriage proposal just because being confessed to is troublesome. It would be disrespectful to the other party. It's a bit of stubbornness on my part. This is like a matter of pride. Ah, that's true. At least I don't mind. Arranging marriages is part of the job, and I don't think anyone in the family would get upset about it. Even so, I get it. Sergeant Gavel looked a little disappointed at my firm stance. Well, it looks like you have no choice but to accept it. No one can say not to pursue a single woman. Is that so? Or you could declare in front of everyone that you have no intention of finding a partner. Yes, that's true. I'll consider that. After saying this, Sergeant Gavel turned away with a hint of annoyance. What a carefree worry, honestly. He muttered a slight complaint as he left. Section. It's certainly a light-hearted problem. Austin is in the midst of a battle for survival. I guess discussing a problem like being troubled by popularity might be a bit inappropriate. However, it is a significant issue for someone with little romantic experience like me. Is there no way to gently and tactfully turn down these advances without hurting anyone? I never expected to be so troubled by matters of romance. At times like these, I would usually ask Reincarnates for advice, but she is following the Southern Army led by Byrne and is not here. Our current medical department is managed by Mr. Dolman. I feel a bit hesitant to ask Mr. Dolman for advice, as I'm sure he's very busy now with the reduced staff. Puku. I feel it might be wrong to consult Argy even though she is older. This might be a bit rude, but I can't envision receiving useful advice from her. I suspect that talking to her would only result in puku noises. Puck. No, it's nothing. Puku. I gave a wry smile to a puzzled Argy inside. Section. Good evening, everyone. Oh, Lieutenant. For now, I should let everyone know that I am not looking for a partner. This would save the soldiers unnecessary trouble. With this in mind, I went to talk to some soldiers who had just finished training and were having their meal. It's rare for you to show up around here. What's the matter? Yes, I have a little something to discuss with you. Certainly, please tell me. Please feel free to tell me anything you want. I first spoke to Corporal Naumann, the central figure among the soldiers. Although he is quite a veteran, he is a friendly and kind person. Like Maeve, he is taking on the role of instructor, making use of his wealth of experience. Actually, Section. I see. I conveyed my earlier concern while eating rations with Naumann. I am not interested in having a lover but am troubled by the numerous confessions from soldiers. I asked him to subtly spread the word that I'm not seeking a partner. Haha, I see. You're very cute, Lieutenant. It's no wonder you're popular. I appreciate the compliment, but I am really troubled. Ha ha ha. Naumann laughed heartily when he heard my story. When I tilted my head in confusion about what was so amusing. Please forgive them, Lieutenant. The soldiers are serious. Serious? Yes, serious. Let me give you a little example. Naumann began speaking to me with a face as if explaining something important. Let's say you have a crush on someone, Lieutenant. That person doesn't seem interested in dating anyone. So, you keep your feelings hidden and don't confess. Right. And then, you're ambushed by the enemy and received a fatal wound. You collapse to the ground, waiting for death. At that moment, the face of the person you had a crush on suddenly appears in your mind. If that happened, wouldn't you regret it? Wouldn't you wish you had confessed even if it didn't work out? That. Naumann continued to smile and gently patted my head. Being an infantryman is a tough job. You don't want to have regrets since you can die at any moment. I know it may be difficult for you, Lieutenant, but could you please face the soldiers' sincere feelings and properly reject them? Just that alone would make a huge difference in how they feel at the end. Hearing this, I thought that it might be true. If I hadn't been able to see Rodri during his last moments and exchange words with him, I'm sure I would have regretted it. You're right, Naumann. I will handle it that way. I will give them a warning if they're too persistent, so please let me know. Thank you. Naumann nodded in satisfaction at my response. As expected from a veteran, his opinions were very helpful. As an old man, I'd rather not see you dating anyone since you remind me of my daughter. Ah, I wonder if she'll be married already when I return from the battlefield. Let's celebrate if she's married. No, I'd rather she stay a daddy's girl for a while longer. To think my daughter, Anna, getting married. Wow. After that, Naumann began bragging about his family and imagining his daughter's wedding, becoming quite emotional. As always, he is a delightful person. Chapter 150. When soldiers want luxury items, where do they buy them? There is a place called a commissary set up in the military base. A commissary is essentially a retail space where various items are sold, not only luxuries but also letters and envelopes to send to family, local specialties, and more. And the commissary doesn't just handle retail items, it also manages sex entertainment, erotic establishments. Originally, sex-related shops were separated from the retail area. However, due to a shortage of supplies, the retail space has shrunk, and they have been combined with the sex services. Wine and sweets now cost almost 10 times what they did in peacetime. This is because the workforce has been absorbed by the military-industrial complex, reducing the production of luxury items. The decline of such entertainment industries has had a significant impact on the military. When humans are deprived of alcohol and sweets, the next thing they indulge in is prostitution. Widows who had lost their husbands and were struggling to make ends meet would come to the commissary to sell their bodies to support their children. As a result, the price of alcohol has gone up, but the price of prostitution keeps dropping. No wonder the majority of the commissary is taken over by the sex industry. I have never been to the commissary before. I am still too young to drink, and I have no interest in sex services. And I had no intention of going there in the future, but a soldier from the Touri Guerilla company has caused a fight in the commissary, and there are injuries. We request your assistance. Puku. Understood. I will come. On the night of arrest day, in the middle of training with Arji, I was called by the person in charge of the commissary section. Hey, are you really going? I can go and mediate in your place. It's okay, Sergeant Gavel. There are injured people, so I think it's best for me to go myself. Sergeant Gavel looked a bit worried when I told him I was going to the commissary. I understand it's a place with sexual services, but I don't find it particularly uncomfortable. Due to the influence of memories from my past life, I have a high mental age. I also understand men's tastes and preferences. But, you know, that place is really bad for your education. Sergeant Gavel, have you forgotten that I am older than you? But, well, fine. You've been warned, all right? The innocent Sergeant Gavel repeatedly tried to dissuade me from going to the commissary. He must think I can't handle such places. Despite appearances, I'm older than you, Sergeant Gavel. Naturally, I have that kind of knowledge, and I'm not at an age where I would be embarrassed. Ha! If you doubt me, come along. Let's go and clean up the mess that our subordinate made. Oh. With a light sigh, I headed to the commissary with Sergeant Gavel, who wore a dubious expression. Section. Wow. See, I told you. It was my first time visiting the commissary. The commissary was already quite an experience. You can hear moans from everywhere. Yeah, they're probably at it. I now understood why Sergeant Gavel had returned from the commissary with a flushed face. There wasn't a single place in the commissary where skin wasn't visible. On a platform with a good view, half-naked women struck seductive poses for the gathered soldiers. From behind flimsy partitions, sensual sounds echoed. The soldier from Touri Guerilla Company. Corporal Ember, right? Where could he be? Section E. That's right in the middle of the red light district. The sign near the commissary entrance had a picture of a naked woman painted on it. At the water station at the back, men and women who have presumably finished are lined up. There was a pungent smell, and the unique odor hanging over the area near that line made me want to vomit. Let's hurry, Sergeant Gavel. Yeah. It's easy to understand why Sergeant Gavel would want to run away from such a place. Honestly, I didn't want to stay long either. Even if it was due to a subordinate's mistake, to be called to a place like this. He's running off with the goods. Catch that guy. TSK. Apparently, the security situation is not very good, with many cases of pickpocketing and theft. Surely it would be better if they put more effort into maintaining public order. No, they probably don't have the manpower to do that. You. Give me back my money. I'm gonna kill you. Fights broke out suddenly on the roadside, and people around pretended not to see. The quality of our soldiers has clearly declined. This was a sign of how desperate the Austin military had become. It's hard to expect discipline and morality from forcibly conscripted recruits. This place is the slum of the military, a dingy area rife with theft and prostitution. All around, men were making wild noises while shaking their hips. Indeed, as Sergeant Gavel said, this place is like a slum. The commissary was supposed to be a market-like facility where various goods were bought and sold, but now, is there nothing but sex services in the commissary these days? There's also merchandise for sale. Look, over there. Following his pointed finger, I saw a man handing over a small bottle of liquid with a grin. See, it's V. Thank goodness. I can't do without this. Under the signless shop, shader-looking people were making secret transactions. Liquid in a small bottle with no label. It can't be an illegal drug, can it? What are they trading? Should we question them? It's just cheap liquor. V is a weak, tasteless alcohol. Is it a substitute for proper alcohol? Wine's too expensive, so people buy V. Corporal Naumann said with a sour look on his face, I can't understand why people drink stuff like that. The commissary was circulating a poor quality, cheap alcohol called V. Apparently the taste is weak, the quality control is poor, and some people are even getting sick from it. That liquor is a relief shipment from the Sabbath. Sabation liquor? That's right. The undiluted liquid is too strong, so they dilute it before selling it. I see. That must be their idea. They transport the alcohol in a concentrated form and then dilute it with water to increase the volume. It makes sense. I glanced over at the bottles lying nearby. I recognize that brand. This is a typical Vok liquor that Mr. Gorski liked to drink. V must stand for Vok. I think they just like strong alcohol. Really? At least I've never seen anyone diluting Vok with water. They would pour Vok straight into upturned helmets, filling them to the brim. Drinking strong liquor was a mark of manliness. They probably never even considered diluting it with water. I heard it can be used as a disinfectant. By the way, the third leading cause of death for Sabation soldiers is alcohol poisoning. Are they idiots? The fact that distilled liquor was the first item sent as aid gives us a good idea of the national character of that country. Section. Was this fight caused by Corporal Ember? He apparently hit a prostitute. When we arrived at Section E, we found Corporal Ember sitting cross-legged with a swollen face. I recognized his face. He is the soldier who reminded me of platoon leader Garbak, who attacked the soldier who deserted in the face of the enemy. Lieutenant Touri, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. No, it's fine. Could you explain the situation? Of course, I will answer any questions you have. He stood up and saluted sharply. His demeanor was confident, without a hint of guilt. Ha! What are you two kids doing here? Hello. I am Lieutenant Touri, his superior officer. You're his superior? A gruff old man glared at me from behind Ember. It seemed this old man was the one involved in the trouble. What kind of training do you give your men? Damaging a prostitute like that. I apologize for the trouble he caused. This isn't going to be solved just by apologizing, you idiot. The old man grabbed my collar and yelled, his eyes showing disdain. Hey you, what are you doing to the lieutenant? Shut up you damn bastard. Hey girl, I don't know if you're a lieutenant or what, but you have to pay for it. Ah. The old man spat as he yelled at me. Upon sorting through his insults, it became clear that he was a pimp who made a living by arranging prostitution. These pimps are the ones who currently control the commissaries. That soldier hit one of our girls. Poor thing, she has a huge bruise on her face now. She can't work like this. I'm very sorry for that. It's a huge inconvenience, damn it. Ember had an argument with the prostitute and punched her in the face. When I confirmed this fact with him, he admitted it was true. If that's the case, then the fault lies with us. Corporal Ember. Assaulting civilians is strictly forbidden by military regulations. I am aware of that, Lieutenant. Then why did you hit the prostitute? I couldn't stand it anymore. I deeply apologize and am prepared to accept any punishment. Ember bowed deeply to me. He seems remorseful and has a clean attitude, showing no signs of making excuses. You can punish him however you like, but the problem is the damage we've suffered. You'll need to pay for her treatment and compensation for her time off. That is. Hey Lieutenant, if you're such a big shot, you've got money, right? Pay up. The pimp appeared completely uninterested in Ember's punishment. The only thing he's concerned about is how much money he can get from us. However, if the fault lies with us, we need to address it. Okay, but let's first talk about treatment. Excuse me, Lieutenant Touri. Regarding that matter, yes, Corporal Ember, I intended to take this issue back and discuss how to handle it. If a soldier assaults a civilian, appropriate compensation is necessary. I can't give him an immediate answer here, including how much compensation to pay. There's no need for compensation. I hit her because she tried to scam me. I'll accept punishment for the assault, but I won't compensate them. What the hell? That's what I was thinking. But Ember interrupted the conversation and made this suggestion. The pimp erupted in anger, but Ember stood his ground. Could you please tell me about this scam in more detail? Yes, Lieutenant. It was then that I heard the full story from Ember. To summarize Ember's testimony, it appears that this group of pimps was conducting marriage fraud in an organized manner. It all started when an acquaintance of Ember announced to his unit that he was engaged to his prostitute. Apparently, the prostitute had some debts, but he agreed that he would pay them off in exchange for getting married to her. The soldier was happy, and his comrades congratulated him. However, Ember had heard similar stories multiple times in other units. Feeling suspicious, he went to the commissary and asked about the soldier's mistress. When they met, she repeated the story about her debts and wanting to marry after the war. When he asked the mistress, "Do you have a fiancé?" she immediately replied, "No." Angered, Ember pressed her for details, and she admitted they were instructed to scam soldiers by promising marriage and taking their money. She showed no remorse, saying, "That's what we were instructed to say, and I'm letting them dream," and threatened him, saying, "Don't say anything unnecessary, it's interfering with business, and I'll make sure you never walk around the commissary again." How could I stay silent when my comrades' hearts were being toyed with? I had to hit her. That was why Ember hit the prostitute. It's terrifying to go off to war alone and die in battle with no one to remember you by. How comforting would it be to have your fiancé waiting for you when you return home? Such things are none of my concern. I don't care if there's an engagement between the prostitute and the soldier. Just give me the money. How dare you speak like that when you've been swindling my comrades out of their money? You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't care about whatever promises were made between them. The fact remains that your soldier hit one of my girls. I now understand why Ember was angry. He lashed out to defend a comrade from marriage fraud. If this story is true, there is room for sympathy. I understand, pimp. Please take me to the prostitute first. What? Are you going to interrogate her? No way, I'm not letting you interfere with our business. I am a medic and can use healing magic. Let's start by treating her injuries. I think the woman also probably has her own reasons for engaging in such activities. If they weren't short of money, they wouldn't resort to prostitution in a war zone. However, if it is true that fraud is widespread, it needs to be addressed. I will handle this matter. I will report it to the higher-ups and ensure appropriate measures are taken. Forget that, just pay up. Or I'll hit you. I'm sorry, but if you continue any longer, I will treat this as extortion and maintain order. Are you prepared to have the military turn against you? TCH. First, I'll heal the injured woman. After that, we will verify the facts and discuss further actions. Realizing I wouldn't back down, the old man clicked his tongue in frustration. Did he think I would cave to threats? There's no way a soldier would be intimidated by mere violence. Corporal Ember, you should have immediately reported this to me instead of resorting to violence. You will be punished appropriately for assaulting a civilian. Understood. I will be issuing a warning to the Touri Guerilla Company regarding this matter. I will also be contacting the higher-ups. Maintaining security in the commissary is crucial. If we neglect security in these establishments, they become hotbeds of trouble. I should bring this up with Verdi from my position as a lieutenant. I understand your feelings, but please also consider the civilians, Corporal Ember. Consider them. Everyone is struggling to survive. In present Austin, there is no guarantee of food for tomorrow. There will be people who will deceive and take advantage of others in order to survive. It was all because of this war. I've got your name memorized. I'll file complaints with the military every day. Feel free. Feeling uneasy under the pimp's scrutinizing gaze, I followed his lead to the prostitute and healed her injuries. She also had a sexually transmitted disease, so I gave her medication for that too. Section U. Later. After reporting the incident to Verdi, a warning was issued throughout the entire military. I can't believe this. When my company was also warned, one of the soldiers broke down crying and collapsed face-first into the ground. This was likely the soldier who Ember mentioned had been deceived. It's hard to watch a grown man lose his composure and cry out in turmoil. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers seemed to become more aware and cautious. Corporal Ember, that soldier is. Yes. He's the man I had a fight with before. But what was surprising was, the deceived soldier was the same one who had previously fought with Ember and had a tendency to flee from battle. Given their past altercations, I had assumed they were on bad terms. I still don't get along with that guy. I see. But even with someone like him, he's still a comrade. I couldn't stand seeing them toy with his heart. Saying this, Ember grinned with a face bruised from corporal punishment. Chapter 151. As autumn was ending and the air was becoming chilly, the Touri Guerilla Company spent their days devoted to training. Lieutenant Touri, here you go. Thank you. The Austin Southern Army invading Flamel is said to be continuing their rapid advance. It's almost unthinkable that they would lose with Bernvalou in command. It's not just a dream to take the capital by the end of the year at this rate. If the capital, Paris, falls, the war will end and peace will finally come. Even though we have trained so hard, it is possible that we may not get a chance to act. Everything was progressing smoothly. Is this our first mission? If there is one concern, it is the former Sebastian government forces holed up in the mine led by Sylph Nova. On the mining front, the standoff between the two countries continued as usual. The stalemate in this front exists precisely because the Sebastian forces are present. If the Sebastian forces with the wind guns were gone, we would be able to easily take the mines. That's why Sylph Nova cannot leave the mining area. Hence, Bern decided to split the army into two. The plan was to capture the capital while Sylph was pinned down in the mines. The problem is that there is a high likelihood of Sylph setting up some kind of trap in this mining front. I can't imagine that Sylph would sit idly by and watch the war unfold. She will probably come up with some strategy to turn things around. For example, she might launch a surprise attack on the supply routes or conduct guerrilla warfare around the mine. Verdi was very wary of Sylph's movements. He carefully fortified our defenses to ensure that the mining front would never be breached. He also established an extensive reconnaissance network around the mine to keep a nervous watch on the enemy. With such vigilance, it must have been difficult for Sylph to act. Even though Verdi may not have the ability to devise brilliant strategies like Sylph, he is someone who does things thoroughly. By eliminating weaknesses and solidifying the defenses, Sylph would not easily find any openings. He was also highly alert to the possibility of surprise attacks on the supply routes. At any time, the greatest weakness of an invading army is its logistics. Any army would collapse if its stretched supply lines were hit. Therefore, the greatest chance of victory for Flamel currently is the disruption of supply lines. That's why Verdi established communication points at regular intervals and set up a system to maintain timely contact with supply units. He also ordered a transport operation by guerrilla companies that had the military power to evacuate supplies even in the event of a surprise attack. It was for all these reasons. Sergeant Gavel, I have been summoned to the General Staff Headquarters. I will be entrusting you with overseeing training. Understood. Our Touri Guerilla Company was officially ordered to carry out a mission. A supply transport mission. Section. This is Warrant Officer Gilvelly from Austin General Staff. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lieutenant Touri of the Touri Guerilla Company, part of the Verdi Battalion. Nice to meet you. Our mission was to transport supplies to a city called Injay within Flamel. The mission is to advance through Austin's sphere of influence while escorting supplies. It should be a suitable difficulty for our first actual combat mission. We have prepared the schedule for the day. Please use this document to prepare for the operation. Thank you, Warrant Officer. May I have the topographical information of the supply route? Of course, we have it ready for you. The supply transport was meticulously scheduled, and we were given a detailed timeline. Our operation plan was broken down by the minute. There were also detailed emergency protocols in place. The mission is considered a success if we complete the transport within 14 days and return to the central military base. Yes. The manual for responding to enemy attacks was quite comprehensive. If the enemy attacked with a platoon-sized force, we were to engage. If they attacked with a company-sized force, we were to prioritize protecting the supplies and buy time. If they attacked with a battalion-sized force, we were permitted to abandon the supplies and retreat. The thoroughness of this ensured that mistakes were unlikely. It's a great honor to have the renowned Lucky Carry oversee the transport. There's no more auspicious transport unit than this. Ha ha ha. Incidentally, Warrant Officer Gilvelly was a young officer with a sparse beard. He seemed like a refined and amiable person, similar in age to Verdi. We look forward to your support, Lieutenant Touri. Yes, I'll do my best. The warrant officer was very kind and gave us detailed advice, such as the standard tactic here is a surprise attack from the south, so form a thick formation on the south side, and this road is wide but difficult to respond to a surprise attack, so I recommend this route. His advice didn't feel condescending. Rather, it felt like he was taking care of us. Thank you so much for providing us with so many documents, Warrant Officer Gilvelly. No, I'm glad I could be of help. For the time being, he will be our point of contact with the General Staff. I'm relieved he isn't an intimidating person. Section. Warrant Officer Gilvelly is the one in charge of transportation missions. He's a very intelligent man. Indeed, he seems very intelligent. If that's the plan he came up with, then I think we should just use it. That night, I explained the details of the mission to Sergeant Gavel. Sergeant Gavel looked a little happy when he saw the orders for our first mission. It's finally time for the Touri Guerilla Company's first battle. Our first battle. It's a good motivator for the new recruits. It's a chance to dispel the myth that there's a propaganda unit. Sergeant Gavel didn't believe that our company was just for propaganda purposes. I kept that thought to myself. Yes, let's show our worth. Absolutely. And eventually, we'll become an ace unit. Sergeant Gavel spoke of such things with great enthusiasm. To be honest, I don't think there's any chance we'll be entrusted with any important missions since we're just a training unit. Let's do our best. I too have some admiration for the title of ace. Oh, so you think that way too? I smiled and nodded in agreement at Sergeant Gavel's words. All the aces I've seen so far have been amazing. Platoon Leader Garbak, Arya, Mr. Gorski, and Mr. Zafqua. It's only natural to look at them and feel a sense of admiration. Let's become heroes of the new era. Yeah, everyone aspires to be like them. That is how brilliant an ace is. Section. However, I don't particularly want to become a hero. I don't have the desire to be recognized, praised, or be in the spotlight. I merely admired those amazing people. I have no interest in honor. In my previous life, I once won a world championship in an FPS tournament and earned the title of world champion. It's true that on that day, at that moment, I felt a sense of accomplishment that couldn't be replaced by anything else, but even after becoming the world champion, my life did not change at all. Ultimately, honor is just an extension of self-satisfaction. So, what is my reason for fighting? I want to kill my hated enemy. I want to make them pay for what they did to Lena Lee. I want to survive and live with Seddle. I want to open a small medical facility in a peaceful Austin and live a modest life. All of those are pretty simple reasons. The words I exchanged with Sergeant Gavel earlier were just to match his sentiment. I am well aware that I am not fit to be an ace. I don't think I can compare myself to those incredible people. That's why I was smiling warmly at Sergeant Gavel, who spoke of wanting to become an ace. Thinking how straightforward and admirable he is, and assuming it's someone else's affair. Section. Thus, the Touri Guerilla company embarked on its first mission. We were tasked with transporting nearly 5 tons of supplies from the mining region to the city of Injay in Flamel. While the quartermasters transport supplies, the infantry scout and secure the terrain in order to keep up with the pace. 11 o'clock direction, point D, terrain secured. 2 o'clock, point C, no enemy signs. Roger that. Continue advancing. To be honest, I had underestimated the transport mission. Because I had heard that this was a mission given to less trained units, I mistakenly thought it would be an easy mission. In reality, just moving forward was an extremely nerve-wracking and exhausting task. Military supplies are precious, so we can't allow them to be taken by enemies or bandits. We need to send scouts ahead to confirm that there are no enemies before moving forward. We can't advance unless safety is confirmed. If reconnaissance is delayed, we have to stop, which disrupts the schedule. Therefore, we have to meticulously plan in advance where to send scouts, how far to advance while they are scouting, and at what time we need to reach our target points. There was no way that an amateur like me could handle such a complex task on the spot. If Warrant Officer Gilvelly hadn't prepared the documents for us, we likely would have failed the transport mission. Planning these transport operations is also covered in military academies. Indeed, one needs to be very smart to become an officer candidate. Section. Lieutenant Touri Noel. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, thank you. After about a week of travel, we successfully completed the mission. We arrived in Injay 12 hours ahead of schedule without any significant delays in transport. The Touri Guerilla company has the day off today. Please assemble in front of the warehouse at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Understood. Our next mission is to transport supplies from Injay back to the mining area. These supplies include luxury items, captured goods, and damaged equipment. Therefore, we need to head to the warehouse again tomorrow. Yay. So I can do some sightseeing in Injay for the whole day. Let's buy some Flamel liquor and take it home. Make sure you carry it yourself. Don't put it on the wagon. In other words, today is the only day we can do as we please. Injay is Flamel's largest commercial city, but it is currently under effective control of Austin's military. Being a logistics hub, it is stocked with a wealth of entertainment goods and food supplies. Sightseeing in Injay is bound to be enjoyable. We'll be stuck with paperwork, though. Indeed. However, only ordinary soldiers will be able to enjoy their day off. As the commander, I have to document and submit all the food, medicine, etc. consumed during the mission. There are mountains of documents that need to be submitted, including evaluations of the operation and points for reflection. I can't just play around like I did when I was a low-ranked soldier. I'll ask Maeve to get us some tea cakes at least. Sounds good. Incidentally, at that time, Injay was a city that Austin had occupied by force. Austin's soldiers were requisitioning the goods produced by Injay's citizens and distributing them among the troops. Thinking of Injay's citizens who were forced to work with their families held hostage, it would be inappropriate to wander the city as a tourist. I was busy with paperwork and holed up in my tent, but I'm sure I would have been looked at with disdain if I had walked around town. Section. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Those who commit wrongdoing will eventually face retribution. At that time, Austin was undoubtedly evil to the people of Flamel. An invasion intended to massacre civilians with the goal of inflicting such devastation that Flamel would never be able to invade Austin again. The Austin army, which adopted some of the most vicious strategies in history, was undoubtedly an army that bore the stigma of being evil. Arunoma, the protagonist of Flamel, a man who stands up to Austin head-on as a civilian. Byrne, Austin's hero, a villain who pursues his desires while serving the country's interests. What would be the outcome if a small number of heroes faced off against a large number of villains? In reality, it is often the case in this world that the few are trampled by the many. But Arunoma was the real deal. He was a man who rewrote reality into a stage. So, if a few heroes and many villains clash on stage, what would happen? That monumental confrontation was imminent. And I, who was leisurely performing transport duties, could not help but feel that it was entirely unrelated to me. I remained blissfully unaware that I would be entangled in the decisive battle that would greatly alter the fates of Austin and Flamel. From that day on, I was dragged onto the center stage of history. Chapter 152. The return trip is quite a load as well. The next day, the Touri Guerilla company set out from Injay with a large load of cargo. The destination was the mining front, the area where we had originally been stationed. Puku 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 puku. Don't you dare steal anything. I've already checked the inventory. If anything goes missing, you'll be executed. Pui. On the way to NJ, the cargo was mainly military supplies, but on the way back it included many luxury items such as Flamel wine. It was probably looted by Austin's soldiers from the citizens of NJ. Transporting looted goods isn't exactly a pleasant task, but the morale-boosting effect of these luxury items shouldn't be underestimated. I tried to convince myself that transporting these items was also serving the national interest. Lieutenant Touri, it's time for the scheduled report. How should we report the progress of the mission? Please reply that everything is going well. Understood. The tasks on the return trip were the same as before. Scout potential enemy hideouts, confirm it is safe, and proceed. Transport missions involve repeated scouting and verification. Lieutenant Touri, it's starting to rain. Then check the condition of the road. The schedule for the transport mission can be easily disrupted by minor issues. For instance, rain that makes the ground muddy can reduce our progress speed to less than half. In such cases, it's necessary to constantly update headquarters through communication points. It looks like a passing shower. It should stop within an hour. There is no expected impact on the advance. Report received. As a precaution, let the infantry proceed and check the condition of the ground. Understood. I maintained frequent communication with headquarters and was able to execute the mission without any problems. For a first mission, things were going so smoothly that it was a bit unnerving. I had expected some kind of mistake or issue to arise. The materials prepared by the warrant officer were perfect. Really, there were no holes in them at all. That's right. It's all covered so that the mission can be completed no matter who's in charge. That's how operational documents should be. As long as no problems arise, anyone should be able to carry out the mission, and a commander is only needed when an unforeseen incident occurs. I see. This is a document that will allow you to deal with any situation by following the manual unless an unforeseen incident occurs. Saying it is simple, but preparing such materials is no easy feat. I was grateful for the competence of Warrant Officer Gilvelly. Well, let's hope nothing happens. Yes. The Touri Guerilla Company's mission was going extremely smoothly. Up until this day, this very moment. We've nearly reached our destination. Let's prepare camp before it gets dark. Yes. Behind the scenes, while we are carrying out our transport mission. May the mission end safely. Flamel and Ares. I had no way of knowing that Sylph Nova had been sharpening her fangs. Section. In fact, around the same time that we received our transport mission, there were major developments in the war. Amazingly, Ares military had mobilized an additional 20,000 troops and sent them as reinforcements to Flamel. At that time, public opinion in Ares was deeply divided. Pro-war and anti-war factions were engaged in intense debates in their parliament. Originally, Ares was a country established by immigrants from Flamel, so they had close ties. Additionally, as an island nation with limited resources, Ares sought colonies on the continent. Thus, at the outbreak of the war, the parliament supported attacking Austin to secure colonies. However, as Flamel's situation worsened, some members switched to the anti-war camp. Ares' government had always been dominated by their parliament. The government was divided into an upper house of nobility and a lower house of commoners, working together to manage the state. Although Ares had a king, his role was mainly to approve the decisions of parliament. The country's politics were thus managed by parliament. As anti-war sentiment grew, Ares began to scale back its military deployment plans. Some Ares troops began withdrawing from Flamel under orders from parliament. Realizing winning was unlikely, they withdrew from Flamel and adopted a policy of seeking peace with Austin. However, This decision infuriated the pro-Flamer parliamentarians. These parliamentarians were either from Flamel or received aid from Flamer corporations. They continued to insist that the demise of Flamer would greatly damage our national interests, and we must resolutely send reinforcements. The pro-war faction continued to debate passionately in the parliament, and Ares' policy continued to waver. It's too late for reconciliation at this point. We should keep fighting to the end. No, it's still possible to negotiate. Continuing the war would make things irreparable. The debate between the two factions continued, and Parliament struggled to reach a consensus. As the government was in such a state, the military became dysfunctional, and coordination between Ares forces and other countries faltered, leading to a stalemate on the mining front. However, news arrived that shook Ares' Parliament. Realizing there was still a chance for victory, Ares' Parliament shifted its stance towards direct participation. Ares would rather have Flamel win than face a defeat themselves. The reinforcements for Flamel had long been prepared. The deployment was simply halted by the anti-war faction. If these forces could be effectively mobilized, Ares might still manage to make Austin a colony as initially planned. And by learning modern tactics from the Austinites, Ares could quickly become a major power on the continent. Furthermore, Ares could gain significant favor with Flamel. After much discussion, Ares finally made the decision to mobilize 20,000 new reinforcements. The reinforcements from Ares were immediately publicized throughout Flamel. 20,000 Ares soldiers were greeted with cheers as they crossed the sea and landed on Flamer mainland. They were warmly welcomed as heroes who would protect the country from the Austin invaders. Reporters flocked to the port where Ares forces landed, and their dignified appearance made the front page of Flamel's newspapers. The people of Flamel rejoiced, believing that everything would be fine now that the reinforcements had arrived. However, when the coalition's commanders saw the newspaper article, they were apparently furious. Because, what? The Ares army is on the move. There's a photo of the Ares troops landing. Verify the authenticity immediately. The report had led the Austin General Staff to detect the presence of the reinforcements. Section. The location where the Ares army landed was strategically positioned to threaten NJ, which was a vital supply route for the Southern Army of Austin. If they could retake NJ, the advancing Austin forces would be cut off from their supply lines and face annihilation. A surprise attack here would have been a decisive blow. A covert invasion by a seemingly magical army from abroad was completely unpredictable. If these 20,000 reinforcements could have landed unnoticed by Austin, it could have been a game-changing strike. However, in an unfortunate turn of events, Flamel inadvertently exposed their secret plan through its own media. These 20,000 reinforcements were supposed to be the Allied side's secret weapon against Austin. They were the trump card that Ares had finally mobilized after much effort. By publicly broadcasting this secret weapon, the media inadvertently caused the military to face significant difficulties. The newspapers had no ill intentions, they simply wanted to spread the good news. The primary issue was Flamel's own negligence in failing to impose information controls. Due to this foolish reporting, Austin managed to narrowly escape disaster. Or so one would hope. Fate, however, is a strange thing. Because of this foolish reporting, Austin would end up making a grave mistake instead. Section. Understood. We received the information about the reinforcements from Ares are arriving while we were on our way back from the transport mission. I received an emergency call from Verdi informing me that there was a national emergency. The transport mission was then called off and we were instructed to return to NJ and join the defense forces. We were to establish a defensive network in NJ under the overall command of Verdi. What was the content of the communication from Major Verdi? It seems a major battle that will decide the fate of this conflict is about to break out. We will likely be involved in it as well. Really? I immediately relayed this information to my vice commander, Sergeant Gavel. We would need to face the 20,000 Ares troops in NJ. It would likely involve trench warfare, and detailed coordination between platoons will be required. We needed to consult thoroughly and solidify our formations while we still had time. Finally, it's here. A big opportunity, Sergeant Gavel. I'll do it. I'll show them this time. I'll make Grandpa and Major Verdi recognize me." Sergeant Gavel looked up to the sky and shouted. There is an overflowing fighting spirit in his eyes. "We will likely be engaging in trench warfare around NJ. It looks like Sergeant Gavel will be assisting me in commanding the defense lines." "Got it. While we defend NJ, Major Byrne should be able to capture the capital, leading us to victory. It's here, finally a chance to earn significant merit. This will make me a full-fledged soldier." I smiled wryly at Sergeant Gavel's enthusiasm. And then, I made up my mind to face the real battle that suddenly appeared before me. It will be all right. I've experienced trench warfare many times before. I should be able to command effectively. "Lieutenant Touri, I will not make any mistakes. Even if it is impossible for everyone to survive, I will make sure as many people as possible survive. I will not make the embarrassing mistake of failing due to a lack of foresight, as I have done in the past. A commander is responsible for the lives of all their subordinates. This time, I will show that I am capable of leading as a company commander should. Please lend me your strength, Sergeant Gavel." Of course, although we were suddenly caught up in the flames of war, we weren't particularly shaken. Rather, we turned back towards NJ with full determination, as if we had been eagerly waiting for this opportunity. Section. That evening. "This matter is urgent." Then came a short emergency message from Verdi. The Austin Southern Army was unable to reach the capital of Flamel and was defeated by the citizen militia. Colonel Henri has been killed, and Major Byrne is severely injured and in critical condition. The content was unbelievable. I had to read the message 2 or 3 times before I could fully grasp the situation. I repeat, the Austin Southern Army has been defeated. Byrne Valou, the man hailed as Austin's hero and the greatest strategist of the century. It was said that he had been defeated by nothing more than a mere citizen militia, not even the regular forces of Flamel. What's the matter, Lieutenant Touri? If we take victory from that man, what will remain? What on earth is happening inside Flamel, with even Byrne Valou losing? Immediately after seeing that message, I collapsed to the ground in dizziness. This can't be true. This shouldn't be happening. Hey, are you okay? Under the starry sky that I gazed up at. Could it be you, Sylph Nova? I envisioned the fair-skinned genius girl laughing at me. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 153. Byrne Valou has been defeated. This news came as a shock to many Austin soldiers. Even though I hate Byrne, I had believed that with him commanding, victory was certain. At that time, I was in a daze for a while after hearing the news of Byrne's defeat. If I was like that, then the shock received by Austin's general staff must have been tremendous. What was happening inside Flamel at this time? What strategies did the Allied forces use to win? It could be said that it was a victory that could be described as a series of coincidences or someone's protagonist buff. Byrne's first miscalculation was that Arunoma, who became a symbol for the people, possessed overwhelming charisma. Arunoma played the role of the ideal hero for the people. The hero image portrayed by this first-rate actor drove many civilians to risk their lives on the battlefield. Will we just sit back and watch the Austin Army continue to commit atrocities? Is it not time to stand up for our homeland, Flamel? Follow me, for I am the one who will save Flamel. Such sweet-sounding words stirred the patriotism of the youth and gathered an astonishing number of volunteers. This number reached 7,000, including non-combatants. Suddenly, a military force nearly equivalent to a division suddenly appeared in the rural areas. Even for Byrne, who had anticipated various what-if scenarios, this was something that was entirely unexpected. Moreover, they constructed modern Austin-style trench positions and prepared to defend. The volunteers under Arunoma's command are mainly equipped with hunting rifles and bows. Although these are not powerful weapons by any means, they pose a significant threat when fighting from trenches. Trench warfare favors the defenders. Even untrained volunteer soldiers would inflict substantial damage if attacked head-on. Additionally, they were highly motivated and refused to negotiate with Austin. Unlike before, the strategy of using civilian collaborators for subversion was entirely ineffective. On the contrary, some civilian collaborators were even inspired by Arunoma's speeches and began to defect. A significant obstacle emerged in Byrne's previously smooth invasion. That being said, they were ultimately just a gathering of amateurs. The Austin soldiers mobilized by Byrne numbered 30,000. There was no way Austin could lose if they fought head-on. Byrne's only concern was how to capture the position with minimal losses. He did not want to use precious magic stones for bombardment on volunteers. If possible, he wanted to capture them unscathed, as before. The enemy are volunteer soldiers, a disorganized collection of ordinary people. In that case, he just needed to weaken the enemy's morale and cause them to collapse. Thinking this, Byrne ignored the surrounding trenches and began burning the nearby villages. He intended to lure the volunteers out of the trenches by attacking the surrounding areas. Burning villages would also reduce the population of Flamel, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With food supplies from the Sabbath, they still had plenty of time. Byrne planned to take his time and steadily build a mountain of corpses in Flamel. However, an event occurred that completely undermined Byrne's policy. The news of reinforcements from Ares was widely reported in the newspapers. 20,000 soldiers were advancing toward NJ, a key transport hub. Hearing this report, Byrne was troubled. NJ was a crucial supply hub for the invading forces. If it were captured, their supply lines would be cut, and the Southern Army would be annihilated. However, with an army of around 20,000 Ares troops who were unfamiliar with modern warfare, Renville could possibly handle it on his own. Moreover, if they had to march back to NJ, it would consume more food on the journey back to the capital. There was also the possibility that the villages they had subjugated might rebel again. The capital was within sight, and honestly, he wanted to occupy it as soon as possible. Additionally, Byrne felt a sense of urgency about the volunteer army in front of him. The charisma of the hero Arunoma was tremendous, and it was clear that his influence would grow over time. If left unchecked, civilian collaborators would continue to defect. If they were to turn back now, it would give the impression that the volunteer soldiers had won, which would likely significantly affect the morale of the entire army. We must force Flamel to surrender before NJ falls. Byrne decided to move forward. Austin would be at a disadvantage if it turned into a long-term war due to the difference in production capability. All it would take was to capture the capital in a short-term battle. They would swiftly defeat the militia and surround the capital with great momentum. Using gas weapons or any other means, they would quickly capture the capital. If they secured the capital, they would not have to worry about supplies even if NJ fell. With this decision, Byrne changed his strategy. Section. Multi-point simultaneous breakthrough. A strategy that advanced modern warfare by 10 years, a specialty of Sylph Nova. An ideal tactic for defeating entrenched militias in a short period of time. No matter how numerous they are, the enemy is a volunteer army, a group of amateurs who know nothing about strategy. Even the battle-hardened Austin army couldn't handle this strategy, so there's no way they could. Accepting some losses as inevitable, Byrne launched a full-scale attack with an emphasis on speed. It's a pity. Byrne probably couldn't fully trust Renville and Verdi in the rear. If he had the trust that even if 20,000 reinforcements came to NJ, they would surely be driven back. Byrne would have carried out the planned burning of the surrounding villages and carefully broken through the front lines. His anxiety that they would lose if they took too long pushed him to rush the situation. Section. And then, there was another fatal coincidence. It was the movement of the Sabatian forces led by Sylph Nova. The former Sabatian government forces under Sylph's command had dwindled to only a few hundred soldiers. Having lost the ace, Mr. Gorski, and with many wounded, they were not in a condition to undertake operations. Thus, Sylph requested reinforcements from the regular Flamer army, but we cannot entrust the lives of our comrades to the Sabatians. No way. The result was rejection. They were only working together because they had a common interest, but the alliance could not fully trust the Sabbath. On the other hand, Sylph fiercely argued with the alliance. How would they fight Austin without the Sabatian army? Continuing combat with their current numbers was impossible. Sylph persistently negotiated. Though we cannot permit reinforcements from the regular army, we will allow you to recruit soldiers from the civilian population. In other words, it seems volunteer soldiers are rising up within the country. We will permit you to negotiate with them. Finally, as a compromise, Sylph secured permission to incorporate volunteer soldiers. Although these volunteers were entirely untrained, having additional manpower was extremely beneficial. Upon hearing this, Sylph immediately set out on horseback. She headed for the largest volunteer force in Flamel at the time, the Arunoma Volunteer Army. I see, I understand the situation. Really? It was miraculous timing. In a dire situation, the two heroes met just before Austin took the capital, Paris. Arunoma, you are truly lucky. Be grateful for your good fortune that you are speaking to me on this day, at this very moment. What on earth are you talking about? At this time, Arunoma was filled with righteous indignation and rose to action, but he found that his enemies were many more than he had imagined, causing him to turn pale. The Austin army numbered 30,000 against the 7,000 volunteers. Under normal circumstances, they could not win. However, as a hero and a protagonist, he couldn't back down. He was desperately racking his brains to find a way to retaliate. You have won, Arunoma Diskins. Before such an Arunoma, she appeared. The genius girl born to the Sabbath, with sharp, shining eyes that can see as far as the entire battlefield. The genius Sylph smiled seductively at Arunoma and confidently instructed the battle strategy. Will the enemy really move as you say? Yes. If I'm wrong, you can chop off my head and display my body anywhere you like. Was it his hero's intuition? Or perhaps Sylph's confident demeanor convinced him. Arunoma decided to bet on the command of Sylph, who was far younger than himself. Okay, I'll believe in you. A wise decision. For Sylph, this was the fulfillment of a long-held wish. Until now, she had been subjected to unsatisfactory command under unworthy superiors. Moreover, her orders were often ignored by her subordinates, leading to repeated failures. But now, I, Arunoma Diskins, will take full responsibility. Please save Flamel under your command, Commander Sylph. Very well. She had joined forces with the charismatic hero who commanded his subordinates flawlessly, Arunoma. Her orders would not be misinterpreted and would be accurately conveyed under Arunoma's name. This was the ideal army that Sylph Nova had always longed for. I will respond to your courageous decision, Arunoma. Yes. I will deliver the best possible results. On the day the Austin army launched a full-scale attack against the Flamel volunteer army, Sylph Nova, the Witch of the Trenches, gave a small smile. Section. Sylph had predicted that Austin's strategy would be a multi-point simultaneous breakthrough. This was the most effective tactic against poorly trained soldiers holed up in trenches. Furthermore, thanks to the reinforcements from Ares, Sylph was certain that a prolonged battle was out of the question. This is a strategy you once used, Burn Valou. Sylph's strategy was simple. Feigning retreat from the trenches, she intended to launch a concentrated attack the moment the enemy crossed the trenches. It's an exemplary solution to the multi-point breakthrough tactic I came up with. Truly brilliant. The multi-point breakthrough strategy relies on surprise and immediate attack. If the enemy retreats and waits in ambush, much of the strategy's effectiveness is lost. Austin's soldiers were lured into kill zones and were systematically annihilated by outdated bows and arrows and hunting rifles. Go, heroes. Everyone, follow me. However, Burn, sensing something was wrong, immediately ordered a halt to the advance. Seeing the ambush, he directed, if they have vacated the trenches, that's enough. No further pursuit is needed. His quick decision prevented significant damage to the Austin forces. Although caught off guard, the situation was still manageable. The problem was, now is the time to exorcise the demons of Austin. Sylph, who had anticipated that Austin would quickly issue the order to retreat and regroup, launched a surprise attack on the advancing Austin headquarters. This was a limitation of the communication technology available at that time. The greater the distance between headquarters and the front lines, the more delay there was in commands. To exercise command in real time, headquarters needed to be located within 1 kilometer of the front line. Bernvalou was not one to simply observe in this situation. To minimize damage, he would appear at the front lines and direct operations. Thinking along these lines, Sylph guessed the location of headquarters and had Arunoma launch a surprise attack. Sylph controlled the battlefield, confusing the enemy, creating openings, and striking vital points. Her trademark tactic was a decisive strike to end the battle with a single blow. In this assault, Arunoma achieved a major victory by killing Colonel Henri. Additionally, Bernvalou was hit by an arrow in the shoulder and fell into a state of confusion. With their headquarters struck, Austin's forces were routed and defeated. Just 7,000 volunteers managed to defeat Bernvalou, who no one had ever beaten before. Arunoma's achievement was a great victory, unprecedented in history. Do not let your guard down. Fortify the area around the main camp. Also, from what I've heard, on the night of the day that Sylph had achieved her complete victory, she never let her guard down and continued to scout the area. Commander, aren't the Austin forces gone by now? Yes, I think so. Arunoma saw her eyes bloodshot and filled with fear. When asked what she was wary of, Sylph replied, "There are still monsters in Austin. Monsters that appear from outside our consciousness, overturn victories, and then vanish." "Is there such an enemy?" she answered, nervously continuing reconnaissance. It was as if she were a frightened girl who had just heard a scary story. "They were not here. The monster I spoke of did not appear in this battle. So, they might come out now. They might take advantage of the opportunity while we're getting complacent after our victory." Arunoma found it puzzling. Why was the genius girl, who had achieved a great victory commanding volunteers against enemies many times her number, so fearful? In the end, the monster Sylph spoke of never appeared. "From now on, we will maintain the trenches, but never let your guard down. Remain vigilant for ambushes." Yes. Even several days after her victory, she never seemed to let her guard down. This victory by the Flamer volunteers forced Austin into a major decision. Fortunately, or perhaps as expected, Byrne's decision to retreat was swift, and no significant damage had been inflicted on the Austin troops. The reason for the defeat was the paralysis of the command structure after headquarters was attacked. Austin could regroup once the command structure was restored. The problem was the possibility that the 20,000 reinforcements from Ares might pursue the retreating Southern Army. Reinforcements for Ares landed on the coast, the opposite of the mining front. Initially, Ares preached about liberating the citizens and set the goal of recapturing the commercial city of Injay. However, if they had changed course, they could have pursued the retreating Southern Army. And as things stand, it would be more difficult for Austin if the Southern Army were attacked rather than if Injay was recaptured. There was a significant possibility that Ares' forces would alter their course to attack the Southern Army after hearing the report of their rout. Would the Ares reinforcements head for Injay as declared? Or will they predict the Southern Army's retreat route and launch a surprise attack? Austin does not have the military strength to defend against both scenarios. We were faced with two choices: either defend Injay or secure the Southern Army's retreat route. Choosing incorrectly could mean the downfall of the nation. Austin's fate was left to the discretion of Major Verdi and Lieutenant Colonel Renville. Chapter 154. Inform the Touri Guerilla Company of a change of orders. Conduct reconnaissance of the Arjaria Valley, 52 kilometers to the southeast. The morning after we received the shocking news of our defeat, Verdi instructed us to head towards Arjalia, the Southern Army's retreat route, instead of Injay. Prioritize speed. You are permitted to use and abandon transport supplies as necessary for the execution of this operation. Our orders were to scout the retreat route for any presence of the Ares forces. At present, we are the only unit in the vicinity of Injay that can move quickly. They decided that it would be quicker for us to conduct reconnaissance rather than organize a new reconnaissance unit. Furthermore, General Staff does not believe the enemy Ares army will target the Arjalia retreat route. I'm sending you here just to be on the safe side. Understood. Apparently, our reconnaissance mission is merely an insurance policy. The General Staff predicted that the 20,000-strong Ares army would attack Injay. From Ares' perspective, targeting the Southern Army would be impractical. First of all, there are multiple routes that Austin's southern army could use to retreat, making their position hard to predict. Additionally, there's the risk of counterattack if Byrne regains consciousness. Pursuing the southern army is effective but risky. On the other hand, the road to NJ is well maintained, making the advance straightforward without getting lost. And there are only a few Austin soldiers defending NJ. The Central Army must also maintain the mining front, so they cannot allocate many troops. In other words, attacking the Southern Army is a gamble, but invading NJ ensures a favorable battle. A win would force Austin to retreat either way. Moreover, claiming to liberate the citizens in NJ would sound better. Targeting the Arjalia retreat route offers no additional return and only increases risk. Based on that, General Staff predicted that the possibility of a surprise attack on the Southern Army's retreat route was low. Touri Guerilla Company will remain stationed in Arjalia for 9 days and continue the reconnaissance mission. If no enemy is sighted by noon on the 9th day, you may withdraw. However, Verdi insisted on sending a recon unit to the Arjalia retreat route. In the unlikely event that the enemy targets the Southern Army, they will pass through the Arjalia Valley. Since they cannot cross the mountain range without passing here, it is the perfect reconnaissance point. Thus, we were dispatched to Arjalia. There is also apparently a small fortress in the Arjalia Valley. The fortress appears to be abandoned, but it can be used as a base for sleeping during reconnaissance missions. Is the operation period only 9 days? Yes. If no enemy is sighted by the 9th day from today, the ambush on the retreat route will not be feasible. Further reconnaissance is unnecessary. I see, I understand. After explaining the orders, Verdi said, "I wish you the best of luck," and ended the call. The communication time was only a few minutes, a short briefing time considering the mission's importance. He must be busy directing NJ's defense operations. Sergeant Gavel. Yes. Cold sweat ran down my cheek. This is not the kind of task that should be suddenly entrusted to a unit still in training. It is a critical mission that could determine Austin's future. I intend to keep the Southern Army's defeat from my subordinates for now. It would affect morale. Yeah, I agree. Inform the soldiers that we have received a special operation and are changing course to the east. There will be no problem if the enemy targets NJ as predicted. However, if there are enemies in Arjaria, where we are heading, our job will likely be to hold back Ares. In the worst-case scenario, this could lead to total annihilation. If I am being honest, there's no guarantee that some soldiers won't desert. Quickly, efficiently, and accurately, feeling crushed by the heavy responsibility, I began planning the advance to Arjalia. Section. Isn't this plan unreasonable? Let's do our best. Headquarters are stretched thin. In my discussion with Gavel, a number of issues came to light. First of all, it is not possible to communicate with headquarters near Arjalia. Fort Arjalia is still within the Flamel's sphere of influence. Naturally, there is no way that Austin's military communications base would have been set up there. Corporal Naumann, is there anything you can do? Sure, Lieutenant. Leave it to me. Really? Of course. Despite how I look, I'm quite reliable. When I consulted with Naumann, he said that we could create a makeshift communication base if we had magical communication devices. Only Gavel and I were issued communication magic devices in this company, with 2 each, including spares. Assuming we carry one around with us, there are 3 communication magic items that can be used as bases. The communication range can be extended to 15 kilometers. That's not enough to reach Arjalia. It shortens the distance for the runner. That's good enough. The distance from here to Arjalia is about 52 kilometers to the southeast. A messenger will need to run more than 30 kilometers daily to communicate. Even for a fast runner, it would take 4 to 5 hours. We need to select someone with strong legs and a good sense of direction. Let's also finalize the schedule to reach Arjalia. If we go straight, we should arrive there in 2 or 3 days. It won't be that easy. Let's aim to arrive within 5 days. The company can advance 20 to 30 kilometers daily if we push hard. By that calculation, we should arrive in Arjalia roughly 2.5 days from now. However, That's assuming we don't get lost and march without rest. We are mostly composed of new recruits and lack guides. We should plan for 5 days, considering the need to rest at night. Can you tell me the details of this special mission? I might have suggestions for using the communication base. Well then, I will tell you what I can, Nauman. We will head to Fort Arjaria and conduct reconnaissance for 9 days. While stationed there, we will report the results of our reconnaissance to headquarters twice daily. That is why we need the communications base. Yes, I understand. Upon reaching Arjalia, we must immediately conduct reconnaissance and report back the results. In that case, let's set up markers around the communication base to prevent getting lost. Yes, please do. Also, there are these things called guiding stones. If you float them on water, they will always point in a certain direction. We'll use these to set up signposts between our bases. After discussing for about an hour, we solidified our plan. Nauman will be responsible for setting up the communication base. This doesn't solve everything, but it addresses the communication issue. Next is the issue of food and ammunition. Originally, our company's mission was to transport supplies, so we weren't given long-term provisions. Verdi authorized us to replenish food and ammunition from the transport supplies. Upon checking the supplies, I found lots of wine from Flamel. Puku 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 puku. Stop it, Argy. One of the boxes contained only bottles of wine. The neighboring box contained canned goose and duck meat. The remaining boxes were filled with captured flamer guns and swords. I can't find any food other than canned meat. The weapons are in terrible condition. While canned meat is food, it's too unbalanced for a proper diet. Military rations are designed to provide various nutrients, but a meat-only diet is too harsh. Shall we reduce the daily rations and provide canned meat instead? Agreed. This canned meat provided enough food for about 2 days. I think it was the first time I'd ever eaten duck meat. It tasted slightly like chicken seasoned with a fruity sauce. What is this, so sweet? This is quite strange. The canned meat from Flamel was well received by the soldiers. It was tastier than the rations, so there were no complaints. Lieutenant Touri, we only have wine for drinks. Can we get permission to use it? Puku puku. Puku. However, the strong flavor of the duck made the soldiers salivate over the wine. This wine was likely made to pair well with the canned meat. For the flamers, enjoying an evening drink with this wine and canned meat was the ultimate luxury. But allowing wine during an operation is out of the question. Getting drunk and stalling the march is unacceptable. Can we use wine as a drink, not as alcohol? No. Please find and secure a water source such as a river. Despite several requests from platoon leaders for wine, I firmly refused. It would be the height of folly to get drunk while Austin's survival is at stake. If we find a water source, we'll empty the wine bottles and fill them with boiled water. Puku. Puku puku. Pew. Quiet, Argy. Securing water is crucial. Without it, we'd dehydrate easily. While Arjalia Valley is said to have plenty of water sources, we must be prepared. If we can't find a water source along the way, we'll have no choice but to discard the wine. Lieutenant Touri, about the weapons. Is this what they call a musket? It's a single-shot weapon, and it's not very accurate. They're no better than farmers hunting rifles. The weapons we were carrying were pretty bad as well. All of them were inferior to the first-generation Austin rifle. It's a gun made by Flamel, so maybe it can't be helped. The army likely sees these as iron, not weapons. They'll be remade into Austin guns at the rear. Probably. The weapons we carried were mostly scrap metal. The only things that seem to be usable are muskets and close-range knives. There were no fancy weapons like grenades, only items reminiscent of weapons from a previous era. Well, we should just run away if a battle breaks out. There's no way we can win with these. Sergeant Gavel and I sighed as we inspected the weapons. The last problem is that we have not received any topographical information up to Arjaria. We don't know anything about Arjalia except that it is in the southeast. We'll get lost if we don't send out scouts to check the route. We're in Flamer territory, so there's probably no one there who knows the area. Of course not. Since Argelia was not a planned location, no one knew its exact position. I've contacted headquarters to request terrain information but have not received a reply yet. Not knowing the way could be deadly. It would be disastrous if we scout the wrong area. Let's advance southeast for now. We'll have the scouts check the route and wait for a reply from headquarters. That's all we can do. We began our slow advance, ensuring communication as we moved. Section. Hey, Lieutenant Touri, where exactly are we headed? I can't tell you yet since it's a special mission. Oh, come on. We were struggling even just to advance. Didn't you receive the canned meat? That's your advance payment. I'm not a big fan of that stuff. According to the reply from headquarters, there is a big river nearby, and you will reach Argelia Valley if you follow it upstream. This route seemed to be quite a detour, so it would take about 5 days to reach Argelia as initially expected. Shouldn't we take a break soon? The scouts are exhausted. The scouts have indeed been running non-stop. Alright, let's take a break. Can we eat the fish we catch in the river? Just make sure to cook it thoroughly so you don't get sick. The soldiers tried to catch fish or picked fruits to supplement their rations. Although we still had some rations left, they were trying to save as much as possible. Look at me, Lieutenant Touri, I'm good at this, right? I won a fishing competition when I was a kid. Wow. The soldiers from river villages caught fish with their bare hands and shared them with our comrades. They were like fish in water. Here you go, Lieutenant. I've cleaned it, so just add plenty of salt and enjoy. Thank you. They don't know anything. At this very moment, Austin is on the brink of extinction. This special mission isn't so bad if we can have fun in the river like this. The water in this river is delicious. Hey, make sure to boil the water. Never drink it raw. I continued to greet the soldiers with my practiced smile so as to not let them know the anxiety building up inside me. Suddenly, we were given delicious canned meat. We played in the river with our comrades, catching and eating fish. These 5 days might have been enjoyable for the soldiers. On the 5th day since we received our special mission, we finally arrived at the Argelia Valley. Wow! The Argelia Valley was a beautiful place filled with rich nature and the chirping of birds. In the clear streams, fish swam, and lush green aquatic plants grew thickly. A stone fortress stood across the river built between the mountains. The river flowed through the fortress's waterways to the downstream, making it possible to fish within the fortress. The location surrounded by water functioned as a natural moat, designed to defend against enemies. A natural fortress towering over the water. That was Fort Argelia. But it's falling apart. The fortress walls are crumbling. However, the fortress showed numerous signs of battle and was already in a dilapidated state. Large holes dotted the fortress walls, overgrown with weeds and moss. After all, the last time this fortress was used in war was over 100 years ago. In the age of swords and spears, this fortress surrounded by water boasted unparalleled defensive strength. But now, it is a relic of past wars. In gunfights, it didn't matter if it was surrounded by water. On the contrary, it will make it more difficult to escape and the facilities will deteriorate faster. There are probably more disadvantages than advantages. That's why this fortress was abandoned and treated as a ruin within Flamel. We have arrived at the target location. Thank you everyone for your hard work. We will now enter the second phase of the operation. Scouts, please check the surrounding terrain. The communications officer will be running immediately, so please get some rest while you can. After securing Fort Argelia, I tried to stay calm. Being careful not to change my expression, I gave instructions to my subordinates. Infantrymen and quartermasters, please grab your shovels and prepare to dig trenches. I want you to dig trenches in the places I instruct you to. Lieutenant Touri. Next to me, Sergeant Gavel was silently glaring at the scenery ahead. The soldiers behind me were nervously whispering with anxious looks on their faces. What on earth is that? You still don't understand? My heart hadn't stopped pounding since we arrived at Argelia. Sweat poured down my entire body. My brain screamed to flee immediately. The soldiers' complexions were pale, with Sergeant Gavel's face completely blue. As you can see, it's the Ares army. Contrary to the predictions of Austin's general staff, an army of 20,000 Ares soldiers had invaded the southern retreat route, heading towards Argalia. Countless blue Ares flags were fluttering before our eyes. The Ares army was advancing in formation, raising dust as they crossed the plain beyond the valley. Right now, we are the only ones in Austin who know of this fact. From this moment on, our actions will determine the future of Austin. Everyone, please be prepared to follow orders with resolve. There was no guaranteed communication between Argalia and headquarters, and it took about half a day for information to travel. Austin's general staff had made a critical error in their crucial decision. Chapter 155. Enemy movement spotted in the direction of Argalia. It is believed that the enemy's objective is a surprise attack on the Southern Army's retreat route. Looking down from Fort Argalia, downstream of the Great River, countless Ares flags were fluttering in the wind. This indicated that Austin's general staff had been outmaneuvered by the Flamel Ares alliance. Notifying all platoons. Our company is expected to engage with the enemy Ares forces tomorrow. Everyone, prepare for battle. Take advantage of the uneven terrain and quickly prepare trenches. The Southern Army Command is currently in a state of chaos, with many troops in disarray and in the process of retreating. Colonel Henry has been killed, and Bernvalou is in critical condition and unconscious. There is no way the army can stay united under these circumstances. They would be annihilated if they were to be surprised by Ares forces in such a situation. Austin will be destroyed if we let them through. Section. I did not make my judgment based solely on my usual intuition. Verdi had said, conduct reconnaissance around Argalia for the next 9 days. If no one was seen by then, the Southern Army's retreat route would be safe. However, even though it's only the 5th day, the enemy has already begun pressing into Argalia. Even if I were to hurry and convey this information, it would take 2 days for the information to be relayed back and forth, and by the time the facts are confirmed, the surprise attack might already be underway. From the beginning, our reconnaissance mission was a just-in-case. General Staff had already decided that the enemy's main objective was an attack on NJ. I knew who painted this picture. The fact that they deliberately chose a surprise attack that was highly difficult. Bernvalou's defeat by a small force. From these factors, it can be said that the enemy is a genius comparable to Bern who loves surprise attacks. The only person I know who fits this description is Sylph Nova. It can only be her controlling the advancing Ares forces from behind the scenes. There was no way that Sylph, a master of surprise attacks, would fail in such an advantageous situation. That's why we must not leave the Ares army alone. Trenches. Are we going to fight against that massive army? It's impossible. There's no way we can win. We have to get away quickly. Shouldn't we ask for instructions from General Staff? Don't panic. I'll explain now. In the face of an overwhelming number of enemy soldiers, the troops did not hide their unease. However, I alone continued to pretend to be calm and collected. A commander must remain composed in critical situations. I trusted my own expressionless face. Rest assured, this situation is exactly as predicted by General Staff. Now, let me explain the outline of our special operation. So this is going according to plan. General Staff had predicted a surprise attack from the Ares forces from here in the direction of Argalia. Now that we have confirmed the facts, the surprise attack from the enemy Ares forces has been all but neutralized. Really? Messenger, please hurry and relay this information to headquarters. I spoke with complete confidence, dispelling the soldiers' anxiety. I couldn't say things like, "This is an unexpected development, and we are in dire straits." Now, our next mission is a delaying action. Let's mess with the advancing Ares forces who are marching forward so carefreely. Mess with? Yes. Let's teach these primitive people who are still organizing cavalry the art of modern warfare. I was using all my brain power as I addressed my subordinates. Night will soon fall. Marching through the valley region at night would be highly risky. The footing along the river is poor and there is a risk of being attacked by nocturnal animals. The enemy likely won't advance at night. The arrival of the enemy is expected to be afternoon tomorrow. Let's prepare an evening reception and hold a party with lead bullets tomorrow. After entertaining our guests of honor, we'll return home leisurely and boast about our achievements. We should be able to set up simple trenches if we work through the night. Argalia is a valley, so it is not possible to invade with a large army. The enemy will need to divide their forces and advance in waves. If we prepare multiple layers of trenches, the Ares forces will have a hard time breaking through. In the first place, the enemy will likely not expect that we are only 150 strong. They will assume we are waiting with a larger force and will proceed cautiously. This alone should buy us considerable time. Tomorrow's party will determine Austin's future. The future, yes. The time we buy will determine the fate of our families we left behind in our homeland. At that moment, I envisioned Seddle and smiled. It was a smile that reflected calm and confidence to dispel the soldiers' fears. Everything will be fine, right? Of course, leave it to me. Realistically, even buying a single day should be sufficient. Platoon leader Garbak made a show of buying a day with just 54 men, fewer than our own force. We should be able to buy about a day by making the enemy cautious and depleting their supplies with artillery magic. After doing that, General Staff should have no complaints. I have been through many such crises before. Let's bring fortune to Austin, as befits the name Lucky Carry. I calmly chose what seemed to be the best course of action. Let's use everything available to protect Austin. To prevent the lives of Seddle and the others living in the homeland from being lost. My heartbeat accelerated. Yes, that was the moment I made up my mind. I felt a surge of heat rising from deep within my body. My lips curled. I feel excited. It's like I'm sitting in a chair playing a game, rather than on a battlefield where my life is at stake. Whenever I feel overwhelmed by fear, my other self begins to make a fuss. It seems that the other me has finally gotten up. Let us create a miracle in Argalia. In response to my rallying call, the soldiers roared with enthusiasm. Section. The soldiers wore anxious expressions, but none of them attempted to defy the orders. They are working hard on building trenches without losing their fighting spirit. It seems there's no need to worry about deserters for now. 3 o'clock direction, halfway up the mountain. It's in the enemy's blind spot, and the height makes it easy to defend. If we lie in ambush behind the rocks along the river, we can catch the enemies coming down the river from behind. A ringing sound echoed in my brain. A mechanical, emotionless male voice spoke in my head. Lieutenant Touri, there are traces of a fortress on the sandbank in the lower reaches of the river. Good. Can we reinforce it with rocks and mud to make it functional? I'll ask Corporal Naumann to take care of it. Whenever I find myself in a dire situation, the voice of my second personality, another me, always starts to speak. The hallucination of my mad self, having lost my sanity. That depression by the riverbank looks good. Should we dig a trench there? I see, it's true that it's a perfect place to dig a trench. But it's so perfect that the enemy might be able to predict it. Also, positioning soldiers there won't significantly expand our defensive range. Then how about the southeastern hills if we enter the mountain path? We should definitely set up trenches there. The enemy will pass through those hills when they get around the riverbank. We can ambush them and drive them back. This voice is excellent at identifying such advantageous positions. I worked out the strategy in my head, giving instructions on where to dig trenches and where to hide the soldiers. All the while, with a grotesque smile, I carried out these plans without fully understanding their meaning. Section. Thanks to the efforts of the soldiers, we were able to complete our defensive preparations overnight. It was so perfect it almost felt eerie. Sergeant Gavel. Honestly, how much time do you think we can buy? You're asking me that? I asked as I watched the final trench being completed. In a low voice, I conversed with my adjutant, Sergeant Gavel. We won't last more than a few hours if we fight normally. It'll be a miracle if we can even last a day. I agree. Such was Sergeant Gavel's opinion. Certainly, when 150 people fight against 20,000 people, there is no way it can end in victory. Sheer numbers would inevitably overwhelm us. But I once saw someone hold a fortress with just 54 men for a whole day. Well, he must have been an incredible person. Yes, he was truly an extraordinary individual. Platoon leader Garbak once held off the advancing Sabatian army with just 54 men at Fort Musen. Thanks to him, the capital was spared from the flames of war and many lives were saved. I believe we can hold out for at least a day. Maybe. If everything goes perfectly, it might be possible. Yes. Gavel gave a vague smile as he said this. We might be able to hold out for a day. What kind of expression should I show him? What's with that face? You look like you're about to cry, Lieutenant Touri. Yeah. Somehow, I realized it. Even if we manage to hold out for just a day, it won't change the outcome of the battle. Let's say we risk our lives, make many sacrifices, and delay the invasion of the Ares army by a day, just like Platoon Commander Garbak did. The surprise attack will still succeed, and Austin will be in a critical situation. No matter how hard we try to buy a day, Austin's defeat won't be overturned. What? It's just a feeling, but that's what I think. It will take half a day for the information that Ares is targeting the Southern Army's retreat route to reach headquarters. The time lag is so large that even if we gain a day, I don't think there will be enough time to support the Southern Army. Then what do we do? If we can delay the Ares army for 3 days, Austin will have a fighting chance. 3 days. The period that Verdi specified for us to continue our reconnaissance mission is 3 more days. If Arjalia is breached by that date, the Ares army will have enough time to launch a surprise attack. It's impossible. You think so? There's no way it can be done. Holding out for even a single day would be a miracle. 3 days is unthinkable. Holding off 20,000 men with just 150 here for 3 days. If we could do that, it would indeed be a miracle in Austin's military history. Can we truly achieve such a feat? We won't have enough weapons and ammunition if we engage in combat. We only have enough ammunition for 1 day. That's true. I must oppose that strategic goal. It's unrealistic. In a situation where we lack ammunition and supplies, how many miracles would have to align for such a thing to be possible? On the first day, we'll secure both banks centered around the fortress on the sandbank. It will be a tactical victory if we can draw out the enemy's artillery. What? On the second day, we'll engage in guerrilla warfare on both banks and the mountain path. 10 men hidden behind those rocks can hold for 2 hours. We'll dig trenches in the hills and hold 10 men there for 3 hours. If we dig trenches on the detour on the mountain path and hide 20 men there, we should be able to buy ourselves 5 hours. Lieutenant Touri? That answer came from the voice in my head. Someone inside me was simply guiding me along the path to a miracle. We can do it. As long as the soldiers follow my orders and adhere to the plan. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way that's possible. No, it's just barely enough. I recalculated it several times. If we place soldiers there, how long will it take for the Ares soldiers to break through? If every member of this company fulfills their duty, a miracle can happen in Arjalia. But how will the soldiers retreat if we deploy them there? Retreat is not being considered. With this arrangement, the operation will proceed according to a precise schedule. We can hold the enemy back for exactly 72 hours. That way the Ares army won't be able to ambush the Austin Southern Army in time. Bern Valou can retreat, and our future will be secured. Perfect planning, absolutely flawless. We can buy time if we sacrifice the lives of the entire company here. That's this strategy that came to mind. I envisioned the realization of a miracle in this land of Arjalia. So, what do you think, Sergeant Gavel? The success rate of this operation is realistic. There is probably a 40 to 50% chance of success as long as there are no deserters. Even if we fail, only 150 members of the company would be killed in action, and we would still buy some time. Considering the risks and returns, it was more of a loss not to execute it. Both Maeve and Naumann will struggle in the trenches to the death. After buying us plenty of time, they will die in battle when they run out of ammunition. On the first day it will be Maeve, and on the second day will be Naumann. And then on the third day, Sergeant Gavel, I want you to lead the final defense of the fortress. For the final day, you will hole up in Fort Argelia, unite the remaining Austin forces, and fight back for about half a day. If we fight back without considering escape, then this is a realistic goal to set. Touri, you. As I spoke, my voice trembled, and tears and snot flowed down my face. I continued in a voice only Sergeant Gavel could hear. However, there is one soldier who is not expected to die in this battle. Finally, one soldier will be needed to run to the communication base to report the results of the battle. That person is the one who will be in the rear until the very end. Someone who will not participate in the battle, who can run for a long period of time, and who can provide accurate reports. My strategy is perfect, if I may say so myself. Using up every life in the company, buying time without waste, and then the role of surviving and running to the communication post. That is something I'm best suited for. Hey, Sergeant Gavel. I alone will survive. Do you have any opinions on my current strategy? Really? Do you have any objections? Am I making any fatal miscalculations? I was planning this operation while instructing the soldiers on where to set up their trenches. A plan to sacrifice my entire company while remaining the only one to survive, all in the name of saving my country. I am confident in this strategy. This method has the highest success rate I can think of. I can't think of any other way to save Austin. Covered in vomit and tears, I was a complete mess. Sergeant Gavel simply stared at me with an expressionless gaze. Chapter 156. Give me a little time. I understand. I will talk with you later. After listening to my plan, Sergeant Gavel walked away without even looking at my face. I was left alone on the riverbank, sitting with my knees hugged to my chest. Please assemble in front of Fort Argelia once the trenches are completed. Understood, Lieutenant. After composing myself, I called out to the soldiers. The red sun was rising in the sky, illuminating the surrounding landscape. Fort Argelia was an old structure made of red bricks and stones. It has deteriorated over the years, with parts chipping away and crumbling. Grass and trees thrived around the river, and the surrounding mountain range was high, rugged, and beautiful. If it were not wartime, Fort Argelia would boast a charm that could make it a good tourist spot. After the trenches were dug, from now on, you will all fight as heroes to save Austin. Amidst the peaceful sounds of the river's murmuring and the chirping of birds, I gathered the mud-streaked soldiers on the riverbank and gave a speech. Our efforts will lead to the future. As soldiers and military personnel, I am very happy to stand here with you. I sent a messenger last night, but there was no response from headquarters. They were likely not prepared to respond to the surprise attack on the Southern Army's retreat route. They may even be considering the possibility that our report may be false. If there is no reply from General Staff Headquarters, we cannot expect any reinforcements. Only we, who know that the enemy's surprise attack is real, can protect Austin. Lieutenant Touri. Yes. Even though the morning sun had started to rise, there was still no movement from the enemy. Since smoke from cooking was rising, there should still be time. The decisive battle will probably be in the early afternoon. We only need to buy a little more time, right? Yes, I need you to buy a little more time. Specifically, how long do we have to hold out before we can withdraw? Each platoon has a set target combat time. I will explain this to each platoon leader. I am about to order them to die. The soldiers in front of me are new recruits who have just joined the military. They have no experience of bloody combat, nor the resolve to sacrifice their lives. Is it really right to deceive such people and send them to their deaths? Understood. Thank you for your understanding. I want to confess everything. That everyone here will probably not return alive. That I alone will run away and report to headquarters. But if I do that, the soldiers will run away. I must deceive them. They must not know that they will never return to their hometowns, that their bodies will be buried in this distant foreign land of Argelia. It must not be known. Well then, everyone, feel free to take one bottle of Flamel wine. Please enjoy it in moderation as a pre-battle cheer. Oh, is it really okay to have this before the battle, Lieutenant? This time is special. Each platoon leader will be briefed, so please gather in the tent. After that, the wine will be distributed. Puku puku puck. While pretending to maintain a calm demeanor, I gave a twisted smile in front of the soldiers who cheered as they were given wine. Section. How much should I tell each platoon leader? Is it okay to tell all the platoon leaders everything? Their mission in this operation is to hold off the enemy until death. The mission will collapse if the platoon leaders do not understand this purpose and make their own judgment to retreat. However, there is also a platoon leader who has a habit of deserting in the face of the enemy. Won't he and his unit abandon their positions and run away if I tell him the truth? The formation will be breached if even one unit abandons its position, and the enemy could invade immediately. Should I intentionally not convey the true intent of the mission and force them into a situation where they cannot retreat, forcing them to hang on until they die? Deceiving the soldiers who trust me, sending them to their death without even explaining the meaning of their sacrifice. Only I will report the battle results and receive the commendations. This should not be forgiven. This must not be forgiven. Yet, I cannot think of another way to save Austin. Is there a plan where I alone would be punished? Is there any plan where I would receive the punishment for this unforgivable wrongdoing? Isn't there a strategy in which only I would die, instead of countless other soldiers? In the first place, why do I have to be the one to report on the operation? I am certain that I will survive until the third day. As I am a healer with the heal ability, it would be inefficient for me to die early in the battle. Moreover, the decline in morale if the company commander dies cannot be underestimated. I should indeed survive and fight until the third day. However, wouldn't it be fine if someone else took on the role of reporting after retreating on the third day? Take Sergeant Gavel for example. How about taking over command of his reinforcement platoon and dying in his place? Meanwhile, Sergeant Gavel could run to the communication base to report the battle results. He said he wanted to become a hero. If Sergeant Gavel returns after reporting the battle results, he will surely become a hero. If that's what he wants, I'll hand over overall command to him and fight to the death. Stop being so naive. I would rather die in battle and have peace of mind. I felt that if I died in battle, I would be forgiven for pushing everyone to their deaths. However, this is nothing more than self-indulgent, self-harming behavior. It is in the national interest of the country for me to survive and act as the messenger. Users of healing magic are very rare. Moreover, someone as unhinged as me is probably better as a commander than he is. For the benefit of Austin, I should be the one to survive. Hey, Lieutenant Touri. What is it, Sergeant Gavel? I have something to discuss. Can you please meet with me for a moment? Ah, I feel nauseous. What a vile, cruel, heartless creature I am. It's no wonder Bern Valu treats me like a friend. Let's have a strategy meeting. As I was mocking myself like that, Sergeant Gavel whispered this to me. Section. What is it, Sergeant Gavel? I have a proposal. He maintained a serious expression. He led me into the tent and urged me to sit in a chair. What's the proposal? I don't agree with your plan that I heard this morning. Please hand over command to me. Sergeant Gavel, sitting across from me, spoke these words as soon as he opened his mouth. I was so stunned that I opened my mouth in astonishment. I am more suitable as a commander than you. What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. I will take over command from now on. Sergeant Gavel does not appear to be joking or making light of this situation. It seems like he's serious about taking over command. Are you saying you disagree with the strategy I've proposed? Yeah, I guess. Then, let me hear your opinion. Upon reflection, it was quite obvious. How many people would follow orders knowing they are destined to die? Sergeant Gavel is only 15 years old. There's no way he's ready to die yet. You know, you're ordering us to die while you plan to survive. It's impossible to accept. But there's no way the soldiers will be convinced by something like that. I can assure you, your plan will end in desertion and fail. I'm not stupid enough to risk my life on a plan that I know will fail. Sergeant Gavel's criticism hit a sore spot. Certainly, The success of this plan relies on everyone fighting to the death in accordance with their duties. It would not be wrong to say that everything would collapse if deserters began to appear. Then, do you have a better plan, Sergeant Gavel? Yeah. If he has a brilliant alternative, I would support it. To be honest, if there are other options, I would rather use them. I have no qualms about handing over command to him. Make it so that the plan you just mentioned was one I came up with. When I listened to him, thinking it over, you were planning to withdraw after one day, but I said, that's not enough. What are you saying? It would be a disgrace for the person who came up with this plan to survive alone, wouldn't it? I looked up in surprise, and he laughed heartily, just like Renville. I came up with the plan to fight until we're killed. That way, I'm sure the soldiers will be more willing to join us. I apologize to you as the planner of the strategy, but this will increase the chances of success. I'll leave the actual command to you. How's that? There was a faint trace of fear in his eyes. Yet Sergeant Gavel maintained his bold attitude. How to make the soldiers resolve themselves to lose their lives. That's the key to this operation. But I'll handle that part. And then, will you let me take the credit and become a hero, Lieutenant Touri? He asked directly, looking straight into my eyes. Even if you become a hero, you will still die. Yeah, but I'll have protected my country. I'm sure my parents will be proud. Why would you agree to this wicked strategy that I came up with? I sounded like the best plan to protect Austin to me. It certainly makes sense. It would likely reduce the number of deserters if the planner is determined to die themselves. And you will survive, Lieutenant Touri. It would be better for Austin if you survived rather than me. Even an idiot like me understands that. Sergeant Gavel continued in a light tone. I listened quietly, with my lips pressed into a thin line. What do you think? My plan is better than yours, right? Why don't you say something? He has made up his mind. Because the only plan I could think of was to sacrifice everyone here to save Austin. Sergeant Gavel decided to accept it and die bearing it all on his shoulders. So, is that okay with you? Yeah. The success rate of the operation will improve if he does this. That would surely be in Austin's national interest. Don't look at me like that, Lieutenant Touri. This is my chance to fulfill my lifelong dream and become a hero. And, well, you know what? I have no reason to oppose Sergeant Gavel's proposal. But why is he so? Guess I'll just come out and say it. I thought that dying for the girl I love wouldn't be so bad. I didn't say anything because I heard you had no intention of dating anyone. Sergeant Gavel's words froze my heart. Don't make that face. I'm sorry. No. That is, well, I'm not expecting a response. Just ignore it. Did Sergeant Gavel have feelings for me? Had there been any signs of that before? At least, I hadn't noticed it at all. Well, it's fine as long as you understand why I'm risking my life. All right then, that's it. Tell me the details of the plan you have in mind. If that's the case, then Does this mean I'm taking advantage of his feelings towards me and using him? I'll show you something incredibly cool, Touri. And what kind of face should I show to him, smiling so freely? Chapter 157. Sorry, everyone. I have an important matter to discuss. Could you all gather around? In the end, I agreed with Sergeant Gavel's proposal. It was because I couldn't find any words to respond to his determination to face death for me. Everyone, assemble. Before we distribute the wine, I need you to listen to me for a moment. Ha! Sergeant Gavel, with me beside him, raised his voice from the riverbank. Everyone in the company responded to his voice and gathered one after another. What is it, Vice Commander? You're not going to tell me there's no wine now, are you? That's not the issue. It's something worse than that. Oh come on, what could be worse than having our alcohol taken away? Did the country fall or something? The soldiers' faces grew tense at his serious tone. A nearby soldier cracked a joke, but Sergeant Gavel remained serious. I stood quietly with my head lowered, standing behind him. You're getting pretty close, infantryman. It's bad news to match that. Please spare me, what's going on? After discussing it with Lieutenant Touri, command authority is being transferred to me. What the heck? That's the worst news ever. The soldier who responded to his words looked up to the sky in an exaggerated manner. Then, does that mean it's going to be real combat? Yeah. The soldier's face turned pale, and he fell to his knees. The reason she was appointed company commander in the first place was because it was considered a good omen. I can't leave this emergency situation in the hands of a figurehead commander. That's true. Apparently, due to propaganda rumors, I had been considered a figurehead commander from the start. In other words, I was an idle company commander chosen for my looks who had no command skills whatsoever. Most of the soldiers likely thought that in real combat, Sergeant Gavel, who had received officer training, would take command. I just had a thorough discussion with Lieutenant Touri. She also agreed, so command authority has been transferred to me. Seriously. For those who believed this, having command handed over to Sergeant Gavel was tantamount to a death sentence. The faces of the soldiers, who had brightened up at the prospect of getting wine, turned pale. Now, let me explain the current situation again. Austin is now in a state of existential crisis. I want you all to stay calm and listen to what I have to say. I felt as though I was standing on a bed of needles in the silence among the soldiers. I will explain the current situation. I continued to stand behind Sergeant Gavel and with my head down. Section. What? Sergeant Gavel explained to the soldiers. The Southern Army has been defeated and Austin is in a dire situation. In this situation, being ambushed by 20,000 troops from the Ares Army would be extremely harsh for Austin. Despite this, I had set a plan to withdraw after just one day of resistance. Sergeant Gavel opposed this and argued that we should fight to protect Argelia, even if it meant risking our lives. This was the story created between myself and Sergeant Gavel. The Southern Army lost. Didn't Austin have the upper hand? What the? Is what you're saying really true? His story was enough to shake up the soldiers. Faced with a harsher reality than they had imagined, cries of disbelief erupted from all sides. What happened to the Southern Army? My brother is a platoon leader in the Southern Army. That can't be. Lieutenant Touri, what he just said must be a terrible joke. I'm sorry. It's the truth. That's a lie. The soldier who was most agitated by my words was the one with a penchant for running away. Just as I had feared, he started making a fuss and confronted me with his face turning red. Have you been deceiving everyone until now? You brought us all the way to this dangerous place without telling us that we're in a losing situation. Yes. I wouldn't have followed you if I had known, you bastard. What do you think human lives are? Stop it. Someone restrain that idiot. He lunged towards me and was quickly subdued by those around him. I continued to watch him in silence, unmoved. I'm going back. That's right, everyone follow me. I'll take command from here. Leave these idiots behind. Don't misunderstand. Being a soldier means even dying is part of the job, and that's why we get such good treatment. They've conscripted us and expect us to follow such reasoning. I won't follow. Only those who want to die should go ahead and die. I could see spreading agitation among the surrounding soldiers at his outburst. Perhaps they were starting to consider fleeing, stirred up by his words. If we don't persuade and convince them quickly, the plan will fall apart. My mother will be left all alone if I don't go back. Everyone has important people they've left behind at home, right? Stop it, don't say any more. Unlike that little brat, I have to survive. Anyone who wants to die should just die. But I couldn't find the words to soothe him. Valuing your own life is the most normal sensibility one can have. If they weren't soldiers, most people would likely agree with him. Obviously, there aren't any soldiers who want to die. A yell resounded throughout the camp. It was from Naumann, who is usually so easygoing. Corporal Naumann? Soldiers always have a gun hanging at their waist. If you really want to die, you can always shoot yourself in the head. What is it? There shouldn't be any soldiers who wish to commit suicide. Naumann raised his voice and glared fiercely at the soldier. His angry voice caused the surroundings to fall silent. From what I've seen, all the soldiers who were trembling in the trenches saying I don't want to die went to the battlefield with their lives on the line. Why? Why, you ask? Because they were brave. They had something they wanted to protect even if it meant risking their lives. The veteran soldier, with wrinkles on his face, suddenly pressed the barrel of his gun against the soldier's cheek and furiously shouted. The sheer intensity of his anger left everyone present speechless. Anyone who wants to die should just die. How much more do you want to mock the pride of soldiers before you're satisfied? Nauman continued in a cold voice. The Austin of today exists because those guys who were shivering in the trenches and saying, "I don't want to die," risked their lives. But you can think whatever you want, but I won't stand by when someone insults their pride. Nauman is the oldest soldier in this company. He is a man who has spent most of his life on the battlefield. His words carried weight. "I'm sorry for interrupting, Sergeant Gavel. Please continue." "No, thank you, Corporal Nauman. You've helped me a lot." "You there, I'll let the incident with Lieutenant Touri slide, so calm down and sit. To tell you the truth, I don't want to die either. I've never had a girlfriend, drunk alcohol, or smoked a cigar. There are still many pleasures in life I haven't experienced. Vice Commander Gavel. But there are people I'm willing to risk my life to protect. I may be a coward, but I'm a soldier. That's why I've resolved myself to die fighting here in Argelia." After Nauman's words quieted the soldiers, Sergeant Gavel continued his speech. Sergeant Gavel, with a defiant smile, held up 3 fingers in front of the soldiers. 3 days. Austin will be saved if we can hold out for 3 days. That's what General Staff Headquarters expects. 3 days. Yes. To achieve that, every soldier needs to have the determination to keep on biting at the enemy even if their arms are shot and their legs get broken. Hearing the number 3 days, the soldiers looked around nervously. They look worried, wondering if this number of people will be able to hold out for 3 days. You guys can be as scared as you want. Even if you cry like a baby or piss your pants because you're scared, as long as you don't run away from your post, that's all that matters. In exchange, I will protect Austin and your families. That's the only reward I can offer. And so, let us etch our bravery into this land for all eternity. After the war, our names will remain as a monument as heroes. I was supposed to say those words. I am the company commander. I am the one who came up with the plan. Let us create a miracle in Argelia with everyone here. As Sergeant Gavel finished those words, with my face down, my tears wouldn't stop flowing and countless drops spilled down my face. At the very least, the troops holed up in the fortress on the first day are certain to be wiped out. We'll make it voluntary. Anyone who thinks they are brave enough to do it should step forward. Wiped out. In return, leave the care of the surviving families to me. With my grandpa's authority, I'll have General Staff Headquarters prepare the highest compensation possible. Pathetic. Embarrassing. I had decided that this time I would behave in a way befitting a commander. But right now, I feel like a baby being carried on Sergeant Gavel's back. Lieutenant Touri. Well, this is the kind of story that made our company commander cry and become useless. So, I took command. I see. Well, it's a tough operation for Lieutenant Touri. Yeah, this girl was originally just a medic. I couldn't respond to Sergeant Gavel and Nauman's light banter. I just quietly let out a sob. From here on, stay with me and follow me to hell. Next to me in my pitiful state, Sergeant Gavel had a manly look on his face. Section. Perhaps influenced by the speeches of Sergeant Gavel and Nauman, the soldiers did not flee but instead agreed to stay and fight. Sergeant Gavel deployed the soldiers according to the instructions I had given him beforehand. I'm sorry, Maeve, but you're going to have to die today. I'll be following shortly, so wait for me. Can't be helped. Damn it, leave it to me, you idiot. The combat zone for today was a kilometer from Fort Argelia. This area had a river with a sandbank where an old fortress remained. The fortress walls had been repaired last night by Nauman and his unit. If the enemy were the old-era Ares army, it might be able to show some defensive capability. Wow, this is a pretty nasty position. This should buy us quite a bit of time. Ha ha ha. Let's give those little bastards of Ares a taste of their own medicine. 40 volunteers came forward to defend the fortress, even though it was predicted that they would be annihilated. Among them were people like Corporal Ember, who declared, "I am willing to sacrifice my life for my country." Others were reluctant, saying, "If I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather my family receive more compensation." Knowing that they would never return alive, they shared a toast of wine with their comrades and gazed off at the distant sky. "Leave command of the opposite shore to me, Touri. I'll take charge of this side of the river." "Understood, Acting Commander Gavel." The command of the 40 volunteers in the fortress was left to Maeve. Sergeant Gavel and I positioned our forces to block both sides of the river. "How much of the barbed wire should we use?" "Use it generously. The first day's defense is crucial." "Got it." Both banks were heavily fenced with barbed wire and loaded with magical traps to ensure they could not be breached. With support from the sandbank, it should be difficult for the Old Era soldiers to break through this position. However, we couldn't set up many obstacles on the sandbank due to the river. The enemy would likely focus on the sandbank from a certain point onward. Stick swords into the riverbed. Don't step on them yourself. Reinforce them with stones and gravel after placing them in the riverbed. At Nauman's suggestion, we stuck captured swords into the riverbed. After making holes in boards to pass the swords through, we used stones to secure the boards in place, making them stand upright. The river in the valley is quite shallow. Even though I'm short, the water only comes up to my knees. Hey there. The swords are sticking out. Whoa. That was close. I almost stepped on one. The swords in the riverbed were hard to see due to the reflection of the light, and one could accidentally step on them if they weren't careful. It could be fatal if someone fell and got impaled by a sword. The enemy would be focused on the fortress, so they would likely neglect their footing. Even if they accidentally get scratched, they will be forced to retreat because the bleeding will not stop in the water. It was a particularly insidious trap, typical of the veteran Nauman. "My trap is really hard to see. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? You're amazing." "I too." The soldiers were busily setting up traps in the river, almost like they were enjoying a game. The Ares army had yet to show any signs of advancing. It was a relief they were waiting. The more time we had for battle preparation, the better. "Hey, Lieutenant Touri." "Maeve." As I was helping set up the traps on the riverbed, Maeve spoke to me in a low voice. He has a very serious look on his face. "There's something I want to ask you." "What is it?" "Were you the one who came up with this plan?" My face involuntarily stiffened when he whispered that into my ear. The large man looked down at me, staring me straight in the eyes. How did he figure it out? I feel bad for the kid, but I don't see him having the guts to sacrifice his life for his country at this critical moment, nor the talent to save it. Given what I know about your true nature, it's unnatural for the command to shift to that kid at this point. Maeve asked me seriously. I hesitated for a moment on how to respond to his question, but, indeed, I have decided to have you all sacrifice your lives and die here fighting. However, it's also true that this is Sergeant Gavel's plan. He volunteered to take on the role of the commander who will die in battle to allow me to escape as a messenger. Today, Maeve will remain in the fortress until he is killed in battle. I can't lie to a soldier who is prepared to do such a thing. I see. So that's what you're planning. Then it's not like that boy is stealing the credit. He stood at the forefront for my sake. Is that so? Well, I misjudged him. The kid's got guts after all. After hearing my explanation, Maeve slapped me on the back with a cheerful voice. If that's the case, then I can't call him a kid anymore. He's a real man now. What do you mean by real man? I used to look down on him as just another rich kid, but if he's willing to sacrifice his life for his country and for a woman, then he's a real man. Maeve then glanced over at Sergeant Gavel, who seemed busy giving orders, and smiled. Did something happen between the two of them? I'm sure Lieutenant Touri has noticed, but that guy has feelings for you. What? You didn't notice? Oh, never mind then. Maeve looked around and then whispered in my ear. When you send him off, at least give him a kiss on the cheek. I'm sure he'll give it his all to the point of dying. I wish I could have given you this advice closer to that time, but I'm going to die today. Being a soldier is truly a cruel profession. After whispering that, he gave me a wink. Aren't you afraid of dying, Maeve? Yeah, I am. Then why are you so calm? Do I look calm? Maeve scratched his head for a moment in response to my own trembling question. Men tend to be pretty good at putting on a brave face. He then tousled my hair affectionately. Chapter 158. The Ares army finally began their advance around noon. After confirming this, we took our positions in the trenches. Lieutenant Touri. As of now, the Maeve Defense Squad will begin our mission. Please take care of it. It may be strange for me to say this, but I wish you luck. I believe you'll do well. Maeve, wearing a cheerful smile, entered the fortress on the sandbank with his subordinates. In the end, he never showed any signs of fear. Lieutenant Touri, I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. Corporal Ember, thank you for your bravery. See you in paradise. Just before heading to the fortress, Corporal Ember extended his hand for a handshake. His hand was slightly trembling. We, Maeve Defense Squad, will embark on our glorious journey first. Your efforts will be reported in full to the homeland. Please fight with honor in your hearts. Yes, with pleasure. After that, I received a piece of paper from each of them. These were their wills. They had written their thoughts and wishes to their families on pieces of paper about half the size of a postcard. Please deliver this to my mother. Please tell them I fought bravely. I packed 40 letters containing the soldiers' wills into my backpack. I will be running with this bag on the final day. Please deliver our final hopes and wills, fortune-bringing commander. One by one, I accepted the thoughts and resolutions of each soldier. Carefully, to avoid wrinkling them, I packed each letter into my bag. Section. Puku Puk Puku. Nurse Arji has reported that the enemy is approaching. What? You managed to scout them out? Contact with the enemy occurred an hour later. As they got closer, the equipment of the Ares army became more discernible. What the hell? Are these guys joking? I've only seen gear like that in plays. Among them, some were still wearing armor, wearing feathered hats, and carrying bows, like archers from the previous century. There were even some soldiers on horseback with lances. It seems they haven't fully modernized yet. But there are normal soldiers too. They're marching in step. Do they want us to shoot them? However, many modern units armed with rifles could also be seen. These rifles aren't muskets but bolt-action rifles. They must have shared modern warfare information with the Flamer army. It appears that more than half of the enemy forces are troops armed with modern rifles. Still, the enemy's departure was late. I thought the battle would start in the morning. They were probably scouting us out. What? Has our ambush been discovered? There's no way they wouldn't find out considering we occupied the fortress. In fact, I had occasionally seen figures that looked to be Ares scouts since morning. They were likely gathering information on our scale, formations, and the surrounding terrain. I wish they would start with a cavalry charge or something. They probably won't send out cavalry, the valley's footing is poor. They'll likely come with riflemen. Yeah, you're right. The performance of the enemy's guns is probably better than muskets, but they are probably about the same as our first-generation rifles. They won't stand a chance against the state-of-the-art guns wielded by the Austin soldiers holed up in the fortress. We set up numerous obstacles on both banks to conserve our weapons and ammunition. On the first day, we plan to get through mainly with muskets and bows and arrows. Even though we are only 150 men, it won't be easy to overrun us with this narrow valley and all these preparations. The amateur group of Ares soldiers would likely have trouble attacking. Rifle units are charging. Let them get closer, shoot flaming arrows at the area where the riflemen are concentrated, ignite the gunpowder in their guns. There were people in the company who had experience shooting bows, so we made them temporary archers. Most of the captured bows and arrows were unusable, so we wrapped them in cloth and oil to make flaming arrows. I wondered how useful flaming arrows would be in the valley, but at least they were effective against the riflemen. When their clothes caught fire, they had no choice but to jump into the river. Their guns would become unusable if submerged, and if they were unlucky, they could be impaled by the swords we had placed on the riverbed. Also, their gunfire was mostly blocked by barbed wire and trenches, and we took almost no hits. In the early stages of the battle, We had the advantage on the defensive end. The river was piled with the corpses of Ares soldiers, staining it red downstream. So far, so good. They won't be able to break through this fortification by force with their rifles. For several hours after the battle began, we had suffered few casualties and only allowed the bodies of Ares soldiers to pile up. It would be so much easier if this situation could continue for 3 days. Of course, reality is never that kind. The enemy is advancing their artillery units. Well, that's to be expected. Naturally, the enemy also has magical artillery units. The reason why artillery was not deployed from the beginning was probably because the armies of the previous era tended to underestimate artillery fire. To them, artillery fire is for breaking through castle gates, not for attacking the enemy. They likely underestimated our small numbers and chose to launch a rifle charge. However, our trenches are strong. The difficulty in overcoming them must have exceeded their expectations. They are preparing to fire. Should we retreat earlier than planned? No, it will take time to set up the magic circle. They can't fire right away. Don't panic and focus on defense. A charge by the Ares army will not be able to break through our fortifications. This is because there is a huge gap between us and them in terms of gun performance and tactical know-how. To break through our lines, the enemy has no choice but to use artillery. I had hoped they would hold off on using artillery for at least a day, but they didn't. For now, let's concentrate on maintaining our defense, Sergeant Gavel. Yeah. We should retreat under the cover of night to make them waste their ammunition. I anticipated the actions of the Ares army at night. They'll likely bombard both banks while launching a night attack on the fortress. The artillery of this era is inaccurate, meaning they can't precisely target distant positions. If they aim at the fortress, many shells will fall into the river and become duds. They'll probably ignore the fortress and focus their bombardment on the trenches on both banks. How will they then attempt to take the fortress? It is likely that they will launch a surprise attack under cover of darkness. The antiquated Ares army will likely be better at melee combat than gunfights. The visibility is low at night, which nullifies the range advantage of Austin rifles. Our trenches would be bombarded, and the fortress would be attacked at night. This is the Ares army's strategy one had predicted. The enemy's assault stopped as soon as the sun began to set. It looks like the bombardment is about to begin. Please have all soldiers on both banks retreat. The enemy will likely spend the entire night meticulously bombarding both banks. We will withdraw our troops from the trenches under the cover of darkness, allowing us to rest in the meantime. This buys us half a day. However, the soldiers defending the fortress cannot retreat with this strategy. Our retreat will be discovered if the enemy breaches the fortress and finds it empty. To maintain the illusion that we are still holed up in our trenches, the soldiers in the fortress must continue to resist until the end. Section. There are 40 pieces of paper in the backpack I'm carrying. This stack of papers is stored together in a small pocket. As we withdrew the soldiers, amidst the sounds of bombardment, I could hear battle cries and gunfire coming from the fortress. They were adhering to the plan, engaging the Ares forces without retreating. Maeve and Ember were fighting valiantly according to my strategy. Until the last man fell, they were buying us another day. Am I going to have to carry this? Do I have to carry the letters that are piling up every day in a backpack? Do I have to run back carrying 150 pieces of paper the day after tomorrow? Lieutenant Touri, what should we do about tomorrow's formation? Please give me a moment to collect my thoughts, Sergeant Gavel. Ah, I understand. I felt the urge to vomit, but I managed to hold it in. Crying and screaming won't change anything. I must use the lives that everyone has entrusted to me in an appropriate manner. Let's retreat about 1 kilometer for now. We will be digging new trenches. Please inform everyone to prepare shovels. Understood. After conveying this to Sergeant Gavel, I gave a small salute in the direction of the fortress. Toward the small fortress in the middle of the sandbank, where the sounds of roars and shouts still echoed. Section. Did everything go as planned on the first day? The trenches on both sides of the river suffered no casualties that day. As planned, the only casualties were the 40 people, including Maeve, who had volunteered to defend the fortress. "Corporal Naumann, may I have a word with you? Tomorrow, we will need to desperately defend the 6 trenches set up in front of Fort Argelia. Since Sergeant Gavel and I will be providing support from the rear at Fort Argelia, I must leave Frontline command to Naumann." "Ah, Lieutenant Touri. Is there something I can help you with?" "Yes, I wanted to discuss the briefing with you." I called on him to hold a briefing. I planned to explain the command procedures for the next day along with Sergeant Gavel. "Sergeant Gavel and I will be going over tomorrow's command procedures." "Okay, let's go." "Thank you very much. If you have written a will, I will take it." "Oh, that's fine." Naumann stood up with a resigned expression and scratched his head, showing a sad smile. "I don't have anyone to send it to." "Is that so?" "Yeah. No one to send it to." His words made me feel uneasy. I'm sure he said before that he has a wife and a daughter. He has bragged about his family to me many times. Aren't you going to send it to your wife or daughter?" "I can't send it." I was so curious that I couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Naumann averted his eyes and said, "I haven't heard from my wife since the Sabatian offensive last year." He said this with an indescribable sadness on his face. "My wife is a very diligent woman. Whenever I sent her a letter, she would always reply within a month. But whether she forgot in the chaos or if she's in a situation where she can't write, I've sent letter after letter since last year, but none have come back. She must be busy. That's the only explanation." Naumann's voice was hoarse as he made this assertion. I had no words to respond to his intense distress. This year, too, I sent my daughter a present. As per the lieutenant's recommendation, I bought her a Flamer doll. I wanted to know if she liked it. Anna is of age now, so the doll might be a bit childish. But there was nothing else I could get on the battlefield. I want a reply. Any kind will do, even complaints about the gift. I want to see my wife's handwriting. Almost all of Austin's villages were burned down during the Sylph offensive. Almost no one survived except those who lived near the capital. In that case, Naumann's family likely, but even the letters I sent come back to me. The doll and letter I sent the other day were both rejected with a note saying the address no longer exists. Naumann handed me the blank will and said, "This will probably just be returned as well, won't it? Then there's no point in writing anything." "Naumann, there's nothing left for me, Lieutenant. Nothing at all." He cried bitterly, his teeth chattering. Ah, how pathetic. Not knowing what to say to him, I just stood there and stared at Naumann. He eventually forced a grim smile and spoke with self-deprecation. "Lieutenant Touri, somewhere in my heart, I believe that my family is still alive. I can't shake the thought that they might have survived through a series of miracles. There's certainly a possibility. That's why I don't want to die." Naumann laughed, his face as pale as death. "Even with all this, I still don't want to die. It's laughable, isn't it?" Despite this dire situation, I reported to the military that I wanted to go back home to find out if my family was safe. But in the end, I wasn't granted any leave. Naumann held a photograph of his family in his hand. It was a picture of a bright-eyed young girl being held by Naumann. I don't want to die without even knowing whether my family is safe or not. I made such grand statements, and yet, I might not even have a family to protect. I'm just overwhelmed with regrets. It's pathetic, but there's nothing I can do. Lieutenant, is there really no way? Are we really going to have to die here, just like the acting company commander said? He clutched my shoulder with tears streaming down his face. His desperate cries left me unable to respond. Will I never be able to see my family again? Naumann, the oldest here, older than Maeve, cried openly, his face smeared with tears and snot. He didn't try to maintain any dignity. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I said something unpleasant." "No, I just lost my composure. We were discussing tomorrow, right? I'll prepare right away." After a few seconds of eye contact, Naumann turned away with an embarrassed expression. "I'll go ahead and wait. Take your time to calm down." "Yeah, sorry." I could no longer bear to watch him like that. I started walking towards the tent, as if trying to escape. Section. I feel nauseous. Only I'm in a safe position while everyone around me faces death. I am repulsed by myself, who can only drive all the surrounding soldiers to their deaths. And above all, what's truly abhorrent is the thoughts I had after hearing Nauman cry earlier. Ah, I'm glad I don't have to die. Such a despicable thought crossed my mind. Listening to Nauman's true feelings about not wanting to die, I found myself relieved that I alone can return alive. I can't believe my heart. I feel disgusted by my own nature. To think that when faced with someone crying out in such a tragic voice, what a wicked thing that is. I've never thought of myself as a good person, but I never imagined I was this vile. Is it really okay for someone like me to survive? Should a person as worthless as me be allowed to live? I staggered, biting my lip, and was heading toward the tent. Hey, what's with that face? Sergeant Gavel. Sergeant Gavel, who was also walking along the riverbank, grabbed me by the shoulder. Chapter 159. Did you call out to Nauman? Yes. I see, then I'll wait. I walked alongside Sergeant Gavel towards the tent. It's already late at night. The sound of gunfire behind us had stopped, and only the gentle flow of the river could be heard. Your command on the first day was splendid. Everything went just as you planned. It was only possible with the determination of Maeve and the others. Since the bombardment had stopped, it meant that the fortress has been occupied by Ares. Maeve and Ember are presumed to have departed to paradise. I hope things go well tomorrow too. Yes. If we're going to die anyway, at least it's for the sake of our homeland. I'm counting on you, our lucky Carrie. Sergeant Gavel spoke to me in a light-hearted tone, carefully choosing his words. He was probably trying to lighten the mood because my face must have looked pale. What good does it do to make someone who's about to die worry about such things? Sergeant Gavel. What? Just now, Nauman pleaded for his life, saying, I don't want to die. Is there any way to avoid dying? I see. His words were so heavy I couldn't handle it. Well, that's understandable. I conveyed Nauman's words to Sergeant Gavel. To him, who must have been grappling with the same conflict. Do you think the same way, Sergeant Gavel? No, I've made my mind. Though, there are times when I waver. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Not wanting to die. That's a perfectly natural feeling. Even someone as seemingly enlightened as Nauman became so distraught. There's no way a 15-year-old like Sergeant Gavel wouldn't be troubled. This morning, Maeve called out to me and we exchanged words for the last time. Really? What did he say? He said that, judging by how Sergeant Gavel likes me, I should give you a kiss on the cheek before you die. Hey, do you need something like that? Why are you bringing this up now? Sergeant Gavel has resolved to face death. How noble and tragic that decision must be. I want to do whatever I could for him, and before I realized it, I was saying such things. There's no guarantee that you'll be alive tomorrow. Stop saying such inauspicious things. I'm going to die the day after tomorrow. Yeah. I intend to make the mission a success. So, let's save that for tomorrow night. He said this and turned away, his ears red. It seems his tolerance for this sort of thing is quite low. Well then, is there anything you'd like me to do tomorrow night? For you to do? That's about all I can give you in return. There are various things, but... Sergeant Gavel turned his face away at my question. After a few seconds of silence, he let out a small sigh. Lieutenant Touri, you have someone you've decided on, don't you? Yes. And if I were to ask something, you'd respond earnestly, wouldn't you? Well, that's... Then I don't need anything. He lightly tapped my forehead with a hint of irritation. I tilted my head, wondering what that meant. It's just too uncool to die while making the face of the girl you like gloomy. From the way you look at it now, it seems like you'd do anything if I pushed you. But if you did do something, you'd probably regret it. Sergeant Gavel began to say such things. Well, I will refuse requests that go beyond a certain level. Hey now. You're right. I've dedicated my body to a certain someone. I suppose the most you can get from me is a kiss on the cheek. How boring. Sergeant Gavel's naive words made me feel a little better. His earnest attempt to appear dignified felt somewhat endearing. "Thank you. I've calmed down a bit. I'm glad. I'll go scout the area around the Ares army. Please call out to me if you see Corporal Naumann." "Got it." I said this, then turned to face forward again. Under the starry sky, with the sound of artillery gone silent, I gazed at the now quiet downstream of Argelia. Section. The enemy is slowly writhing in the darkness of the night. They are surely advancing towards this fortress bit by bit. Today's battle should have taught them the dangers of trenches. Tomorrow, they will probably use artillery magic before launching an assault. That is the most basic and effective method for breaking through trenches. We didn't have much time, so the trenches we built were shallow and narrow. There is nothing we can do if we are hit by a carefully prepared bombardment. Therefore, we scattered our troops' positions. We placed soldiers even in the rugged mountain valleys to avoid being wiped out by artillery fire. Artillery fire has a longer range than rifles. They will bombard our positions from a distance where rifles cannot reach. However, we cannot afford to lose Fort Argelia tomorrow. We still need to hold out for another 2 days. It will be open plains past that point. From there, a company-sized force like us will be unable to do anything. We must hold the enemy back here at Argelia. Several magical lights flashed in the direction of Ares' army. It's likely that Ares' artillery units have begun to draw magic circles. The bombardment will surely begin as soon as the sun rises. I'm sure they're feeling the pressure too. They shouldn't be delayed in a place like this. If they don't advance quickly, they won't be able to launch a surprise attack in time. That's why they are spending magic stones without hesitation to bombard us. To hold them back, we must risk our lives. I must crush the lives of 150 comrades to hold them back. I will burn their courageous figures into my memory, report their achievements, and convey their bravery and thoughts to their families. That is the job I must do. I don't want to die. Naumann said that, while crying and screaming. Sergeant Gavel also put on a brave front, but deep down he must be trembling with fear. How did it come to this? We were happily training together just a little while ago. Austin's victory was within reach, and morale was boosted for the final battle. Sylph. Looking up at the night sky, I saw the figure of Sylph Nova with a mocking smile among the stars. Once a comrade who I fought alongside the battlefield of the Sabbath as her subordinate. A kind-hearted, lonely, and stubborn genius girl. Sylph Nova. She looked down on me, grinning with a gleeful smile. She is taking pleasure in seeing me struggle and suffer in the land of Argelia. I felt a boiling rage pulsate throughout my entire body the moment I realized this. The enemy who destroyed my hometown by proposing the strategy that burned down Noel orphanage. The woman who caused the death of the kind Rodri. The villain who brought such a cruel end to Lena Lee just after we had reconciled. The sworn enemy who took everything precious from me. And now, perhaps the mastermind behind this situation. Sylph Nova. Before I knew it, I was shouting towards the night sky. Hate, hate, hate. I detest Sylph Nova from the depths of my heart. I wouldn't have lost so much if it weren't for her. And even now, if only Sylph weren't here, I wouldn't have lost anything. It might be said that blaming others for one's own shortcomings is inexcusable. Yet, I can't help but despise that woman. Because, if only Sylph weren't here, the war might have ended, and Rodri might still be by my side. I might have become friends with Lena Lee and had enjoyable tea parties with her. It's unlikely that everything would have gone so smoothly, but I can't help but think that. If only Sylph weren't here. If only that woman had never been born in the Sabbath. Sylph looked down on me and snorted. She was mocking me for being powerless in front of my dying comrades. Even though it's because of you that we are in this dire situation. What is so funny, Sylph Nova? Don't laugh. I know it's a hallucination, but I couldn't help but shout. I was frustrated. I realized that I had opened up to her, even if just a little. It was only when I found myself facing this dire situation as enemies that I finally realized it. Indeed, Sylph and I are irreconcilable. It's sad, but without a shadow of a doubt, Sylph and I are bitter enemies. Sylph continued to chuckle, her face full of composure as she laughed at my frantic and screaming self. This is a delusion I created. There's no point in continuing to engage with this phantom. I need to calm down before people think I've gone crazy. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths, trying not to see any more illusions. Why are you looking away? It's no good. The hallucination won't go away. She speaks to me in a playful and provocative tone in my head. This is a bad sign. It's a late-stage symptom of being on the brink of mental breakdown due to stress. You're really cornered, aren't you, Touri? Shut up. What happened to your usual expressionless face? Why don't you calm down? No matter how much I avert my gaze, the auditory hallucination keeps speaking to me. Her words irritate me to no end and disturb my mind. Losing composure due to being stirred up by delusions of one's own making is the height of folly. That's right. You should calm down. Now, take a deep breath. The illusion of Sylph continued to taunt me with a joyful demeanor. What does this phantom want? What is going on in my head? Have you calmed down, Touri? There was a time when I thought I could become friends with her. That's why it's so hateful and infuriating. It's maddening that Sylph is laughing in the face of the 20,000 enemies coming to kill us in this desperate situation. Really. You're surprisingly narrow-minded. Whenever I feel cornered, I always see someone in a hallucination. It's probably a necessary defensive mechanism to maintain sanity. I am now on the brink of being crushed by stress. That's why I'm conjuring up this illusion of Sylph Nova in the void and hurling insults at it. How pathetic. Look carefully, Touri. While sneering at the illusion of Sylph, she turned in her Sabatian military uniform and pointed with her right hand to the Ares army in the distance. Look at the whole picture, not just what's in front of you. Sylph Nova spoke to me as if admonishing me. Her tone was gentle, and she gazed into my eyes. Drawn by the illusion, I looked at the enemy camp in front of me. Countless magic circles appear in the darkness of the night. Numerous artillery units are preparing to fire from just outside the range of our guns. An incredible number of artillery mages. Our positions will surely be reduced to rubble within half a day. The problem is after that. It's only after we lose our trenches to the artillery magic. The real battle starts when they launch their assault. The main strategy for tomorrow is the pincer attack by the Austin soldiers hiding in the mountains. We've also set up trenches in the mountains and decoy positions in the riverbed. Wrong. As I reviewed tomorrow's strategy, Sylph shook her head. Her eyes held not just derision, but something else. If I were you, I wouldn't use such a poor strategy. Poor strategy? Think. What would I do? Hearing those words, I looked up at Sylph's face. What would she do? Sylph loves surprise attacks and is an expert in guerrilla warfare. An ultra-aggressive commander who can see through her opponent's weak points and decide the battle with a single blow. What on earth could Sylph do in a situation where we are forced to defend like this? They seem very strong, but they've made a careless move. Sylph stood beside me. With a seductive smile, she pointed straight ahead. If done well, you can suffocate your enemy. Ah. I looked at the place Sylph was pointing to. Countless artillery units wriggled about. Magic lights were emitted, expanding the artillery positions. Ample military supplies were probably being transported. The fighting has already ended, and countless campfires are lit on both sides of the river. But that's impossible. It can't be. There is no way that a military that understands modern warfare would do such a thing. Why haven't the Ares army dug any trenches? For some reason, the enemy has pushed their artillery force, their weak point, to the front. And instead of protecting it with trenches, they had placed it at the very front of their formation. Why? It's impossible. They have no culture of digging trenches. They believe that the attacking side doesn't need trenches. Look. Ares is exposing their vital points. The Ares army didn't even understand the very basics, like digging a trench before eating. The conditions for victory began to shift in my mind. If done well, we could crush the enemy's artillery units. But what happens then? Would reducing the artillery change the course of the battle? How can I take advantage of this situation? Well, now all that's left is to pack it up. SYL, ha. Touri, what's the weakness of a large army? The moment I realized this, a surge of blood rushed through my body. A chance for victory that had never existed before raced through my mind like a torrent. Just this once, Touri. After saying such audacious things, Sylph gave a defiant smile. And then, she vanished like dew into the darkness of the Argalia night. Section. Touri, have you sorted things out yet? I must have been staring blankly at the night sky for several minutes. Eventually, Sergeant Gavel called out to me with a worried look on his face. Nauman has apparently also prepared himself mentally. Sergeant Gavel. Touri, I wonder what kind of expression I had at that moment. Was it a grotesque expression like when I was shouting at the illusion of Sylph? Or was it an innocent expression like a child, illuminated by light in the darkness? I haven't looked in a mirror, so I'm not sure myself. But there is one thing I can say for certain. Gather the soldiers. Not just Corporal Nauman, but all the remaining survivors. What's wrong? The briefing is cancelled. No need for shovels. Everyone, gather in front of me with your guns. All I know is that my emotions were uncontrollably heightened and that the corners of my mouth were twisted up. We will now launch a night raid. Chapter 160. It's dark in Argalia Valley at night, making it difficult to even see where you're standing. The enemy had built a stove out of stones from the riverbank and smoke was rising from their cooking. Having occupied the fortress on the river's sandbank, they were probably taking a breather. There's no better opportunity to launch a surprise attack than this very night and this very moment. A night raid. Touri, are you out of your mind? Maybe so. Yeah, it's crazy. But if we miss this chance, we will never have another opportunity like this again. I suppressed my excitement and calmly issued my orders. The illusion of Sylph has shown me the path to survival. A secret strategy to turn the tables by exploiting the enemy's fatal mistake. An insane stroke of luck is on our side. I pointed straight at the enemy's position to Sergeant Gavel and Nauman. Section. A night raid? Weren't we supposed to buy time? At this point, the remaining strength of the company was 110 men. Excluding non-combatants like Argy who couldn't participate in the assault, we had 104 men. I gathered all the remaining forces and announced that we would split into two forces on both riverbanks and launch a night raid. What is this figurehead company commander suddenly saying? You're not doing this out of desperation, right? You're not planning to join us in this suicide mission, are you? Please be quiet. Your superior is speaking. I gently urged the murmuring soldiers to be silent with a kind voice. When the soldiers saw my face, they stood at attention and fell silent. As you all have noticed, I'm just a figurehead company commander. I didn't even graduate from a military academy. I'm just a young girl who got to where she is through connections. But there's one thing I excel at, the very reason I was appointed company commander at such a young age. I tried my best to inspire the soldiers, imitating what I had seen and heard before, to make them understand the effectiveness of this night raid. It is because I am lucky. Lucky. You all must have heard the rumors of the lucky carry, the harbinger of luck. Throughout my speech, Sergeant Gavel watched me intently with serious eyes. I believe he trusted and relied on me. I have always been lucky, and that is true even now, at this very moment. Look straight ahead, my brave comrades. Failure in this persuasion was not an option. I continued speaking in the same haughty and confident manner Sylph once had. The enemy is presenting us with their throats. Section. I explained the following to the soldiers. The Ares army is underestimating us and is not on guard for a night raid. They haven't even dug trenches. Even now, they are cooking and have placed their magic artillerymen at the front line. In other words, this is an unexpected stroke of luck. Isn't this a trap set by the enemy? That's unlikely. A plan that relies on a small force like us launching a night raid is flawed. As expected, even the soldiers were amazed at the fact that the enemy had not dug any trenches. Anyone familiar with modern warfare would find such actions unimaginable. What happens if we take down the artillery? Things will be safer, and we'll buy ourselves some time. Most of us will be able to return home alive. Oh, If this operation succeeds, we might survive. This is far better than continuing this delaying action. With this, I fervently made my case. If this night raid goes well, you can see your families again. Really? Is that true? At the very least, it's likely to have a much higher success rate than our previous operations. Is it really okay to not die? Persuaded by my words, the soldiers gradually began to make noise and raise their voices. Now everyone, keep your voices down. I held up my hand to quiet them. Putting a finger to my lips, I smiled warmly. Stay quiet, hide in the darkness, and follow my instructions. Section 500 meters to the enemy camp. Are the soldiers following? Yes, they are. The soldiers accepted my persuasion. They came along in high spirits and with great enthusiasm. They are reliable and brave soldiers. I am proud to have fought alongside them. With this, I think the success rate has significantly increased. All that's left to do is to be careful not to make any mistakes and direct the operation. Lieutenant Touri, are you really the same lieutenant now? What do you mean, Corporal Naumann? Sergeant Gavel, who was originally the commander, was given command of half the troops. Naumann was assigned as my aide with the remaining half under my command. You have such a scary smile. It's like you're a completely different person. What's wrong with smiling in this situation? After throwing a small stone into the river as a signal to Sergeant Gavel on the opposite bank. Who wouldn't enjoy leading a winning battle? Making sure to silence my footsteps, I led the charge into Ares' camp. Section. The moment we infiltrated the enemy camp was eerily quiet. Several of the enemies looked at us, but they just looked stunned and didn't react. We can run for a few more seconds. We continued to advance into the enemy artillery position without firing a shot. Keeping our voices suppressed, we ran towards the campfire where the magic artillerymen were relaxing. What nerve you have, Lieutenant. Who charges in without firing a gun? It's because the enemy's reaction was slow. Being surrounded is normally a disadvantageous situation. However, when conducting a surprise attack with a small force, it's more effective to engage in combat after infiltrating the enemy position. We'll hit the enemy if we shoot around, but for the enemy, if they shoot poorly, they'll hit their allies as well. Immediately after invading, we proceeded without hesitation because the enemy's reaction was slower than expected. The entire unit has infiltrated the position. It's time. And after confirming that all members of the unit had infiltrated the artillery position, now, let's create a miracle. With my command, the sounds of gunfire echoed through the night of Argelia. A houts in foreign language. Along with the signal, the flames of the Ares army's torches were extinguished. This was because the scouts were instructed to put out the flames with their wind guns. Scouts, prioritize knocking down the torches with your wind guns. Understood. Visibility is poor at night in the Argelia Valley. Without light, it is impossible to distinguish friend from foe. We can avoid unnecessary combat and move forward by taking away the light. Rather than killing the enemy, aim to take even one step further. After securing the artillery position and scattering most of the enemy artillerymen, I deployed the shield in front and continued to advance further into the enemy camp with my subordinates. Even though bullets grazed us, we continued to advance deeper into their camp. We won't be able to kill many enemies in the darkness of night anyway. It's better to spread chaos far and wide. How far are we going, Lieutenant? That's a good question, Corporal Naumann. You're not going to say we're going to hell, are you? The strategy was a surprise attack with minimal combat, simply running through the dark. Occasionally, allies were cut down or shot, and their screams filled the air. But despite this, we continued to run bravely. About 500 meters into the enemy camp. What's there? The fact that we were able to advance so smoothly through the enemy camp was probably due to the lack of trenches. We would have been delayed if there had been even one trench. Corporal Naumann. Yes. What do you think is the weakness of a large army? I calmly shot and killed the enemy soldiers preparing for combat. After about 5 minutes from the start of the operation, we ran through enemy territory and reached our target location. A point 500 meters inside the enemy camp, as confirmed by visual observation from Fort Argelia. Its logistics. The night in Argelia Valley is dark, but the smoke from cooking fires was clearly visible. The smoke spread from the 500-meter mark within the enemy camp. This indicates that supplies were being distributed from that point. That's the enemy's frontline food supply depot. We will soon reach the target point, use up the remaining grenades and blow up the enemy's food supplies. Understood. Just as I had expected, it was a supply depot for the Ares army. Along with the large number of carts, boxes containing food sufficient for several months were piled up. Lieutenant Touri, as expected, the area around the warehouse is heavily guarded. Then follow me. However, the enemy did not leave the food supplies unguarded. There were several wooden stakes driven into the ground around the area, and what looked like defensive barriers were visible. Although they did not dig any trenches, the area around the food depot was well defended. It's truly an antiquated defense system. Can we break through with this number of people, Lieutenant? Of course. I will lead the way. It was clear that my comrades were shaken by the fact that Ares' defense was stronger than they had imagined. It would be problematic if this continued. Realizing this, I quickly deflected enemy gunfire with my shield and accelerated forward. My back is protected by shield. If you follow me, it's safe. I extinguished the lights with wind guns. I was the first to charge in, blowing out 2 torches near the front. I could feel the presence of soldiers following me from behind. It looks like we can still advance. Keep firing. Don't spare any bullets and kill all the defenders. Understood. As I charged towards the front lines of the battle, I focused on using my shield to avoid bullets and encouraged my fellow soldiers. Bullets occasionally graze my shoulders, but there's no time to be scared. That torch over there, that's the last one. In the end, I pushed all the way to the back and extinguished all the torches. Now it's total darkness. Nothing can be seen except the burning supply depot. But immediately after, a dull sensation spread through my waist. The oily sweat slowly spreads. It seems that I was targeted the moment I fired my wind gun. As expected, I must have stood out too much. Lieutenant Touri, don't worry about me. Continue with the operation. I collapsed on the riverbank, and concerned voices were raised, but, after forming a shield around myself, I quickly cut open my wound and drained the blood. There were no follow-up gunshots thanks to the darkness. I then used my hands to forcefully stop the bleeding and closed the wound with heal. Yeah, I can still move. I'm rejoining the front lines. Seriously? I was lucky that the bullet missed my organs. It would have been fatal if my liver had been ruptured. I was just speaking nonsense earlier, but maybe I really am lucky. Well, there are people like platoon leader Garbak who wouldn't flinch even if their liver was ruptured. Explosion sounds from the other bank too. It seems Sergeant Gavel is handling things well. Report acknowledged. Come to think of it, I had been so focused on commanding that I hadn't used my grenades yet. I searched for unburned supplies, straining my eyes in the darkness. It's hard to see, but occasional explosions made the location of supplies vaguely visible. Avoiding getting caught in friendly grenades, I scanned the area and, in the brief flash of the flames, I saw a metal box placed at the back of the supply crates. That's probably. I'll push a bit further. Lieutenant Touri. I pulled the pin from a grenade and ran towards the metal box. Illuminated by the burning supply crates, my figure was clearly visible to both enemy and ally. Shouts in foreign language. I felt the enemy's gaze. Of course I drew attention with my Austin military uniform illuminated by the fire. I would be turned into a beehive at this rate. There were only a few seconds before I would be shot. Lieutenant Touri, be careful. I saw multiple gun barrels aimed at me. Immediately afterward, a bullet is fired and my shield was shattered. Recreating the shield took time. In other words, my body is exposed to countless gun barrels. Without protection, my corpse would be left on the riverbank if I was shot. At the precise moment before the final bullet would be fired, determining life or death. Everyone, take cover. I finished throwing the grenade at the iron box and collapsed to the ground. A thunderous explosion rang out. What the? The magical stone explosion was successful. The supplies were in an iron box. They were magic stones used in artillery magic. Magic stones are weak to fire and cause massive explosions if ignited. That's why they are kept in metal boxes and managed carefully by most armies. The screams of Ares soldiers echoed through the night camp. The explosion of the magic stone had tremendous firepower. It likely caught the enemy Ares soldiers in the crossfire and caused great damage. Direct hits from the explosion would have turned them to ashes, and even just looking at it has the same effect as a stun grenade. Though I put up a shield, I was a bit late and got burned in the process. My eyes. Grab my hand. We're retreating. Magic stones are valuable. Magic stones on this scale are not easy to come by. Since they are highly flammable, transportation is difficult. They will likely not be able to conduct extensive artillery magic for a while. The fire has spread to food supplies as well, so Ares must have suffered considerable damage. Heal. Phew. Lieutenant, are you okay? Your arm is. It's cool and just right. The explosion's shockwave had scorched my arm up to my right elbow, exposing severe burns. Until I get proper treatment, I won't be able to fire a gun with my right hand. There's no need to fire from here on out. We just need to escape. Yes. It was time to pull back. I threw 2 stones into the river with my left arm. A signal for Sergeant Gavel to retreat. With this, we've done all we can. Looking back at the Ares camp, it was a scene of chaos. Food supplies are on fire and burning, and bodies caught in the magical stone explosion are strewn all over the place. Let's head back. At my command, we retreated into the darkness. Only 23 minutes passed from the start of the operation until the magic stones were detonated. An incredibly swift night raid. Sergeant Gavel, are you safe? Yeah. We were saved thanks to you guys going first. This surprise attack was a brief operation lasting less than 30 minutes. In just those 30 minutes, the retreating Austin soldiers number 68. That's a good outcome. 36 comrades who participated in this night raid never returned. This means that the Touri Guerilla Company lost 1/3 of its soldiers. Lieutenant Touri, will we be able to return alive with this? Yes. With this operation, we cut off the enemy's artillery and incinerated their food supplies. We also caused confusion at the front lines and forced a retreat of several hundred meters. While our own losses were severe, it was a great tactical victory. If we can just survive tomorrow. That surely isn't all of the Ares army's food supplies. They probably have a few days' worth of food left. The enemy should still have the strength to launch an offensive. As I looked at the significantly reduced number of my comrades, I quietly clenched my right hand, which had become immobile due to the burns. Chapter 161. Touri Guerilla Company, dispatched Nurse Argy. I will now report on the progress of the battle at Fort Argelia. The communication reached General Staff Headquarters 10 days after confirming the arrival of reinforcements from the Ares Army and sending the Touri Guerilla Company on a reconnaissance mission. By the 7th day, General Staff had received the reconnaissance results from the Touri Guerilla Company. However, Austin's General Staff's decision was to remain inactive. The reason is that even if we move, it's too late. Moving troops to the Argelia area would take at least 5 days. And although the Touri Guerilla Company is engaged in delaying action, how much time can they buy with only 150 men? If the forces are moved hastily, there was the risk that both Injay and Argelia could be compromised if enemies appeared in Injay as well. There was also the possibility of it being a false report from the enemy. At the very least, let's keep Injay safe. That was the decision of General Staff. However, as if to mock General Staff, no enemy forces were seen around Injay. Austin will be in a difficult position if the Ares army attacks the southern army from the direction of Argelia. Lieutenant Colonel Renville waited in anxious anticipation for the Ares army, which was supposed to appear in Injay. Come quickly, he thought, hoping for the appearance of the Ares forces in Injay. The enemy is now in front of us, so we decided that there was no time to wait for a reply from General Staff Headquarters. The Touri Guerilla Company, in a decision made under emergency conditions, have engaged in delaying combat against the Ares army. However, 3 days passed without any sign of the Ares army at NJ. Meanwhile, reports continued to come in from the Touri Guerilla company, and most of General Staff began to accept the facts. The Ares army had indeed launched a surprise attack on Argelia. Austin's General Staff faced the reality that they had misjudged the situation. The following is a report of the battle. 3 days after the battle began, the final report from the Touri Guerilla company arrived. The contents are as follows. Section. The second morning of the battle. Having successfully conducted a night raid, we gathered the remaining weapons and ammunition and took refuge in the trenches. Hey, we're running low on ammunition. We still have some muskets left. With the sunrise, it became clear how chaotic the enemy's front lines were. It looked like they had hastily retreated and left behind recoverable supplies scattered along the riverbank. The bodies of magic artillery soldiers and patrol soldiers were lying around, unrecovered. Puku puku puku. Thank you, Arji. Arji treated my right hand during the night, which had been burned and could no longer move. Her skill was impressive. I was surprised to regain feeling in my hand within minutes. To think she could perform treatment involving reconnecting nerves on the front lines without proper surgical tools. Can't you always work like this? Puku. Thanks to her, the injury to my right arm has almost completely healed. I'd like to learn her techniques. Maybe I should offer wine as an incentive and ask for lessons. Arji, you haven't changed at all during this battle. Puku. You're surprisingly calm, aren't you? Puku puku. What was surprising was that Arji showed no sign of wanting to flee. I honestly thought it was pretty likely that she would just run away. On the contrary, she worked more diligently than usual and played a crucial role in treating injuries in my place. She helped me, but I still don't really understand her. Lieutenant, that woman seems to work seriously if you give her wine. Really? At first, she wouldn't treat us no matter how much we begged, but after giving her a bottle of wine, she started working efficiently. Puku. Could it be that the reason she didn't run away was because there was a mountain of wine among the supplies? If that's the case, keep up the good work today as well, Arji. I'll include wine as part of your reward. Puku. Well, I decided it was fine as long as she's able to work. Now it was time for the real thing, the second day of the defending of Fort Argelia against the Ares army. The enemy has shown no signs of movement today. They are probably reorganizing. I planned my strategy on the assumption that the enemy had artillery magic. Therefore, I expected the riverbank trenches would be cleared and intended to retreat into the mountains and strike from there. Maybe there won't be any fighting today. That would be ideal. However, the story is different if there's no artillery magic. There is no need to give up the riverbank positions to the Ares army. We will let the Ares army struggle with our modern tactics. An unusual unit is advancing. It looks like armored troops. Oh, those are knights. This is the first time I've seen one in real life. And on this day, the seeds I had sown bore fruit. In the afternoon, Ares' heavy armored troops began advancing. They were once the stars of the battlefield, knights, clad in heavy, outdated armor. They marched forward in an orderly manner, waving flags and advancing in formation. What should we do about them? They might step on our magic traps. Let's just leave them be for now. Admiring the real knights, we watched their progress. They made loud clanking noises and advanced slowly. As expected, some of them were scorched by traps, but they showed no sign of stopping. Shouldn't we attack them? Since we have the opportunity, let's have them spend their time. The main weakness of heavily armored knights is that they are quite slow. There are riflemen following behind them, but they are slow to move forward due to the knights' slow speed. What are they trying to do? Who knows? As we were watching the situation cautiously, they muttered something to us. They suddenly drew their swords and attempted to cut through the barbed wire. They're trying to destroy the barbed wire. Oh, I see. That's why they sent armored troops. Yesterday, Ares' forces had a lot of trouble with the barbed wire. The Ares army had struggled with the barbed wire the previous day. Deploying heavily armored knights was their attempt to break through it. All right, shoot them. Understood. It was a bad situation, so we fired mercilessly. Since the armor is meant to be worn by people, it is made to be quite thin. Armor may be able to stop a sword, but it is powerless against a gun. The knights are falling and fleeing. Indeed. The knights, hit by gunfire, fell and fled in a panic. Their escape was also quite slow. Is there nothing but idiots in the Ares army? They are likely just struggling to figure out how to use their tactics effectively. The Ares army should have learned that artillery magic is the optimal solution when dealing with trenches. Most likely, they probably did want to use artillery magic. However, having lost their artillery and magic stones, they had to find other methods of fighting. Apart from artillery fire, what is effective and what is ineffective? When faced with the unknown, would they not test the tactics they had built up over the years? Maybe they'll launch a cavalry charge or something. That's possible. This is why I focused most of my efforts on traps and barbed wire on the first day's offense and defense. I wanted Ares to understand that infantry charges are not effective through our initial defense. Ares still brought along cavalry, armored soldiers, and so on. Which means that somewhere along the line, they must have thought armored soldiers and cavalry might be effective. The deployment of riflemen was probably advised by Flamel or the Sabbath. I think Ares commanders would like to fight using the traditional old-style troops. Yes. That's why they are likely to attempt to destroy the barbed wire. I believed that if the riflemen were ineffective and were driven back, the enemy would resort to their old tactics. That's why I poured resources into the first day's battle despite knowing it would be destroyed by artillery magic. So, what should we do? When sword troops arrive, we'll use archers. When armored troops arrive, we'll shoot them with guns. That's it. The more the enemy relies on old tactics, the easier it will be for us to buy time. We can achieve our objective more safely and reliably. The archers have appeared. They're targeting our trenches. We can avoid their shots if we sit along the trench walls. Let them shoot as much as they want. Are we not going to fight back? We'll counterattack once the arrows stop. We'll likely run out of ammunition by the end of today. We need to conserve as much as possible. In fact, we would have run out of ammunition by noon if we had faced repeated infantry charges today. Let's go along with their style to the fullest. The biggest gamble in buying time for 3 days was whether the Ares army would fall into chaos. We would have had no chance of winning if they hadn't become disoriented. The panic from the night raid was likely a factor, but we were indeed lucky. It's easier to buy time than I expected. That's probably because we've neutralized their artillery. Originally, we were supposed to do the same thing on scorched ground. That would have been tough. Given the current situation, we should be able to fight until the end of the day. However, when the ammunition runs out tonight, it will turn into a gritty, close-quarters battle to the death. We will have to respond with hand-to-hand combat against the soldiers climbing the fortress. Let's make sure that Austin soldiers have a lasting impression of them today. They should think we are undefeatable, strong, and terrifying. Our remaining ammunition is our lifeline. We have no chance of winning if it turns to hand-to-hand combat. The night raid had consumed more ammunition than expected. Tomorrow will undoubtedly be a close-quarters battle. That's why I want to manipulate their impression of us as much as possible. I wanted the Ares soldiers to feel the fear of facing an unbeatable and terrifying opponent. Section. That day, the enemy's aimless maneuvers continued until dusk. The enemy repeatedly carried out pointless operations and piled up a mountain of corpses in front of our positions. They would die if they charged recklessly. I believe they experienced the terror of trench warfare to their very core. Let's withdraw for now. We quickly retreated into Fort Argelia after confirming that the battle had ended. Our weapons and ammunition were nearly exhausted, so there was no point in staying in the trenches any longer. Lieutenant, we're out of bullets. But we still have our swords and our arms, don't we? That's true. We are now planning to use Fort Argelia to conduct a siege defense from a previous era. The fortress, protected by flowing water, is fairly sturdy. It won't go down that easily without artillery magic. Then, let's boil some water. Please heat the iron boxes filled with water over the campfire. Oh, Lieutenant, are you cooking something? Yes, it's boiling water to cook the enemy. Speaking of siege warfare from the past, boiling water was rather effective. The fortress has water channels running through it, so we can produce as much hot water as we want. We will pour it on the enemy climbing the fortress walls. Hurry up, or we might end up throwing lukewarm water on the enemy. Will the enemy launch a night attack? Yes. There's no way they wouldn't try something. The reason the soldiers withdrew for a moment was probably to prepare for a night attack. It seems they planned to make us believe the attack had stopped and then target us when we were off guard. We can go home if we can hold out tonight. This is the final push. There is no reason why the enemy wouldn't launch a night attack here. The Ares army will definitely come under the cover of darkness to kill us. Let's have a meal while we can. This is a special occasion, so I'll permit canned meat and wine as well. Puku puku. This might be our last supper. Enjoy it fully and without regrets. Now is the time to predict the enemy's strategy. The footing is poor and it's night, so there is unlikely to be a cavalry charge. They will likely conduct a human wave attack with infantry or archers. They will take advantage of their superior numbers and continue their attack relentlessly, giving us no time to rest. To deal with these enemies, we will scoop up boiling water and pour it on them. The fortress walls are over 3 meters high. Even platoon leader Garbak wouldn't be able to leap over them in one go. They will have to use ropes or something similar to climb up. We will obstruct their efforts, cut the ropes, and drive them back with hot water. This is the basic strategy. It's a battle that's reminiscent of ancient siege warfare. Lieutenant Touri, aren't you going to eat? I'll just gulp down the rations. Right now, I need to focus on planning the strategy. Right. This battle will be over if we run out of hot water. Also, while we can draw as much water as we need within the fortress, wood is a different story. Therefore, it will be necessary to have specialized personnel on hand to manage the hot water. We should leave it to those who can't fight, like Argy and the wounded soldiers. And while we can get as much water as we want from inside the fortress, the same is not true for wood. We will need to cut and transport fuel to keep the fire burning throughout the night. We should also organize a specialized team to procure wood. There is still no movement from the enemy. Understood. Please continue the reconnaissance. Several hours had passed since the fighting stopped. There was still no sign of movement from the Ares army. Despite our close reconnaissance, all reports indicated no enemy soldiers. I'm grateful for the break, but it's also very eerie. Is there really no movement from the enemy? Yes, there is no sign of an advance. Could there be any detours we don't know about? I was becoming anxious because Ares' actions were different from what I expected. It felt like something unexpected was happening, and I couldn't calm my racing heart. Can you please scout the surrounding forest one more time? It's night, and it's dangerous. I understand the risks, but I just want to make sure there's no sign of people. Fear and anxiety were draining my spirit. If it's going to be like this, I would rather have them attack us without rest. I never thought that unexpected movements from the enemy could be so terrifying. Please keep a close watch on the enemy in front. If you see any sign of the enemy, report it immediately. My throat burns amidst the silent tension. No matter how long we waited, our hated enemy did not show their face. Lieutenant Touri. Eventually, I staggered and fell onto my bottom on top of the fortress. The dizziness was so severe that I could no longer stand. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. The voice I managed to squeeze out was hoarse. I have to return everyone who was still alive to their families. That responsibility, their fate, is in my hands. Feeling the urge to vomit from the weight of the responsibility, I continued to stare at the enemy camp. I can't let myself collapse. Are they here yet? Are they here yet? Is the enemy here yet? As if praying, I raised my face. For a moment, I lost consciousness. It seems I had reached my limit after not sleeping and constantly working my brain for 2 days. Lieutenant. What? The sunlight was beaming down on me and Nauman was shaking me, causing me to jump up in surprise. I hastily stood up and looked at the front of the fortress. What a blunder, to lose consciousness with the enemy right in front of us. Looking up, what came into view is the clear blue water flowing and the faint mountain breeze. As far as my eyes could see, the Ares army had completely disappeared. What's going on? Ha! What? Just like me, confused voices rose from the soldiers around me. We had been anxiously waiting for an ambush, constantly sending out reconnaissance, and before we knew it, dawn had already broken. The Ares army vanished before my eyes like smoke. Check. Scouts, find the location of the Ares soldiers. Roger. At that moment, I fell again. I rubbed my eyes several times and stared intently ahead, constantly making sure that Ares' camp was empty. However, there was no sign of Ares' army anywhere. Did we win? One of the soldiers muttered this under his breath. Soon, it spread among the others. They're not here. Where did they go? No way, really? Confusion and murmurs spread among the soldiers in the company. I, too, could only stand there in shock and confusion, not understanding what is going on. The enemy. The Ares army. They've fled. Soon, the mud-covered soldiers, with snot and drool dripping. They looked up at the blazing morning sun and raised their hands up high. We won. We won. We defended the fortress. The cowardly enemy fled. We survived. We can go home. I could only watch them, who were bursting with joy. Forgetting even to raise a victory cry, I continued to stare blankly at the front. It's our victory. Section. This concludes the report on the battle's progress. The report reached General Staff Headquarters in the evening. I will repeat the battle report. The Touri Guerilla Company in Fort Argelia have successfully repelled 20,000 troops of the Ares army. All the staff officers present held their breath and were speechless. No one there could comprehend Arge's report. General Staff Headquarters fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 162. Excuse me, I believe you are Allied forces. May I request your cooperation? About 5 days had passed since the Battle of Argelia. A company led by a bearded soldier arrived at the fortress. My name is Corporal Naumann. May I ask your affiliation? I am Lieutenant Albert, the commanding officer of Albert Company. I was sent by Major Verdi to welcome your unit. I have heard of you. Thank you for coming all the way here. They were the Austin forces sent to pick us up. The Touri Guerilla Company had run out of food and ammunition and was unable to return on its own. Thus, we requested assistance from General Staff Headquarters. Lieutenant Touri is currently away. Could you please wait a moment? Oh, what is she doing? Our company commander is quite particular about cleanliness. She is currently taking a bath. In the meantime, we staved off hunger at the Argelia fortress by eating fish and frogs. We caught so many frogs that we had no trouble finding food. If you intend to peep at the lieutenant's bath, all of us will prepare to repel you. Please spare me. I don't think we can break through a force that has already fended off 20,000 Ares troops. Naumann's joke made Lieutenant Albert laugh heartily. Their laughter echoed throughout the fort, and I found myself chuckling as well. Hey, Lieutenant Touri, can you hear us? I hear you. The people we've been waiting for have finally come to pick us up. Please prepare to depart. I got it. Addressed by Naumann, I quickly dried myself off. I can't keep them waiting for too long. Argy, we have guests. Let's get out now. Puku 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 puku. By the way, Argy was also taking a bath. Rather, she was soaking in the waterway. Even in the water, you're still bubbling? Pew. Argy swam in the waterway, happily bubbling away. She was like a fish in water. Section. This is a story I heard later on. When news of the Southern Army's retreat reached General Staff, opinion was split down the middle as to whether to defend Argelia or Injay. The senior staff officers insisted that Injay should be protected. It is difficult to suddenly change strategies, so if they were aiming to defend Injay from the start, they should commit to it. On the other hand, younger staff officers, including Verdi, argued that they should defend Argelia. It would only be a slight change of course, and a blow to the Southern Army would be more fatal. In particular, Verdi supposedly even said, "If no enemies come to Argalia, I don't mind being held responsible." The arguments were at an impasse and couldn't be resolved through discussion. Both sides had valid points and couldn't come to an agreement. Ultimately, the decision was left to Lieutenant Colonel Renville. "It's all over if Injay is recaptured. What will we do if we don't protect that place? Uncle, please trust me. The enemy will come up with a move beyond your imagination." Listening to both sides, Renville pondered for about 5 minutes before deciding. "It's decided. We will take up positions at Injay. Uncle." In the end, he decided to defend Injay. "I don't know which course the enemy will take. Either is possible. However, if the majority of our general staff supports defending Injay, then I will trust that." The reason for his decision was simple. There were more staff officers advocating for defending Injay. He preferred a decision based on majority vote over baseless intuition. Renville was a man of such a mindset. "Verdi, I understand your perspective very well. I will take the responsibility, so please accept it." "Yes." Verdi was dejected at the decision, but once that was decided there was nothing that could be done. After some hesitation, he added, "Then at the very least, may I have permission to send a reconnaissance unit to Argalia as a precaution?" "Well, I will use a unit that is not useful in actual combat." "All right." Thus, he was granted permission only to conduct reconnaissance in Argalia. Section. At this time, for some reason, Verdi seemed convinced that the enemy's target was Argalia. That's why he intended to persuade Renville again after conducting the reconnaissance. Which training unit can be mobilized immediately? Among the units relatively close to Argalia, it would be this unit. Oh. When looking at the list of immediately deployable training units, Verdi saw my name and exclaimed, "That's right. Touri is there. Major. She's a genius when it comes to surviving. I believe she can handle reconnaissance and retreat without losing a single person." However, Verdi had never imagined that we would engage in delaying tactics. Indeed, this unit is currently the closest to Argalia. Then it's decided. He apparently gave the order because he had confidence in my own ability to survive and was confident that I would definitely bring back reliable information. Section. Uncle, have you seen the report from the Touri Guerilla Company? Yes, I've reviewed it. And then, after receiving the report of enemy sightings in Argalia from my company, Verdi, eager as ever, barged into Renville's room with the operational plan in hand. "Let's move our troops out of Injay immediately. We'll join up with the Southern Army and assist in their retreat." "No, we won't do that." Verdi had prepared a memorandum advocating for the defense of the Southern Army. However, the response from Renville was a flat-out refusal. "Why not, Uncle? You saw the results of the reconnaissance. What will moving now achieve, Verdi?" "What do you mean, what will moving now achieve?" He fiercely criticized Renville's judgment. It is said that the expression he had at that time looked as if he were about to shoot his own uncle. "Will we be able to make it in time if we send troops to Argalia now? It will take 5 days. We might not make it to Argalia in time. However, if we join the Southern Army and assist in their retreat, if we get past the Argalia Valley, it will become a plain. We won't have time to prepare trenches, and will be outnumbered." "That's true. Have you considered that moving the troops might only increase the damage? Isn't it possible that the enemy will split into 2 forces and target Injay as well? Once a decision is made, it must not be shaken." However, Renville did not change his mind. Perhaps this was a long-standing principle of his after having fought for so long. Doing something halfway and failing to protect both sides would be foolish. "Uncle, we have already chosen to defend Injay. You may have been right, but it is too late now." Even if it might be a mistake, he was resolute in not changing the course of action. With that, he ended the discussion. "It's too early for you to take on this responsibility. I have no intention of listening to any further opinions." That night, Verdi almost resorted to poisoning himself. The stress he must have been going through at that time must have been unimaginable. In the first place, Austin's current predicament is the result of Verdi's blunder on the mining front. The defeat at the mining front had diminished the Southern Army's credibility and emboldened the Allied forces. He himself admitted this, and was reportedly the subject of criticism from those around him. Moreover, he also felt responsible for not being able to persuade General Staff. Verdi had learned through multiple battles with Sylph that the enemy always takes the worst possible action for us. In the current situation, the enemy would undoubtedly carry out a more effective and devastating surprise attack on the Southern Army. This sense was something only Verdi, who had been defeated by Sylph multiple times, could understand. That's why he felt he had to convince them. Overwhelmed by self-blame, he almost chose to end his own life. No, I still have things to do. However, he stopped just short of that decision. Even though the Southern Army was defeated and the situation was dire, there was still a chance for recovery. If we did not stabilize the front lines and make a comeback, the country would be threatened again. No matter how much disgrace he faced or how much he was criticized, he had to continue serving his country. Thinking this, he tossed the poison into a desk drawer and began working on a new plan. I will repeat the battle report. The Touri Guerilla Company in Fort Argelia have successfully repelled 20,000 troops of the Ares army. So when he heard that report in the conference room, while the other staff officers were bewildered, Verdi alone collapsed onto the table and let out a silent scream. Section. Lieutenant Touri. I'm sorry, but the departure has been postponed to tomorrow. Please stand by for one more day. Understood, Lieutenant Albert. The truth is, the high-ranking officials have ordered us to verify the traces of battle. Your achievements are so incredible that they are half skeptical. I see. Well then, please confirm it. I want you to accurately report the achievements of our comrades who fought alongside us and have now departed for the skies. Yes, of course. After shaking hands with me, Lieutenant Albert walked downstream with his subordinates. Albert did not seem to doubt us, and enthusiastically said, "This inspection report will go down in history. Don't do a half-hearted job. I don't care about my own achievements, but the accomplishments of my fallen comrades here must be recognized. I sincerely hope they will report them properly. Puku puku puku. There's no more wine, Argy." For that reason, we decided to stay at Fort Argelia for one more day. Life here isn't so tough. The place is rich in nature, and the water is delicious, making it feel like we're camping. The only downside is that there are a lot of insects and the noises of the animals are loud. Puku puku puck. There's no way they brought any alcohol or anything like that. Please hold off until we get back to NJ. Puku. Meanwhile, Argy collapsed in despair upon hearing that our return would be delayed by a day. Once she runs out of wine, she reverts back to her lazy nurse self. I've just washed her clothes, so I would rather her not be rolling around by the riverside. Nauman, could you please inform the soldiers that we will be staying one more night? Understood, Lieutenant. What about dinner tonight? They've brought some for us. It'll be a great chance to enjoy some of those nostalgic canned rations for the first time in a while. I personally prefer salted grilled fish. I asked Nauman to deliver the message and smiled at his joke while looking towards the soldiers playing by the riverbank. Lieutenant, is something wrong? It's nothing. In front of my eyes was Sergeant Gavel, trying to catch a fish. He was eagerly spearing fish with a handmade spear, being taught by a former fisherman turned soldier. He seems to be having a lot of fun. Maybe it's because he's a boy. For the past 5 days, my relationship with Sergeant Gavel has been the same as usual. We just had a normal conversation as comrades and as company commander and adjutant. Recently, he hasn't looked at me in the eye or talked to me much. It's as if his confession to me on the first night was a lie. Nauman. Yes. What kind of situation would lead someone to confess and then just let it go? I was expecting to be called out with a "I want to hear your answer" kind of vibe. So I had been thinking of ways to reject him without hurting his feelings as much as possible. Maybe if the other person is frivolous. No, I think he's a pretty serious person. Then maybe he's too embarrassed to talk to you. He might be afraid to ask for your answer. Ah, I see. It's best to ask older people about these romantic matters, So I asked Nauman. Nauman apparently often gives love advice to soldiers about their relationships. He is the love master of the company with the most life experience. Then, what should I do? In that case, you don't need to do anything. Just wait for the one who confessed to come and ask. I see. Or if you are interested in that person, you could go and express your feelings. Oh, no, it's not like that. He's like a cute younger brother to me. The ever-reliable advice from Nauman was to leave it alone. Certainly, it might be safest to wait and see if the other party does not take any action. Ah. It would be better if you didn't say that. It makes obvious who it was that confessed to you. Also, he might get really angry if he hears that. Well, that's true. There aren't many soldiers younger than the lieutenant who are doted on like a younger brother. It could only be Sergeant Gavel. He probably wouldn't want to be seen as a younger brother. Nauman made a bitter face at my words. It was certainly a bit of a slip of the tongue. What I just said is what I really mean, but of course I have no intention of telling him that. Sergeant Gavel dislikes being seen as a child, and I intend to respect him as much as possible. Please be careful. A unit where the commander and their adjutant don't get along is not going to do well. I understand. My goodness, poor Sergeant Gavel. Nauman chuckled as he stood up. He then pointed his thumb at Sergeant Gavel. I'll inform the soldiers around here, so could you tell Sergeant Gavel and the others playing in the river that we'll be staying one more night? Oh, I understand. Why don't you join them? You haven't talked much with Sergeant Gavel lately. He patted me lightly on the shoulder as he said that. Section. Even if he tells me to join in, it's a bit troubling. I am the company commander, a figure of authority to my subordinates. They can't let loose if their superior is nearby. Sergeant Gavel. Ah. Touri. What's the matter? Has the departure time been decided? Despite my concerns, the soldiers continued to play joyfully even when I approached. They continued to play as if they didn't care about me at all. It seems I'm not feared after all. Yes, it seems it will be tomorrow. They are going to investigate the combat area or something. I see, got it. All right, then we need to catch some more fish today. Sergeant Gavel quickly turned away from me and resumed playing in the river. He seems completely engrossed in fish-catching mode. I've gotten pretty good at catching fish. Watch this, Touri. Take this. Sergeant Gavel is in a more excited state than I'm used to seeing, with a big smile on his face as he spears the fish. Now that I think about it, Sergeant Gavel is 15 years old. I suppose he's at the age where such activities are very enjoyable. If you'd like, Lieutenant, would you like to give it a try? No, I don't want to get my clothes dirty. You're no fun. Then just watch from there. Sergeant Gavel snorted and went back to chasing fish. He didn't seem to care about my presence. Did this guy forget he confessed to me? I had been worrying for quite some time about how to respond to his confession. Lieutenant, are you in a bad mood? No, not really. Seeing Sergeant Gavel looking so happy, I felt silly for having such a hard time. Unless he brings it up again, I'll leave his confession unanswered for now. Hey, the lieutenant looks upset. Did someone do something? Who knows? Maybe it's just one of those days. Sergeant Gavel's immaturity is a bit of a problem. It seems treating him like a younger brother should suffice for a while. I even went to the trouble of setting it up for him, observing us from a distance. Nauman watched us with a warm, affectionate gaze. Chapter 163. From here on, I will share some information that came to light after the war. This is about the circumstances of the Ares army during the Battle of Argalia. First, regarding the Arunoma volunteer army that defeated Austin's southern army. At that time, Sylph asked Ares and Flamel to pursue them. Sylph was leading a group of civilian soldiers who lacked both stamina and training, making it difficult for them to pursue effectively. This is a great opportunity to strike the Austin's main force. I'm counting on you. However, the regular Flamer army was stationed in the capital, Paris. If they couldn't handle it, they could ask them to pursue instead. Sylph thought this way and requested the pursuit, intending to hand over the credit for the victory, but I'm sorry, but we cannot comply with that request. What? Why, at such a rare opportunity, the regular Flamer army refused Sylph's request to pursue them? The reason is, there's no way a mere militia can defeat Austin's main army. They're probably pretending to retreat in order to weaken the capital's defenses. Bern Valou is a ruthless villain undefeated in battle. His notoriety made Flamer's general staff suspicious. No, we definitely won. There's no chance of it being an act. I'm sorry, but we can't believe it. The regular Flamer army, fearing that their capital would be taken, were unable to mobilize. This response must have made Sylph grind her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the Ares army said, "We understand the situation. We congratulate you for your achievements, Sylph Nova. Thank you. We will send a pursuit force immediately. You should get some rest." They accepted to pursue the retreating Southern army at Sylph's request. Being a foreign force in the war, Ares had the advantage of being more agile. They sent 20,000 reinforcements who were originally scheduled to advance to Injay to Argelia. Upon hearing this, Sylph must have breathed a sigh of relief. Section. The outcome of the battle in Argelia is as I have already explained. The trenches proved to be far stronger than the Ares army had anticipated. The valley terrain also prevented them from utilizing their numerical advantage effectively, which was another factor in their struggle. The Ares army was repelled without being able to demonstrate their true potential. The deciding factor appears to have been the night raid we carried out on the second day. They lost their artillery mages and the supplies, including food and magic stones, which had been transported from afar. This loss was critical. By this point, they had run out of the food needed to complete the pursuit of the Southern army. Despite this, the commander of the Ares army did not give up and decided to continue the operation on by rationing food. As a result, a negative atmosphere began to spread among the Ares soldiers. For the past 2 days, they had been forced into dangerous situations without any plan and without tangible results. To top it all off, they were given less food and were forced to participate in attacks throughout the night. What would the soldiers of the Ares army think in such a situation? I can't keep dealing with this. We came to fight, not to be targets for bullets. The difference in gun performance was so significant that it wasn't a proper fight. If they were struggling against just 150 men, there was no way they could pursue Austin's Southern army of 30,000. By the second night, morale had plummeted to an intolerable level. The troops in the rear were suspicious, asking, "What are we even trying to do?" And the troops on the front lines were reluctant to charge, fearing they would be riddled with holes. Eventually, deserters began to appear, and the commander of the Ares army was forced to make the decision to retreat. It was already uncertain whether they could catch up with the Southern army's retreat in time. Continuing the operation would deplete their supplies and only increase the number of deserters. To begin with, this is not an operation led by the Ares army. It was more like a formality, merely responding to Sylph's request. They no longer had the motivation to continue the fight. Thus, the Ares army retreated from Argelia on the second night. The reported casualties for the Ares army were as follows: 221 dead, 547 wounded, 332 deserters, and in addition 80% of the magic stones and 40% of the food burnt. In contrast, the casualties for us were 76 dead, 21 wounded, and only 1 day's worth of ammunition expended. It was a great victory, unprecedented in history. This miracle was made possible by the brave comrades who risked their lives in battle. I am proud to have fought alongside them. Section. After Lieutenant Albert's inspection of the battlefield was completed, we offered our prayers at the graves of our fallen comrades we had erected in Argelia and then headed home. The 76 lives lost in Argelia have become the foundation of our homeland. It is thanks to their courage that we are able to watch the sunrise today. Thank you. Salute to our brave comrades. Their bodies were cremated and buried on a hilltop with a scenic view. I will make sure to bring back their wills and dog tags. May they rest in peace after death. After saluting the heroes who fell in Argelia, we were escorted back to Injay by Lieutenant Albert. Upon arriving in Injay, "I'm glad you came back, Touri." "Yes. I first went to visit Verdi to report on the results of the operation. Reporting to the superior after returning is the duty of a commander. I've read the report. You did exceptionally well. I'm honored. Truly wonderful. There is nothing to complain about. Verdi met with me on the very day I made the appointment. He said he was eager to talk. This is probably the victory with the biggest difference in military strength in this war. Yes. Uncle was pleased as well. It is a historic achievement. Thank you. When I saw Verdi after a long time, he looked gaunt and worn out. His cheeks were sunken and his skin was sickly pale. I was a little shocked. Your company's results have yet to be made public. It will surely cause a commotion. Is that so? Indeed. It's unheard of for the results of a battle to be so great that they would hide the information. Verdi looked at me with an expression of disbelief. Does this mean that it couldn't be made public until the authenticity had been confirmed? That report is accurate, correct? Yes. It is the achievement of my brave subordinates. There are no fabrications. I see. After hearing the report, Verdi let out a deep sigh. He then slowly brought his finger close to my forehead and, ouch. He flicked my forehead. Ha. As I was surprised and holding my forehead, Verdi was also rubbing his finger as if it hurt. An awkward atmosphere settled in. Major Verdi, have I done anything to displease you? Not at all. Your achievements are very impressive. There should be no reason to complain. Then, you and all the other surviving members of the Touri Guerilla Company will have your names engraved in history. As your superior officer, I am nothing but proud. Even after flicking my forehead, Verdi continued to praise me unreservedly. When I wondered why, he said, that was not an action as a superior officer, but as a comrade, Touri. Verdi, why didn't you retreat when you confirmed the presence of the Ares army? I had already granted permission for withdrawal, didn't I? Verdi glared at me with fierce eyes. When the enemy was confirmed in Argelia, I intended to change the deployment in the rear. I didn't plan on having you buy time. Is that so? Your orders were only to conduct reconnaissance. I gave you permission to retreat. What are you thinking, barricading yourself in the fort and fighting back against 20,000 men? Verdi slowly raised his voice while sitting down. His intense expression left me speechless. But in hindsight, I failed to persuade Uncle and was unable to mobilize the troops. If Touri had not fought so bravely, we would have lost. You ended up having to clean up the mess made by General Staff. Verdi, I have no right to criticize you. I understand that. He pursed his lips in self-deprecation and then said in a sulky tone, but, Touri, I have many subordinates and colleagues, but you are the only one I can call my comrade. Please don't do reckless things. Please don't leave me alone. We are comrades who slept in the same trenches and looked up at the same night sky. Verdi spoke with tears in his eyes. Oh, what is this contradictory feeling? I am so grateful to you, Touri. No, well, it will become too embarrassing if we go any further. I'm sorry saying such troublesome things, Lieutenant Touri. He turned his face away and rubbed his eyes. On the desk was a vase with dandelions. Now, let me say again. Lieutenant Touri, your achievements in this operation are immeasurable. I'm honored. Your company will be given a break for a while. During that time, we plan to replenish the unit and give awards. Thank you. Verdi became serious and saluted me. From here on, this was probably a matter of superior and subordinate. In addition to that, I will be asking you to return to Win. To Win. The pretense is that you are being given permission to go home on leave, but it's essentially official duties. We're asking you to cooperate with propaganda, such as triumphant returns and parades. I see. There's no point in you being on the front lines with your company is half destroyed. Perhaps sensing my true feelings, Verdi gave a wry smile. Honestly, I'm not fond of formalities. But it's also true that there's nothing to do until the unit is reorganized. I was originally the commander of the propaganda unit, so I suppose it's about time I be used for that purpose. I would like to express my respect for your efforts and achievements. Thank you for your hard work in this operation, Lieutenant Touri. Thank you. After bowing respectfully and just before leaving Verdi room. Ah, that's right, Major Verdi. There's one last thing I'd like to ask of you. Oh, what is it? I made the request to Verdi that I had just remembered. Actually. Section. Ha, a triumphant return to Wynn during the leave? Not bad. Sergeant Gavel, you're from Wynn, right? Yeah. I graduated from the Wynn Military Academy. Thus, we were set to make a triumphal return to Wynn. Additionally, we received special bonuses and about a month of leave. I would have liked to go on another date with Rodri if he were still alive. I'm looking forward to seeing the look on my mother's face. I don't think she had any expectations of me. Really. In my case, my cousins and siblings are just too talented. But with this achievement, I should have shown them. Sergeant Gavel puffed up his nose with glee upon hearing of our triumphant return. For him, it was like a wish came true. And Corporal Naumann. What is it, Lieutenant Touri? After smiling back at the delighted Sergeant Gavel, I turned to Naumann. And with a serious face. If you wish, it seems you can return to your hometown during this leave. I conveyed this to him. This was something I had requested from Verdi. Returning to one's hometown during leave is a soldier's rightful privilege. I knew how Naumann felt, so I made a special request. Even if it meant learning a cruel truth. Well, that's a dream come true. Yes. I see, so I can go back to my family. Naumann fell into deep thought as he listened to my words. Thoughts and confusion were clearly visible on his face. I don't know when the next leave be if you miss this opportunity. I thought it might be good for you. Yes, that's true. Was it unnecessary meddling? No, not at all. I thought he would be pleased by this. However, Naumann only gave a strained smile when he heard my suggestion. Ah, what shall I do? Naumann seemed to contemplate for a few seconds. Eventually, as if he had made up his mind, he raised his head. No, I'll forego the trip home, he said firmly. Is that all right? Yes. I'll find out about my family's well-being after the war. There's no guarantee you'll be alive by then, Naumann. If that happens, I'll just end up regretting it and die alone. Even though Sergeant Gavel tried to persuade him, Naumann just pulled his military cap down and gave a wry smile. He seems determined not to return to his hometown. If you're going to regret it, it would be better if you went home. Lieutenant Touri, if I don't check, there's a chance that my wife and daughter are still alive. It's pathetic, but I don't have the confidence to keep fighting knowing that my wife and daughter are dead. I can put my life on the line because I have my family behind me. I see. To serve my country, it's better for me not to know anything. With those words, I couldn't say anything more. As long as he doesn't confirm his family's fate, there remains hope that they might be alive. This illusory hope is what drives Naumann to fight. Lieutenant Touri, I'd like your advice on choosing a present for Anna next year too. Sure, if you don't mind me. This time. I'll make sure to choose something that will make her want to write a reply. He chose to turn a blind eye to the truth so as not to lose sight of his reason for fighting. That, too, can be considered a form of courage. Let's have a great time together at Wynn, Lieutenant. To the smiling Naumann, I could only return a polite smile. Section. We will depart for Wynn in 1 week. Understood. We will be escorted by Lieutenant Albert's unit on the journey to Wynn. Well then, I'll have to go say hello. The following day, we were informed of the schedule for heading to Wynn. It looks like we will again be escorted by Lieutenant Albert's unit. Hey, Touri. For such a glorious return, they've got pretty a large load, don't they? Yes, it's quite a lot. So we went back to greet Albert Company again. Sergeant Gavel pointed out the large load they had prepared. Oh, welcome, young heroes. These are the supplies we are transporting. Hey Touri, could it be? Yes. We are accompanying Lieutenant Albert on his transport mission. That's right, Albert Company isn't going to Wynn just for us. They have a mission to transport supplies to Wynn, and we are merely accompanying them. By the way, we'll also be assisting with reconnaissance and patrol. So it's not a leave, it's just an escort mission. You could say that. He who does not work, shall not eat. We were also expected to help with their mission. So, I guess it's fair to call it a mission. Couldn't they have at least gotten rid of our work? It seems they don't have enough manpower because they're also transporting civilians as well. Civilians? They're Austinites who were captured and brought to NJ. The mission this time involved not only transporting supplies but also people. Since we will be moving with 2 companies, we will also handle the labor-intensive civilian transport. Our mission is to deliver the Austin citizens who had been abducted as slaves to Win. Transporting people is difficult, and transporting injured soldiers takes priority. Opportunities for civilians to return to their country are precious. I see. I also spent time as a refugee in the Sabbath, so I understand the hardship of having to delay transportation. We had to wait more than 6 months to return to Austin from the Sabatian refugee camp. Although I had the happy time living with Seddle, I was also worried that I had been forgotten. Let's definitely support them. Understood. It's the duty of a soldier after all. Thank you. Section. That's why, this was truly a coincidence. After greeting Albert Company, we visited the camp of the abducted civilians. They were living in an housing unit in NJ and appeared to be living off rations provided by the military. When we told them that we would be departing in a week, they erupted in joy. Hey, this can't be true. Among the cheering abductees, only Nauman stood there, stunned. Could it be? Papa. In the direction of his gaze was a young girl. She is a cute girl about my age with brown hair and big, bright eyes. This can't be. Oh, is it really? No, but... Papa. Oh, Papa's here. Anna, is that really you? You've grown so. The girl was sweeping the entrance to the housing unit. She bore a strong resemblance to the girl in the photograph that Nauman had. You've grown so big. You're alive and well. Wow, this is a surprise. Nauman, unsteady on his feet, walked over to the dazed girl. Then, overwhelmed with tears, he embraced her. How is Anna here? I was captured by the enemy along with Mama. But along the way, we were rescued by soldiers. I see. So, where is Mima? She's probably in the room doing the laundry. Really? The girl was hugged by Nauman, who continued to embrace her. Nauman, with his shoulders trembling, clung to his daughter, refusing to let go. Is this really happening? He kept holding her, as if to confirm her warmth. I was so scared when I was captured by the enemy. Next time, I want Papa to come and rescue me. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. Really, Papa, what were you doing? I'm sorry. I was scared, and I'm sorry I was late. Eventually, his voice became hoarse. He embraced his daughter, pulling her close so she wouldn't see his tear-streaked face. Papa did his best, even if it didn't seem like it. Is that so? Yes. I really did my best. The veteran soldier's large tears dripped onto the ground. I was surrounded by enemies to the point where I thought it was all over. There were so many times that I thought I might die. I see. That must have been tough. But when I was about to die, Anna's face always came to mind. I couldn't die yet, so I found the strength to keep going. I gave a look to Sergeant Gavel and decided to leave the scene. I felt that it was inappropriate to continue watching such a tender moment. I actually had given up. I had already resigned myself to the fact that I was going to die. But no matter what, I just couldn't accept it. Papa, I am glad. Really glad. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Because, deep down in my heart, a guttural, childlike cry echoed through the housing unit in NJ. The man's sobs of joy continued for a long time. Looking back, this battle, known as the Miracle of Argelia, was a series of fortuitous events. Through various sacrifices and a series of unexpected strokes of good fortune, we achieved miraculous results. Perhaps there was still a last fragment of such extraordinary luck remaining. I'm so glad you're alive, Anna. Geez. All the effort I've put in until now was worth it. Nauman, who received the final gift from the goddess of fortune. He safely reunited with his wife and reportedly cried throughout the night. Interlude 1. The hero of Flamel. Arunoma. You'll come to see me again, right? The young girl said, pulling on the young man's hand. Yes, I promise. I will definitely come to make you smile. The young man replied, gently gripping the girl's hand in return. Okay, I believe you. I'll wait for you. Section. Arunoma Diskins, the star actor from Flamel, made a promise in a rural village in Austin. He promised to once again perform a wonderful play in front of the young girl. The girl had lost her parents, been taken in by a merchant, and lived like a slave. Her eyes were devoid of light or hope, as if she were a living doll. Such orphans were not uncommon in those times. I want you to see it from the best seat. Arunoma convinced his companions to put on a performance just for the girl. It was a story about a shabby slave who grows up, becomes successful, and turns into a wealthy man. The invited girl was captivated and became enthusiastic about the play. You still have infinite possibilities. Yes. Theater has the power to move people's hearts. Even if it's a fantastical dream, it can give hope to someone. From the next day, the girl became visibly more energetic. She started to tackle the tasks assigned by the merchant with renewed vigor. For Arunoma, the performance in that small village was a great success. Because the girl began walking towards dreams and hope on her own. After bidding farewell to the now vibrant girl, Arunoma continued traveling around Austin to perform. To give hope to children in despair like the girl. He believed that this was the mission of the stage actor Arunoma. Arunoma had no doubt that he was the protagonist of the world. He thought that as long as he acted in a way befitting a protagonist, everything would go well. Arunoma energetically acted for the benefit of others. This was his ideal image of a protagonist. Section. After performing in Austin for about a year, Arunoma and his troupe were set to return to Flamel. True to his promise, Arunoma came back to the rural village where the girl lived. It's dangerous to go further. However, what do you mean dangerous? The Sabatian army attacked. The village ahead was pillaged and there are no survivors. The villagers had been brutally slaughtered by the Sabatian army during the Sylph offensive. Arunoma was unable to fulfill his promise to the girl. He couldn't even visit her grave or pay his respects. At that time, Austin was plagued by the Sabatian army's rampages everywhere. Arunoma and his troupe were forced to hurriedly flee back to their homeland, Flamel. All the while, he continued to doubt if this was truly the behavior befitting a protagonist. Section. Why is a child like you a soldier? After finishing his final performance in the capital, Win, Arunoma asked a young female soldier in the audience. If my presence can help someone, isn't that wonderful? The expressionless young soldier replied to Arunoma. Aren't you afraid of participating in the war? When Arunoma pressed further, the girl replied with a troubled look on her face. I am afraid, but if it can save lives. The person Arunoma encountered was a young medic girl from the Austin army. Arunoma was deeply impressed by her fragile yet strong presence. The medic said she suppressed her fear and headed to the battlefield in order to save others. This is what I need to do. Feeling this way, Arunoma volunteered for Austin's military. It was also an act of atonement for the girl from the destroyed village. Arunoma served Austin's military with dedication as a subordinate to the young medic girl. He faced the tyranny of superiors, lost comrades, and encountered danger multiple times. Yet, each time, he overcame these challenges as if guided by fate. He intended to bring victory to Austin alongside the young medic as a protagonist. Section. Second-class medic Arunoma. You are suspected of being a spy. What? Why all of the sudden? But fate once again turned on Arunoma. Following Flamel's declaration of war, he was detained on suspicion of being a spy. Tell me the truth. How do you send information to Flamel? I'm not a spy. I have no contact with my home country. Don't lie. He was accused of crimes he didn't commit and subjected to severe torture. Arunoma endured it, believing that as a protagonist, he must suffer such trials. Even when the young medic girl tried to help him escape, he refused. He believed that the suspicion of being a spy would eventually clear up. As a result, you want to meet your platoon leader? The young medic girl who had been by his side. She's dead. I used her as a decoy to save the supplies. Because of him, she was killed by Austin's army. Section. Arunoma was released with a small amount of travel money. Crushed and despondent, Arunoma returned to his hometown. The Austin army he had served turned out to be the kind of army that used a young girl as a decoy. Or perhaps the young medic girl had been made a decoy because her attempt to help Arunoma escape had been discovered. If so, it was Arunoma who killed her. Such speculation tore at Arunoma's heart. Section. After returning to Flamel, Arunoma retired to a rural village in his homeland. He built a house using the wealth he had earned as an actor and regularly performed at a small theater to make a living. Arunoma had grown weary of war. Therefore, he had no intention of joining the Flamer army. I am not the protagonist. I should stop being so arrogant. Such resignation smoldered in his heart. Having given up on being a protagonist, Arunoma began a recluse life in the countryside of Flamel. However, the flames of war crept back toward him. The invasion operation known as the Burn Offensive was carried out, and villages leading to the capital were burned and looted one after another. The route of the Austin army included the village Arunoma was staying in. He was once again forced to confront the war. I know their methods well. Most of the rural villagers were poor. Those who could afford it evacuated to the capital, but for most villagers, their fields were their lifeline. Thus, the villagers armed themselves and tried to resist the Austin army. Rally under me, brave warriors of Flamel. Together, we will defeat the demons of Austin. However, even if small forces band together, they will simply be defeated one by one. Thinking this, Arunoma gave the order to the villages around the capital and organized a large volunteer army. He had the directing skills he'd acquired through theater and knowledge of trench warfare he had learned about in the Austin army. To the people, Arunoma must have seemed like a savior. As more and more volunteers gathered under him, the Arunoma Volunteer Army was formed. He wanted to at least strike back at the horrible thing called war. Arunoma, the men from Wecht village have joined us. They want to fight together. Thank you, I will welcome them. We need to extend the trenches further. But Arunoma had only worked as a medic in Austin. He had only passed on what he had seen about trenches and had no knowledge of detailed strategic command. They are here. The Austin army. What a number. Seeing the large Austin army advancing, Arunoma was terrified. The total number of volunteers Arunoma had gathered was only a few thousand. The Austin army in front of them seemed to have a strength that was more than 10 times greater. Can we really win against such a large army? Unbeknownst to himself, Arunoma was once again acting as the protagonist. And he was about to drag many villagers into a reckless battle that had no chance of winning. If Arunoma were a true protagonist, he would have boasted confidently about driving back the Austin army. However, he had already lost confidence and despaired, believing that he could never perform such a miracle. Arunoma, you are truly lucky. Be grateful for your good fortune that you are speaking to me on this day, at this very moment. However, just before the volunteer army was crushed, a female officer appeared in Arunoma's tent. With fairy-like white skin and eyes brimming with blazing confidence. The hero met the genius tactician Sylphnova, who would shake history. Will the enemy really move as you say? Yes. If I'm wrong, you can chop off my head and display my body anywhere you like. Okay. I'll believe in you. A wise decision. Arunoma considered his encounter with her to be fate. He intuitively realized that he should trust Sylph. You have won, Arunoma Diskins. Following that intuition, he entrusted the command of the militia to her. As a result, the Austin army laid many corpses before the trenches constructed by Arunoma and his men. The Arunoma Volunteer Army achieved a great victory by single-handedly driving back Austin's main force. Section. Seriously. This country is full of idiots too. Please calm down, Sylph. Sylph, surprisingly, was a rather hysterical woman. Even as Arunoma and the others celebrated their victory with drinks, she was yelling into the communication device. Why are you angry, advisor? Isn't tonight the victory feast? Yes, you all can make as much noise and rejoice as you like. From here on, it's the job of the regular Flamer army. What do you mean? We've only driven back the Austin army without inflicting any significant damage. That's why we need to pursue them and crush them completely. But why isn't the military of this country moving? Gah! Sylphnova exclaimed, her face bright red in anger. When Arunoma first met her, he thought she had a mysterious air about her, but she turned out to be quite emotional. Please stay calm, advisor. I hear that reinforcements for Ares will be arriving soon. We have the advantage in terms of military strength. It's enough that we were able to hold this place. What value is there in an Ares army that's merely made up of numbers like that? No, wait a minute. Arunoma, unable to bear the tense atmosphere, went to gently calm Sylph down. Upon hearing his words, she widened her eyes and jumped up with excitement. Arunoma, you've said something very good. Ah, really? That's right. There are 20,000 idle soldiers in Ares' army. We should let them pursue the enemy. That's right, Elijah, give me the map. The map. Here it is. All right, wait a moment, Watching Sylph's many expressions, Arunoma smiled wryly. Sylph looked like an adult on the outside, but inside, she was just like a young girl. The current location of Ares' forces is probably around here. If we change course and launch a surprise attack, we can defeat the Austin army, Sylph's armor, given this terrain, if they take position at Argalia. That's exactly right, Elijah. The surprise attack will be thwarted if they take position up in Argalia. That's why I wanted Flamer's main force to move. I see. As expected of my adjutant, you have an excellent strategic eye. Sylph praised Elijah, the female soldier, with a bit of grumbling. Elijah blushed in embarrassment. But rest assured, the Austin army will most likely not take position at Argalia. How can you be so sure? Because they don't have enough troops. They can only defend either in J or Argalia. Is there a chance they will choose to defend Argalor? They only have old-fashioned commanders. They're the ones who kept demoting Bern Valou for so long, they wouldn't choose to abandon in J. Sylph spoke with unwavering certainty, as if she had witnessed the meetings in Austin. The only outstanding ones among them are Bern Valou and that detestable woman. The rest are just wooden puppets. The genius tactician Sylphnova. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke with confidence. I'm almost certain that the surprise attack will succeed. If we're lucky, they might not even think of sending troops to Argalia. If Sylph's armor says so, it must be true. Truly, how pathetic they are. I curse the incompetence of my own country for being defeated by such people. Sylph laughed heartily and opened a precious bottle of vodka. The Sabatian people are known to drink alcohol even during casual conversations. By the way, advisor, who is this detestable woman you mentioned earlier? Don't ask about that, Arunoma. Just thinking about her face makes my skin crawl. Sorry. When Arunoma casually asked about the detestable woman, Sylphnova glared at him with an expression that could only be described as monstrous. It was a look that conveyed disgust beyond what one might feel upon seeing someone fall into a sewer. I cannot and will not forgive her. She is my nemesis. An ace-level enemy, one to be feared most. Really? However, she is a frontline commander. She probably won't get involved with their general staff. Sylph spat out these words and received a paper from her adjutant, Elijah. Then, while sipping vodka, she began to write an operation plan. It seemed to be in the language of Ares, not Flamer. Can you write in Ares, advisor? You can't be a staff officer if you can't do that much. I'll take care of the rest, so you go and have fun with your comrades. Yeah. We will put an end to Austin with this surprise attack by Ares. There is no more need for your militia. Sylph enthusiastically ran her pen over the documents with the thought of, we can win with this. Arunoma saw her actions as a foreshadowing of failure in theater terms. Advisor, I'm a bit curious. What is it? Can we just change the course of Ares' army on our own accord? Of course we can. This will decide the outcome of the war. No one will complain if the results are good. Arunoma subtly raised this concern, but Sylphnova did not listen. She continued to write briskly while exhaling the smell of vodka wine. Besides, I'm not giving orders to the commanders of Ares' army. I'm just providing information and a good plan. I see. Whether they choose to act on it is up to them. Well, no commander would miss such a chance for such a great victory. Sylph was in high spirits. If my plan fails, I'll dance naked or do whatever. Ha ha ha. She declared this and further reinforced the foreshadowing of failure. Section. Report. It seems the Ares army that went for the surprise attack was repelled by the Austinites defending Argalia. A few days later, as expected, the report of the Ares army's defeat arrived at the Arunoma volunteer army. Advisor. What are the results of the battle? It seems that Austin's forces had anticipated her surprise attack and had set up defensive positions at Argalia. Sylph's face went pale as she listened to the messenger's report. The estimated defensive force of the Austin army is 10,000 men. Although the Ares army suffered only minor casualties, the enemy has fortified their defenses, making a breakthrough difficult. Don't be ridiculous. They can't maintain in J with that number mobilized, right? Maybe a spy is leaking information. After hearing the report, Sylph clutched her head in frustration. Her adjutant Elijah could only watch anxiously. The Ares army has halted their advance for resupply. It seems they plan to resume their march towards Nj next month. They will have reorganized by next month. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This meant that Flamel had lost a great chance to strike a heavy blow against the Austin army. Arunoma didn't understand much about military affairs, but from Sylph's attitude he realized that this had been a serious failure. This is all the fault of the Flamel army. To have commanders who can't seize the opportunity are defending the capital, how pathetic. Please calm down, Sylph-sama. Arunoma is watching. But, afterward, as if taking out her anger, Sylph became angry at the Flamer army who were only guarding the capital. When Elijah managed to calm her down, Sylph took a deep breath to steady herself. Yes, that's right. I misread the enemy's movements as well. I can't blame Flamel alone. Have you calmed down, Sylph-sama? But I don't understand. It's just so baffling. Even so, would they really risk retaking Nj by sending 10,000 men to Argalor? Sylph fell silent for a while. Then, with a deeply pained voice, she muttered, war really doesn't go as planned. The end of the war feels even further away now. And with that, she fell silent. Section. Arunoma, I need your strength. Soon after, Sylph was summoned to the front line near the border. She was to be interrogated about the request made for reinforcements from Ares. I am an officer in the Sabatian army, and I have no ties to you. But I am the one who knows best how to defeat Austin. However, Sylph Nova didn't go alone and bowed her head to Arunoma. I need results. Results to get Flamel to agree to our demands. What are these demands? The establishment of a Sabbath Federation provisional government. This is surely something that would be beneficial for Flamel as well. To be honest, Arunoma hated the Sabatians. He had heard that it was the Sabatian army that had killed the girl from that village in Austin. I'll declare it now. The Workers' Council that governs my homeland will dissolve within a few years. When that happens, the Sabbath will perish without a proper governing body. I want to protect my homeland. I want to save the Sabatian people who are being deceived by a conman and are only living in a dream. Sylph Nova, showing a side of desperation, bowed her head and pleaded with Arunoma. Despite her immense pride, she earnestly begged him. Please form a joint army with the remnants of the Sabatian army. It's fine if your name remains as the banner. Are you saying I will be the leader? Yes. As long as the name Sabbath is included in the army's name. Arunoma was struck by Sylph's sincere attitude. If the Austin army is left alone, his homeland, Flamer, may be destroyed. And Sylph Nova was undoubtedly a capable strategist. If I were to accept your request, what would I have to do? Just continue to be yourself. As someone who gathers and commands the people, perform the act of a hero. So you want me to act? Yeah. Play the hero of Flamel. After a moment's hesitation, Arunoma took Sylph's hand. This is because he felt that this was what Arunoma, the protagonist, should do. I understand. I'll be counting on you, advisor. Leave it to me. After shaking hands, Sylph cheerfully said, "I will make you a real hero." And so, the Arunoma volunteer army joined forces with the remnants of the former Sabatian army. The volunteers who gathered were captivated by Arunoma's charisma, and more than 80% of them ended up following him to the front lines. "You guys will no longer be a volunteer army, but will be treated as a formal Flamel allied army." They were able to receive assistance from the Alliance in terms of supplies along the way. For Flamel, a useful unit suddenly emerged from within the country. Thanks to Sylph's influence, the support was generous. "We have already achieved significant results. We will likely receive substantial wages as well." Thus, the Arunoma Volunteer Army, as a heroic unit, marched towards the border in a semi-triumphant return. Their arrival was greeted with cheers. "Now, let's show Austin hell." Section. Around the same time, what's this? A newspaper issued in Austin was delivered to the Allied forces. Why are they spreading such nonsense? What is Austin thinking? It's ridiculous how bad they are at lying. By the time Sylph arrived at the front line, the newspaper was being treated almost as a joke. The Ares soldiers were especially eager to laugh it off. 150 soldiers holed up in Argelia? What an absurd exaggeration. The people who published this newspaper probably don't understand military affairs. If they had any military experience, they would come up with a more realistic number. But Sylph Nova. She looked up to the sky and collapsed the moment she saw the Austin newspaper. Sylph Sama? Ah, I see. The genius girl emitted a voice that was a mix of crying and laughing. She spread out the newspaper with a grim expression and muttered in a trembling voice filled with resentment. "So you were there." It was featured prominently in the newspaper. The name of Second Lieutenant Touri Noel Lucky Carry was written. Interlude 2, Touri Guerilla Company's Grand Love Strategy. "I had decided that if I survived this battle, I would tell the lieutenant this again." "Ah. Yeah. You are flower, a single blossom blooming on the battlefield. I have loved you ever since I first laid eyes on you, Lieutenant. In faraway and foreign land, the Argelia Valley. Here, a rookie soldier confesses his feelings to the young female company commander. Lieutenant Touri, please, would you become my lover?" The day after they escaped a life-threatening predicament and survived a miraculous defensive battle. Several soldiers, driven by passion, confessed their feelings to Lieutenant Touri Noel. "I'm sorry. I'm very grateful for your feelings. However, there is someone I can't forget." Just like that, he suffered a painful defeat in love. Section. Lieutenant Touri has too much integrity. The soldiers who had impulsively confessed and were met with rejection gathered on the riverside of Argelia, where they were celebrating their victory, and quietly cried. Most of them had already confessed once before and been turned down. "She's actually older than us despite her appearance. That's what's appealing though. She's kind, calm and mature. I just can't get motivated." The Touri Guerilla Company had many new recruits, most of whom were boys around 15 years old. To the younger recruits, she was seen as a kind, caring older woman, rare in the military. Touri wondered why she was suddenly popular, but it was only natural that she was attractive to the new recruits. But the lieutenant was a bit scary during that night raid. People's personalities change under extreme conditions. We were saved thanks to the lieutenant. This is why many soldiers confessed and suffered a tragic defeat. Regarding this incident, Touri has been reflecting on the matter, wondering if there was anything she did that might have led people to misunderstand. "I hear we're called the Heartbroken Group. Who came up with that nickname?" "Those guys over there playing in the river. They're saying things like, 'Don't get too close, it's bad luck,' or something." "What? That's unforgivable." Incidentally, the only people with gloomy expressions in Argelia Valley at the moment are those who had just been rejected. All of the other soldiers were excited, saying, "I'm so happy to have survived." This further irritated those who had been rejected. "Well, there's no use in getting angry. We're all in the same boat, rejected by the same girl. Let's just console each other. Is there any way to get closer to Lieutenant Touri? She always seems to keep her distance." "It's probably impossible. It was a love that was never meant to be. Those who were carried away by the joy of the unprecedented victory in Argalia confessed their feelings once again without much thought and faced their end. There was no choice but to accept it. Lieutenant Touri has called for everyone to gather together. Hey, we're being called. Should we go too? The heartbroken group had been doing nothing but tossing small stones into the river like the dead to soothe their broken hearts. A few days after the miracle of Argalia, Touri once again called all the soldiers to a meeting. Section. The food reserves are finally running out. Lieutenant Touri said gravely as the soldiers gathered around. It will take a few more days for aid to arrive. In the meantime, we need to procure food locally. Starting today, we will all work together to gather food. We will bring it together, share it, and get through this difficult time. She said this and glanced sideways at the remaining supplies. There were only a few bottles of wine and some canned goods left in the box. Those with fishing experience will catch river fish. Those with knowledge of plants will gather wild vegetables. Even the frogs hopping around are important food sources. Everyone, please cooperate in collecting food. Yes, Lieutenant. Those who have been heartbroken no longer have any time to slowly sort out their feelings. He who does not work shall not eat. From now on, they must face the food issue. Lieutenant, may I have permission to speak? What is it, Private Carroll? I have a suggestion to improve the efficiency of food procurement. However, among the heartbroken group, there was one person whose eyes lit up. His name was Carroll, and he was a fresh recruit who had just been assigned this year. Oh, I would like to hear it. Please go on. Lieutenant, you just mentioned that everyone will share the food, but wouldn't this mean that those who worked hard to collect food would end up losing out? That is certainly true, but the efficiency will vary based on experience. We are a military unit, and we are a single entity. I'm sorry, but I would prefer to distribute the food equally. That's understandable. However, how about preparing rewards for those who work hard? With permission to speak, Carroll gave an impassioned speech with a sparkle in his eyes. Touri listened quietly, but the surrounding soldiers looked a bit taken aback. I see. So what kind of rewards are you suggesting? It can be anything within the range you can permit, Lieutenant. For example, remaining luxury items or the right to sleep in a preferred spot in the fortress. All right. In that case, that should be doable. But Carroll was entirely undeterred by those around him. He looked at Touri's face and continued speaking earnestly. Personally, I would like to request that Lieutenant Touri become a training instructor for me. A training instructor? I was impressed by Lieutenant Touri's brave and daring actions during the recent night raid. For surviving the war and achieving victory for our country, if Lieutenant Touri could provide me with individual training lessons, there would be no greater reward for me than that. How diligent. Carroll paid no attention to the suspicious looks he received from the other soldiers. He spoke out loud as Touri was lost in thought. Well then, Lieutenant Touri. Let me think about it. The heartbroken group immediately understood the intention behind his words. This man had taken a gamble. In order to seize the opportunity to get closer to Lieutenant Touri, he carried out a desperate, all-out assault with the resolve to face certain destruction. All right. Then, I will promise some kind of reward to the person who makes the greatest contribution to today's food procurement. Thank you very much, Lieutenant. I promise to provide rewards within the range mentioned earlier. Now, everyone, begin the operation. Understood. And thus, Carroll's persuasion succeeded. Touri declared that the person who brought the most food would receive a reward and individual training lesson. Yes. Let's do it. This assurance caused great excitement among the heartbroken group. Lieutenant Touri is a kind and sweet person. Although it was called a training lesson, in reality, it was just a date. Carroll briefly glanced at his fellow heartbroken comrades. The path has been cleared. Yes. This is a battle between men for love. The day after the miracle of Argalia, a second chance appeared for the men who had faced heartbreak. I will bring the most food. I'm definitely not going to lose. Wow, you're really motivated. Thus, the battle that the heartbroken group could not afford to lose began. Section. Hey, it went over there. Leave it to me. I got it. Many soldiers gathered by the riverside after Lieutenant Touri gave the order. They all started making spears from branches and went barefoot into the river to spear fish. From what I can see, fishing is popular. Yeah, it's something people can think of right away. There are some people fishing with rods too. When they heard about food procurement at the riverside, many soldiers immediately thought of fishing. They were being taught how to catch fish by a former fisherman turned soldier and were enjoying spearing the fish. Fishing won't cut it. At this rate, we won't be able to come in first. We can't beat someone with experience. The former fisherman was catching fish one after another and throwing them into his basket. There was no way they could compete with him in fishing. We'll need to beat that fisherman to win first place. Then what should we do? It's simple, Carol said confidently, and picked up the flamer spear in his hand. Then he cast a sharp gaze at the large forest that surrounded the river. I'll hunt animals. If I can take down a big one, it could provide enough food to equal dozens of fish. Carol swung the spear around vigorously. His stance was strikingly impressive. But isn't that a bit dangerous? It's okay. The lieutenant will gently heal me even if I get hurt. Can you handle hunting a beast alone? We should be able to manage if we all work together. Carol looked around at his fellow heartbroken comrades and said, everyone here will work together to hunt the prey. But how about the person who contributes the most will get to take the whole thing home? What? If one person brings home the prey that everyone has caught, they will win first place. We'll decide who takes it home by vote, no hard feelings. I see. With that, the chances of taking first place in this food procurement operation increased significantly. At the very least, it was a much better chance than just fishing. So, what do you say? Are you in? Count me in. The remaining heartbroken comrades nodded at Carol's proposal. Even though they were rivals in love, they were also comrades in this romantic battle. Let's go. Everyone. Let the hunt begin. Thus, the boys who had fallen for Lieutenant Touri eagerly grabbed their bows, arrows, and swords and entered the forest. Section. However, things did not go so smoothly. We've been searching for 2 hours and still haven't found anything. Maybe they're on guard and hiding. First and foremost, they couldn't find any prey. They would get lost if they ventured deeper into the forest. Naturally, they had no choice but to explore areas not too far from the camp. The animals will be wary if we hunt with so many people. Well, they'd definitely be hiding after such a spectacular shootout. Just a few days ago, there had been a dramatic gunfight in Argelia. And even now, nearly 70 soldiers were still making noise and camping by the riverside. It was only natural that wild animals would be cautious and stay hidden. Should we explore deeper into the forest? Be sure to mark our trail so we don't get lost. Determining that hunting would be difficult around the camp, the group mustered up their courage and ventured deeper into the forest. They moved silently, holding their breath. Hey, this is an animal trail. There's feces. There must be something ahead. After 3 hours of wandering, one of the soldiers finally discovered traces of animals. The animal droppings were still soft, suggesting it was still nearby. The soldiers followed the path of trampled vegetation deeper into the forest. Look, a wild boar. It has piglets. Can we take it? Finally, they spotted a wild boar hiding among the trees. It was their first prey of the day. Did it notice us? Hey, it's charging. The soldiers had no experience in hunting. They had only trained with firearms. When it came to hunting, they were complete novices. Ouch. Shit, I think my leg is broken. Die, get lost. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The wild boar with piglets was highly aggressive. Misjudging the speed of the charging boar, one of the soldiers ended up injured. The soldiers who came to support him tried to stab him with swords and spears, but they only missed. That bastard got away. Shoot, shoot. Damn, it's not hitting. Surrounded and attempting to kill the boar, it quickly escaped. There was no way they could catch up with the wild animal as it fled through the forest. The group soon lost sight of the boar. Their first encounter with prey only resulted in one of their comrades being injured. Should we head back? No, I'm fine. It's only a bruise. Fortunately, the soldier only suffered minor injuries. However, the faces of the soldiers were grim. But, can we really do this hunting? Maybe we should give up and look for another method. We couldn't even get close to the wild boar we had finally found. The reality of this fact cast a large shadow over the group's spirits. Can we really manage to hunt and return with prey? Was it reckless to go hunting without any experience? Such resignation briefly crossed their minds. Let's push forward. However, the man who proposed the idea, Carol, did not give up. There was a wild boar. There must be other animals around. Private Carol. I want to be trained personally by the lieutenant. I want to be thoroughly drilled. I'll do whatever it takes for that. The boy's eyes were burning with determination. His focus was resolutely set on Lieutenant Touri. Yeah, me too. Sorry, I got discouraged. It wasn't a matter of whether they could or couldn't do it. It now a matter if they will or will not. The men took up their weapons once more. Let's find the next prey. We'll meet another one soon enough, Carol said, rallying his comrades. Section. Hey, over there. There's something. It's a deer. After searching for another hour, just as the sun was beginning to set, the men discovered a herd of deer. They are crossing a pretty steep cliff. It looks like it's going to be hard to get there. The deer were crossing the slope of a mountain several dozen meters away, forming a line. The adult deer were leading the fawns, moving carefully to avoid slipping. It would be challenging for humans to venture into that area. Can we shoot them with a bow? Let's try. With ranged weapons should be able to reach them. They took aim and tried to shoot the deer. However, the boy's arrows missed entirely and instead flew off in different directions. The deer don't even seem to notice they were being attacked. Damn, is it really not possible? Maybe if we get a bit closer, we might hit them. I'll go. Unable to wait any longer, Carol lost patience and ran toward the deer. As Carol approached, the deer, realizing the danger, attempted to flee. You idiot, we hadn't even been found yet. No wait, that guy couldn't be. With a roar, Carol swung the spear he was holding with all his might. And then, hit it. He threw the spear at the deer that just about to cross the slope. The spear, spinning in the air, struck one of the deer's legs. The injured deer let out a cry and slid down the slope of the mountain. Now catch it. Carol leaped onto the fallen deer, trying to strangle it with his bare hands. He encountered fierce resistance and suffered abrasions all over his body. That guy, I can't believe it. Everyone, follow him. We'll take down that deer. Encouraged by Carol's impressive feat, his comrades joined in. The men surrounded the wounded deer and beat it until it was subdued. Did we get it? Yeah, we got it. And after a long and tough struggle, the deer, whose head had been split open by the sword, finally stopped moving. Yes, we caught a deer. It's our victory. Thus, the heartbroken group successfully hunted a deer. Section. That's a big one, a big one. I'm going to drain the blood. Make room for me. Wow. The men then tied the deer to spear shafts and carried it back to camp. Many of the soldiers looked at the heartbroken group in disbelief. Lieutenant Touri, we've caught a big one. That's amazing. I didn't think you'd be able to hunt an animal with our current equipment. Yes, we did our best. The deer was quite large. At the very least, it would provide dozens of kilograms of meat. Even if shared among the entire unit, this deer would be enough for several days' worth of food. Carol was beaming with pride. Oh, you look to be quite injured. Haha, I got into a bit of a tussle with the deer. That's not good. I need to check your wounds. Please show them to me. The men left draining the deer's blood to their comrades and each one received a thorough checkup from Touri. Make sure to disinfect it properly. Understood, Lieutenant. As they were tending to their wounds, the sun was setting and the hunt for the day came to an end. Section. Today, we've gathered a lot of food thanks to everyone's cooperation. Thank you all. Yay. Whoa. Shortly afterwards, Everyone was gathered together and the results of the day were announced. I never expected you'd bring down a deer. Thanks, Private Carroll. He. The deer was officially credited to Carroll. By unanimous vote, the heartbroken group begrudgingly awarded him the victory. Looks like it's decided. As expected of Carroll. A lot of food was gathered at the riverside. But no one else had brought in a catch as significant as the deer. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Now, let's start preparing the food we gathered today. Yes, Lieutenant. And the top honor for today is the fact that he drew praise from Lieutenant Touri. Without regard for the danger, he charged at the deer and killed it in hand-to-hand combat. Without a doubt, it was Carroll who killed the deer. Thus, he was recognized for having the greatest achievement, and was to receive the reward from Lieutenant Touri. It seems that the first place goes to Arji. Puku. He did not receive it. Ha! Ah, Carroll. Your achievement is also remarkable, but... Carroll, with a bewildered voice, noticed Touri pointing apologetically to a corner of the riverbank. There, a sign reading Puku Zone was set up, displaying a mountain of wild vegetables, 5 to 6 plucked wild birds, and numerous skewered river fish. The sheer amount was so overwhelming that he thought someone must have brought it. Arji is knowledgeable in trapping. She set traps in the morning, collected edible wild plants at noon, and retrieved the prey from the traps in the evening, which resulted in this. Puku. Carroll's deer is also a great achievement, but Carroll only managed to kill one deer. Arji's total catch certainly surpassed the deer. So Arji, what would you like? Puku, alcohol. Of course. With a big smile, Arji pointed to the remaining alcohol in the luxury items box. Touri, with an exasperated expression, handed her a bottle of wine. No way. Well, she does show unusually extraordinary ability when alcohol is involved. This Puku girl had gone completely off the radar. They never expected to be defeated by such an incomprehensible being. The heartbroken group all looked up to the heavens and collapsed. However, Carroll, if it's all right with you, I'd be happy to be your training instructor. What? Touri gently spoke to the kneeling Carroll. Your dedication is truly admirable, Private Carroll. Training is the most important thing to increase a soldier's survival rate. Lieutenant Touri, if you wish to receive training as an officer, I would be happy to do so. I will be your instructor, so let's start with voluntary training from tomorrow. Is that all right? Yes. Is that acceptable to you, Carroll? It's an honor. Although Carroll did not achieve first place, Touri, understanding his intentions, announced that she would hold voluntary sessions open to all. The declaration greatly energized the heartbroken group. Me too. I want to join the training too. Lieutenant. I also volunteer for the training. Pui, rejection. Touri smiled with satisfaction at the high-spirited soldiers' declarations. Well, let's start with a warm-up. We're starting with sit-ups. Follow the same rhythm as me. Yes. Section. And as promised, voluntary training under Lieutenant Touri began the next day. 199, 200. Alright, 10 seconds of break time. Next, we'll move on to squats. Why yes. 1, 2, 1, 2. That concludes the warm-up. Next is running. It was then that the soldiers realized they had a major misconception. Your voices are getting quieter. Raise them more. Yes. Let's sing while we run. The light departs, our homeland. The light departs, our homeland. Up until now, training had been led by Corporal Maeve, with Touri only observing from the sidelines. So the soldiers were overconfident, thinking Touri's training would be a piece of cake. You're starting to get out of breath, right? From here, we'll do sprints. Since we're simulating running between trenches, run in a zigzag while aiming with your rifle and dodging obstacles. However, the training methods she introduced were practical and extremely tough. In fact, Maeve's training seemed easier in comparison. Enemy sights, 10 o'clock direction. Take aim and prepare. Yes. Number 3, number 7, your aim is too slow. Go back and run again. These training methods were ones assigned by the late Sergeant Garbak and Mr. Zafqua from the Elite Defense Unit. There's no way it was going to be easy. What is this? It's too tough. But Lieutenant Touri is doing it with a calm face. You're kidding. And Touri, acting as an example, did the same training as the soldiers. Her effortless handling of the training made it impossible for the soldiers to complain about the difficulty of the exercises. The soldiers, denied of any excuses, had no choice but to follow Touri in silence. Oh, hang in there, Carol. I won't lose it. This voluntary training would continue daily until help arrived. The heartbroken group continued to participate in the training every day until the end, and their skills improved significantly. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, good spirit. Seeing the soldiers full of motivation, Touri was very pleased. End of Volume 8.